Section 1 of the Passing of the Great Race. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. Preface by Henry Fairfield Osborne. European history has been written in terms of nationality and of language, but never before in terms of race. Yet race has played a far larger part than either language or nationality in molding the destinies of men. Race implies heredity, and heredity implies all the moral, social, and intellectual characteristics and traits which are the springs of politics and government. Quite independently and unconsciously, the author, never before a historian, has turned this historical sketch into the current of a great biological movement, which may be traced back to the teachings of Galton and Weismann, beginning in the last third of the 19th century. This movement has compelled us to recognize the superior force and stability of heredity as being more enduring and potent than environment. This movement is also a reaction from the teachings of Hippolyte Taine among historians and of Herbert Spencer among biologists, because it proves that environment and, in the case of man, education have an immediate, apparent, and temporary influence, while heredity has a deep, subtle, and permanent influence on the actions of men. Thus the racial history of Europe, which forms the author's main outline and subject, and which is wholly original in treatment, might be paraphrased as the heredity history of Europe. It is history as influenced by the hereditary impulses, predispositions, and tendencies which, as highly distinctive racial traits, date back many thousands of years and were originally formed when man was still in the tribal state, long before the advent of civilization. In the author's opening chapters, these traits and tendencies are commented upon as they are observed today under the varying influences of migration and changes of social and physical environment. In the chapters relating to the racial history of Europe, we enter a new and fascinating field of study, which I trust the author himself may someday expand into a longer story. There is no gainsaying that this is the correct scientific method of approaching the problem of the past. The moral tendency of the heredity interpretation of history is for our day and generation, and is in strong accord with the true spirit of the modern eugenics movement in relation to patriotism, namely the conservation and multiplication for our country of the best spiritual, moral, intellectual, and physical forces of heredity. Thus only will the integrity of our institutions be maintained in the future. These divine forces are more or less sporadically distributed in all races. Some of them are found in what we call the lowest races. Some are scattered widely throughout humanity, but they are certainly more widely and uniformly distributed in some races than in others. Thus, conservation of that race which has given us the true spirit of Americanism is not a matter either of racial pride or of racial prejudice. It is a matter of love of country, of a true sentiment which is based upon knowledge and the lessons of history rather than upon the sentimentalism which is fostered by ignorance. If I were asked what is the greatest danger which threatens the American Republic today, I would certainly reply, the gradual dying out among our people of those hereditary traits through which the principles of our religious, political, and social foundations were laid down, and their insidious replacement by traits of less noble character. July 13, 1916. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface to the second edition by Henry Fairfield Osborne. History is repeating itself in America at the present time, and incidentally is giving a convincing demonstration of the central thought in this volume, namely, that heredity and racial predisposition are stronger and more stable than environment and education. Whatever may be its intellectual, its literary, its artistic, or its musical aptitudes as compared with other races, the Anglo-Saxon branch of the Nordic race is again showing itself to be that upon which the nation must chiefly depend for leadership, for courage, for loyalty, for unity and harmony of action, for self-sacrifice and devotion to an ideal. Not that members of other races are not doing their part, many of them are, but in no other human stock which has come to this country is there displayed the unanimity of heart, mind, and action which is now being displayed by the descendants of the blue-eyed, fair-haired peoples of the north of Europe. In a recent journey in northern California and Oregon, I noted that in the faces of the regiments which were first to leave for the city of New York, and later that in the wonderful array of young men at Plattsburgh, the Anglo-Saxon type was clearly dominant over every other, and the purest members of this type largely outnumbered the others. In northern California, I saw a great regiment, D-train, and with one or two exceptions, they were all Native Americans, descendants of the English, Scotch, and north of Ireland men who founded the state of Oregon in the first half of the 19th century. At Plattsburgh, fair hair and blue eyes were very noticeable, much more so than any other ordinary crowds of American collegians as seen assembled in our universities. It should be remembered also that many of the dark-haired, dark-eyed youths of Plattsburgh and other volunteer training camps are often 3/4 or 7/8 Nordic, because it only requires a single dark-eyed ancestor to lend the dark hair and eye color to an otherwise pure Nordic strain. There is a clear differentiation between the original Nordic, the Alpine, and the Mediterranean strains, but where physical characters and characteristics are partly combined in a mosaic and to a less degree are blended, it requires long experience to judge which strain dominates. With a race having these predispositions extending back to the very beginnings of European history, there is no hesitation or even waiting for conscription, and the sad thought was continually in my mind in California, in Oregon, and in Plattsburgh, that again this race was passing, that this war will take a very heavy toll of the strain of Anglo-Saxon life, which has played so large a part in American history. War is, in the highest sense, dysgenic rather than eugenic. It is destructive of the best strains, spiritually, morally, and physically. For the world's future, the destruction of wealth is a small matter compared with the destruction of the best human strains, for wealth can be renewed while these strains of the real human aristocracy, once lost, are lost forever. In the new world that we are working and fighting for, the world of liberty, of justice, and of humanity, we shall save democracy only when democracy discovers its own aristocracy, as in the days when our republic was founded. December 1917. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction. The following pages are devoted to an attempt to elucidate the meaning of history in terms of race, that is, by the physical and psychical characters of the inhabitants of Europe, instead of by their political grouping or by their spoken language. Practically all historians, while using the word race, have relied on tribal or national names as its sole definition. The ancients, like the moderns, in determining ethnical origin, did not look beyond a man's name, language, or country, and the actual information furnished by classic literature on the subject of physical characters is limited to a few scattered and often obscure remarks. Modern anthropology has demonstrated that racial lines are not only absolutely independent of both national and linguistic groupings, but that in many cases these racial lines cut through them at sharp angles and correspond closely with the divisions of social cleavage. The great lesson of the science of race is the immutability of somatological or bodily characters, with which is closely associated the immutability of psychical predispositions and impulses. This continuity of inheritance has a most important bearing on the theory of democracy, and still more upon that of socialism, for it naturally tends to reduce the relative importance of environment. Those engaged in social uplift and in revolutionary movements are therefore usually very intolerant of the limitations imposed by heredity. Discussion of these limitations is also most offensive to the advocates of the obliteration, under the guise of internationalism, of all existing distinctions based on nationality, language, race, religion, and class. Those individuals who have neither country nor flag nor language nor class, nor even surnames of their own, and who can only acquire them by gift or assumption, very naturally decry and sneer at the value of these attributes of the higher types. Democratic theories of government in their modern form are based on dogmas of equality formulated some 150 years ago, and rest upon the assumption that environment and not heredity is the controlling factor in human development. Philanthropy and noble purpose dictated the doctrine expressed in the Declaration of Independence, the document which today constitutes the actual basis of American institutions. The men who wrote the words, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal," were themselves the owners of slaves, and despised Indians as something less than human. Equality in their minds meant merely that they were just as good Englishmen as their brothers across the sea. The words that all men are created equal have since been subtly falsified by adding the word free, although no such expression is found in the original document, and the teachings based on these altered words in the American public schools of today would startle and amaze the men who formulated the Declaration. It would be necessary for the reader to divest his mind of all preconceptions as to race, since modern anthropology, when applied to history, involves an entire change of definition. We must first of all realize that race, pure and simple, the physical and psychical structure of man, is something entirely distinct from either nationality or language. Furthermore, race lies at the base of all the manifestation of modern society, just as it has done throughout the unrecorded eons of the past, and the laws of nature operate with the same relentless and unchanging force in human affairs as in the phenomena of inanimate nature. The antiquity of existing European populations, viewed in the light thrown upon their origins by the discoveries of the last few decades, enables us to carry back history and prehistory into periods so remote that the classic world is but of yesterday. The living peoples of Europe consist of layer upon layer of diverse racial elements in varying proportions, and historians and anthropologists, while studying these populations, have been concerned chiefly with the recent strata and have neglected the more ancient and submerged types. Aboriginal populations from time immemorial have been again and again swamped under floods of newcomers and have disappeared for a time from historic view. In the course of centuries, however, these primitive elements have slowly reasserted their physical type and have gradually bred out their conquerors, so that the racial history of Europe has been in the past and is today a story of the repression and resurgence of ancient races. Invasions of new races have ordinarily arrived in successive waves, the earlier ones being quickly absorbed by the conquered, while the later arrivals usually maintain longer the purity of their type. Consequently, the more recent elements are found in a less mixed state than the older, and the more primitive strata of the population always contain physical traits derived from still more ancient predecessors. Man has inhabited Europe in some form or other for hundreds of thousands of years, and during all this lapse of time the population has been as dense as the food supply permitted. Tribes in the hunting stage are necessarily of small size, no matter how abundant the game, and in the Paleolithic period man probably existed only in specially favorable localities and in relatively small communities. In the Neolithic and Bronze periods, domesticated animals and the knowledge of agriculture, although of primitive character, afforded an enlarged food supply, and the population, in consequence, greatly increased. The lake dwellers of the Neolithic were, for example, relatively numerous. With the clearing of the forests and the draining of the swamps during the Middle Ages, and above all with the industrial expansion of the last century, the population multiplied with great rapidity. We can, of course, form little or no estimate of the numbers of the Paleolithic population of Europe, and not much more of those of Neolithic times, but even the latter must have been very small in comparison with the census of today. Some conception of the growth of population in recent times may be based on the increase in England. It has been computed that Saxon England at the time of the conquest contained about 1,500,000 inhabitants. At the time of Queen Elizabeth, the population was about 4. While in 1911 the census gave for the same area some 35 million. The immense range of the subject of race in connection with history from its nebulous dawn and the limitations of space require that generalizations must often be stated without mention of exceptions. These sweeping statements may even appear to be too bold, but they rest, to the best of the writer's belief, upon solid foundations of facts, or else are legitimate conclusions from evidence now in hand. In a science as recent as modern anthropology, new facts are constantly revealed and require the modification of existing hypotheses. The more the subject is studied, the more provisional even the best sustained theory appears, but modern research opens a vista of vast interest and significance to man, now that we have discarded the shackles of former false viewpoints and are able to discern, even though dimly, the solution of many of the problems of race. In the future, few data will inevitably expand and perhaps change our ideas, but such facts as are now in hand and the conclusions based thereupon are provisionally set forth in the following chapters and necessarily often in a dogmatic form. The statements relating to time have presented the greatest difficulty, as the authorities differ widely, but the dates have been fixed with extreme conservatism, and the writer believes that whatever changes in them are hereafter required by further investigation and study will result in pushing them back and not forward in prehistory. The dates given in the chapter on Paleolithic Man are frankly taken from the most recent authority on this subject, The Men of the Old Stone Age by Professor Henry Fairfield Osborne, and the writer desires to take this opportunity to acknowledge his great indebtedness to this source of information, as well as to Mr. M. Taylor Pine and to Mr. Charles Stewart Davison for their assistance and many helpful suggestions. The author also wishes to acknowledge his obligation to Professor William Z. Ripley's The Races of Europe, which contains a large array of anthropological measurements, maps, and type portraits, providing valuable data for the present distribution of the three primary races of Europe. The American Geographical Society and its staff, particularly Mr. Leon Dominion, have also been of great help in the preparation of the maps herein contained, and this occasion is taken by the writer to express his appreciation for their assistance. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction to the fourth revised edition. The edition of a documentary supplement to the latest revision of this book has been made in response to a persistent demand for authorities. The author has endeavored to make the references and quotations in this supplement very full and, so far as possible, interesting in themselves, as well as entirely distinct from the text, which stands substantially unchanged, and the authorities quoted are not necessarily the sources of the views herein expressed, but more often are given in support of them. The contents of the book since its first appearance have had the advantage of the criticism of virtually every anthropologist in America and in England, France, and Italy, many of whom have furnished the author with valuable corroborative material. Some of this material appears in the notes, but accessible authorities and the classical writers have been given the more prominent place. The supplement covered, as first prepared, substantially every statement in the book, but much was afterward omitted because it would seem that some things could be taken without proof. The Passing of the Great Race, in its original form, was designed by the author to rouse his fellow Americans to the overwhelming importance of race and to the folly of the melting pot theory, even at the expense of bitter controversy. This purpose has been accomplished thoroughly, and one of the most far-reaching effects of the doctrines enunciated in this volume and in the discussions that followed its publication was the decision of the Congress of the United States to adopt discriminatory and restrictive measures against the immigration of undesirable races and peoples. Another of the results has been the publication in America and Europe of a series of books and articles more or less anthropological in character, which have sustained or controverted its main theme. The new definition of race and the controlling role played by race in all the manifestations of what we call civilization are now generally accepted even by those whose political position depends upon popular favor. It was to be expected that there would be bitter opposition to those definitions of race which are based on physical and psychical characters that are immutable, rather than upon those derived from language or political allegiance that are easily altered. To admit the unchangeable differentiation of race in its modern scientific meaning is to admit inevitably the existence of superiority in one race and of inferiority in another. Such an admission we can hardly expect from those of inferior races. These inferior races and classes are prompt to recognize in such an admission the very real danger to themselves of being relegated again to their former obscurity and subordinate position in society. The favored defense of these inferior classes is an unqualified denial of the existence of fixed inherited qualities, either physical or spiritual, which cannot be obliterated or greatly modified by a change of environment. Failing of this, as they must necessarily fail, they point out the presence of mixed or intermediate types and claim that in these mixtures or blends, as they choose to call them, the higher type tends to predominate. In fact, of course, the exact opposite is the case, and it is scarcely necessary to cite the universal distrust, often contempt, that the half-breed between two sharply contrasted races inspires the world over. Belonging physically and spiritually to the lower race, but aspiring to recognition as one of the higher race, the unfortunate mongrel, in addition to a disharmonic physique, often inherits from one parent an unstable brain, which is stimulated and at times overexcited by flashes of brilliancy from the other. The result is a total lack of continuity of purpose, an intermittent intellect goaded into spasmodic outbursts of energy. Physical and psychical disharmonies are common among crosses between Indians, Negroes, and whites, but where the parents are more closely related racially, we often obtain individuals occupying the borderland between genius and insanity. The essential character of all these racial mixtures is a lack of harmony, both physical and mental, in the first few generations. Then, if the strain survives, it is by the slow reversion to one of the parent types, almost inevitably the lower. The temporary advantage of mere numbers enjoyed by the inferior classes in modern democracies can only be made permanent by the destruction of superior types, by massacre as in Russia, or by taxation as in England. In the latter country, the financial burdens of the war and the selfish interests of labor have imposed such a load of taxation upon the upper and middle classes that marriage and children are becoming increasingly burdensome. The best example of complete elimination of a dominant class is in Santo Domingo. The horrors of the Black Revolt were followed by the slow death of the culture of the white man. This history should be studied carefully because it gives in prophetic form the sequence of events that we may expect to find in Mexico and in parts of South America, where the replacement of the higher type by the resurgent native is taking place. In the countries inhabited by a population more or less racially uniform, the phenomenon of the multiplication of the inferior classes, fostered and aided by the noble but fatuous philanthropy of the well-to-do, everywhere appears. Nature's laws, when unchecked, maintain a relatively fixed ratio between the classes, which is greatly impaired in modern society by humanitarian and charitable activities. The resurgence of inferior races and classes throughout not merely Europe but the world is evident in every dispatch from Egypt, Ireland, Poland, Romania, India, and Mexico. It is called nationalism, patriotism, freedom, and other high-sounding names, but it is everywhere the phenomenon of the long-suppressed, conquered, servile classes rising against the master race. The late Peloponnesian War in the world at large, like the Civil War in America, has shattered the prestige of the white race, and it will take several generations and perhaps wars to recover its former control, if it ever does regain it. The danger is from within and not from without. Neither the black, nor the brown, nor the yellow, nor the red will conquer the white in battle. But if the valuable elements in the Nordic race mix with inferior strains or die out through race suicide, then the citadel of civilization will fall for mere lack of defenders. One of the curious effects of democracy is the unquestionable fact that there is less freedom of the press than under autocratic forms of government. It is well nigh impossible to publish in the American newspapers any reflection upon certain religions or races which are hysterically sensitive, even when mentioned by name. The underlying idea seems to be that if publication can be suppressed, the facts themselves will ultimately disappear. Abroad, conditions are fully as bad, and we have the authority of one of the most eminent anthropologists in France that the collection of anthropological measurements and data among French recruits at the outbreak of the Great War was prevented by Jewish influence, which aimed to suppress any suggestion of racial differentiation in France. In the United States also, during the war, we were unable to obtain complete measurements and data, in spite of the self-devotion of certain scientists like Doctors Davenport, Sullivan, and others. This failure was due to lack of time and equipment and not to racial influences, but in the near future we may confidently expect in this country strenuous opposition to any public discussion of race as such. The rapidly growing appreciation of the importance of race during the last few years, the study of the influence of race on nationality is shown by the after-war disputes over boundaries, the increasing complexity of our own problems between the whites and blacks, between the Americans and Japs, and between the Native Americans and the hyphenated aliens in our midst upon whom we have carelessly urged citizenship, and above all the recognition that the leaders of labor and their more zealous followers are almost all foreigners, have served to arouse Americans to a realization of the menace of the impending migration of peoples through unrestrained freedom of entry here. The days of the Civil War and the provincial sentimentalism which governed or misgoverned our public opinion are past, and this generation must completely repudiate the proud boast of our fathers that they acknowledged no distinction in race, creed, or color, or else the native American must turn the page of history and write, Finis Americae. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Race, Language, and Nationality. 1. Race and Democracy. Failure to recognize the clear distinction between race and nationality, and the still greater distinction between race and language, and the easy assumption that the one is indicative of the other, have been in the past serious impediments to an understanding of racial values. Historians and philologists have approached the subject from the viewpoint of linguistics, and as a result we are today burdened with a group of mythical races, such as the Latin, the Aryan, the Indo-Germanic, the Caucasian, and perhaps most inconsistent of all, the Celtic race. Man is an animal differing from his fellow inhabitants of the globe, not in kind, but only in degree of development, and an intelligent study of the human species must be preceded by an extended knowledge of other mammals, especially the primates. Instead of such essential training, anthropologists often seek to qualify by research in linguistics, religion, or marriage customs, or in designs of pottery or blanket weaving, all of which relate to ethnology alone. As a result, the influence of environment is often overestimated and overstated at the expense of heredity. The question of race has been further complicated by the effort of old-fashioned theologians to cramp all mankind into the scant 6,000 years of Hebrew chronology, as expounded by Archbishop Usher. Religious teachers have also maintained the proposition not only that man is something fundamentally distinct from other living creatures, but that there are no inherited differences in humanity that cannot be obliterated by education and environment. It is therefore necessary at the outset for the reader to appreciate thoroughly that race, language, and nationality are three separate and distinct things, and that in Europe these three elements are found only occasionally persisting in combination, as in the Scandinavian nations. To realize the transitory nature of political boundaries, one has but to consider the changes which have occurred during the past century, and as to language, here in America we hear daily the English language spoken by many men who possess not one drop of English blood, and who a few years since knew not one word of Saxon speech. As a result of certain religious and social doctrines now happily becoming obsolete, race consciousness has been greatly impaired among civilized nations. But in the beginning all differences of class, of caste, and of color marked actual lines of race cleavage. In many countries, the existing classes represent races that were once distinct. In the city of New York and elsewhere in the United States, there is a Native American aristocracy resting upon layer after layer of immigrants of lower races, and these Native Americans, while of course disclaiming the distinction of a patrician class and lacking in class consciousness and class dignity, have nevertheless up to this time supplied the leaders in thought and in the control of capital, as well as of education and of the religious ideals and altruistic bias of the community. In the democratic forms of government, the operation of universal suffrage tends toward the selection of the average man for public office, rather than the man qualified by birth, education, and integrity. How this scheme of administration will ultimately work out remains to be seen, but from a racial point of view, it will inevitably increase the preponderance of the lower types and cause a corresponding loss of efficiency in the community as a whole. The tendency in a democracy is toward a standardization of type and a diminution of the influence of genius. A majority must of necessity be inferior to a picked minority, and it always resents specializations in which it cannot share. In the French Revolution, the majority, calling itself the people, deliberately endeavored to destroy the higher type, and something of the same sort was in a measure done after the American Revolution by the expulsion of the Loyalists and the confiscation of their lands, with a resultant loss to the growing nation of good race strains, which were in the next century replaced by immigrants of far lower type. In America we have nearly succeeded in destroying the privilege of birth, that is, the intellectual and moral advantage of man of good stock brings into the world with him. We are now engaged in destroying the privilege of wealth, that is, the reward of successful intelligence and industry, and in some quarters there is developing a tendency to attack the privilege of intellect and to deprive a man of the advantage gained from an early and thorough classical education. Simplified spelling is a step in this direction. Ignorance of English grammar or classic learning must not forsooth be held up as a reproach to the political or social aspirant. Mankind emerged from savagery and barbarism under the leadership of selected individuals whose personal prowess, capacity, or wisdom gave them the right to lead and the power to compel obedience. Such leaders have always been a minute fraction of the whole, but as long as the tradition of their predominance persisted, they were able to use the brute strength of the unthinking herd as part of their own force, and were able to direct at will the blind dynamic impulse of the slaves, peasants, or lower classes. Such a despot had an enormous power at his disposal, which, if he were benevolent or even intelligent, could be used, and most frequently was used, for the general uplift of the race. Even those rulers who most abused this power put down with merciless rigor the anti-social elements, such as pirates, brigands, or anarchists, which impair the progress of a community as disease or wounds cripple an individual. True aristocracy, or a true republic, is government by the wisest and best, always a small minority in any population. Human society is like a serpent dragging its long body on the ground, but with the head always thrust a little in advance and a little elevated above the earth. The serpent's tail in human society, represented by the anti-social forces, was in the past dragged by sheer strength along the path of progress. Such has been the organization of mankind from the beginning, and such it still is in older communities than ours. What progress humanity can make under the control of universal suffrage or the rule of the average may find a further analogy in the habits of certain snakes, which wiggle sideways and disregard the head with its brains and eyes. Such serpents, however, are not noted for their ability to make rapid progress. A true republic, the function of which is administration in the interests of the whole community, in contrast to a pure democracy, which in last analysis is the rule of the demos, or a majority in its own interests, should be, and often is, the medium of selection for the technical task of government of those best qualified by antecedents, character, and education, in short, of experts. To use another simile, in an aristocratic, as distinguished from a plutocratic or democratic organization, the intellectual and talented classes form the point of the lance, while the massive shaft represents the body of the population and adds by its bulk and weight to the penetrative impact of the tip. In a democratic system, this concentrated force is dispersed throughout the mass. It supplies, to be sure, a certain amount of leaven, but in the long run the force and genius of the small minority is dissipated and its sufficiency lost. Vox populi, so far from being vox Dei, thus becomes an unending wail for rights and never a chant of duty. Where a conquering race is imposed on another race, the institution of slavery often arises to compel the servient race to work and to introduce it forcibly to a higher form of civilization. As soon as men can be induced to labor to supply their own needs, slavery becomes wasteful and tends to vanish. From a material point of view, slaves are often more fortunate than free men when treated with reasonable humanity, and when their elemental wants of food, clothing, and shelter are supplied. The Indians around the fur posts in northern Canada were formerly the virtual bond slaves of the Hudson Bay Company, each Indian and his squaw and papoose being adequately supplied with simple food and equipment. He was protected as well against the white man's rum as the red man's scalping parties, and in return gave the company all his peltries, the whole product of his year's work. From an Indian's point of view, this was nearly an ideal condition, but was to all intents serfdom or slavery. When through the opening up of the country the continuance of such an archaic system became an impossibility, the Indian sold his furs to the highest bidder, received a large price in cash, and then wasted the proceeds in trinkets instead of blankets and in rum instead of flour, with the result that he is now gloriously free, but is on the high road to becoming a diseased outcast. In this case of the Hudson Bay Indian, the advantages of the upward step from serfdom to freedom are not altogether clear. A very similar condition of vassalage existed until recently among the peons of Mexico, but without the compensation of the control of an intelligent and provident ruling class. In the same way, serfdom in medieval Europe apparently was a device through which the landowners repressed the nomadic instinct in their tenantry, which became marked when the fertility of the land declined after the dissolution of the Roman Empire. Years are required to bring land to its highest productivity, and agriculture cannot be successfully practiced even in well-watered and fertile districts by farmers who continually drift from one locality to another. The serf or villein was therefore tied by law to the land and could not leave except with his master's consent. As soon as the nomadic instinct was eliminated, serfdom vanished. One has but to read the severe laws against vagrancy in England just before the Reformation to realize how widespread and serious was this nomadic instinct. Here in America we have not yet forgotten the wandering instincts of our Western pioneers, which in that case proved beneficial to everyone except the migrants. While democracy is fatal to progress when two races of unequal value live side by side, an aristocracy may be equally injurious whenever, in order to purchase a few generations of ease and luxury, slaves or immigrants are imported to do the heavy work. It was a form of aristocracy that brought slaves to the American colonies and the West Indies, and if there had been an aristocratic form of governmental control in California, Chinese coolies and Japanese laborers would now form the controlling element so far as numbers are concerned on the Pacific coast. It was the upper classes who encouraged the introduction of immigrant labor to work American factories and mines, and it is the native American gentleman who builds a palace on the countryside and who introduces as servants all manner of foreigners who into purely American districts. The farming and artisan classes of America did not take alarm until it was too late, and they are now seriously threatened with extermination in many parts of the country. In Rome also it was the plebeian who first went under in the competition with slaves, but the patrician followed in his turn a few generations later. The West Indian sugar planters flourished in the 18th century and produced some strong men. Today, from the same causes, they have vanished from the scene. During the last century, the New England manufacturer imported the Irish and French Canadians, and the resultant fall in the New England birth rate at once became ominous. The refusal of the native American to work with his hands when he can hire or import serfs to do manual labor for him is the prelude to his extinction, and the immigrant laborers are now breeding out their masters and killing by filth and by crowding as effectively as by the sword. Thus the American sold his birthright in a continent to solve a labor problem. Instead of retaining political control and making citizenship an honorable and valued privilege, he entrusted the government of his country and the maintenance of his ideals to races who have never yet succeeded in governing themselves, much less anyone else. Associated with this advance of democracy and the transfer of power from the higher to the lower races, from the intellectual to the plebeian class, we find the spread of socialism and the recrudescence of obsolete religious forms. Although these phenomena appear to be contradictory, they are in reality closely related, since both represent reactions from the intense individualism which a century ago was eminently characteristic of Americans. End of Section 5. Section 6 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2. The physical basis of race. In the modern and scientific study of race, we have long since discarded the Adamic theory that man is descended from a single pair created a few thousand years ago in a mythical Garden of Eden somewhere in Asia, to spread later over the earth in successive waves. It is a fact, however, that Asia was the chief area of evolution and differentiation of man, and that the various groups had their main development there and not on the peninsula we call Europe. Many of the races of Europe, both living and extinct, did come from the east through Asia Minor or by way of the African littoral, but most of the direct ancestors of existing populations have inhabited Europe for many thousands of years. During that time, numerous races of men have passed over the scene. Some undoubtedly have utterly vanished, and some have left their blood behind them in the Europeans of today. We now know, since the elaboration of the Mendelian laws of inheritance, that certain bodily characters such as skull shape, stature, eye color, hair color, and nose form, some of which are so-called unit characters, are transmitted in accordance with fixed laws, and further, that various characters which are normally correlated or linked together in pure races may, after a prolonged admixture of races, pass down separately and form what is known as disharmonic combinations. Such disharmonic combinations are, for example, a tall brunette or short blonde, blue eyes associated with brunette hair, or brown eyes with blonde hair. The process of intermixture of characters has gone far in existing populations, and through the ease of modern methods of transportation, this process is going much further in Europe and in America. The results of such mixture are not blends or intermediate types, but rather mosaics of contrasted characters. Such blends, if any, as ultimately occur, are too remote to concern us here. The crossing of an individual of pure brunette race with an individual of pure blonde race produces in the first generation offspring which are distinctly dark. In subsequent generations, brunettes and blondes appear in various proportions, but the former tend to be much the more numerous. The blonde is consequently said to be recessive to the brunette because it recedes from view in the first generation. This, or any similar recessive or suppressed trait, is not lost to the germ plasm, but reappears in later generations of the hybridized stock. A similar rule prevails with other physical characters. In defining race in Europe, it is necessary not only to consider pure groups or pure types, but also the distribution of characters belonging to each particular subspecies of man found there. The interbreeding of these populations has progressed to such an extent that in many cases such an analysis of physical characters is necessary to reconstruct the elements which have entered into their ethnic composition. To rely on averages alone leads to misunderstanding and to disregard of the relative proportion of pure as contrasted with mixed types. Sometimes we find a character appearing here and there as the sole remnant of a once numerous race. For example, the rare appearance in European populations of a skull of the Neanderthal type, a race widely spread over Europe 40,000 years ago, or of the Cro-Magnon type, the predominant race 16,000 years ago. Before the fossil remains of the Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon races were studied and understood, such reversional specimens were considered pathological instead of being recognized as the reappearance of an ancient and submerged type. These physical characters are to all intents and purposes immutable, and they do not change during the lifetime of a language or an empire. The skull shape of the Egyptian fellahin in the unchanging environment of the Nile Valley is absolutely identical in measurements, proportions, and capacity with skulls found in the pre-dynastic tombs dating back more than 6,000 years. There exists today a widespread and fatuous belief in the power of environment as well as of education and opportunity to alter heredity, which arises from the dogma of the brotherhood of man, derived in its turn from the loose thinkers of the French Revolution and their American mimics. Such beliefs have done much damage in the past, and if allowed to go uncontradicted, may do even more serious damage in the future. Thus the view that the Negro slave was an unfortunate cousin of the white man, deeply tanned by the tropic sun and denied the blessings of Christianity and civilization, played no small part with the sentimentalists of the Civil War period, and it has taken us 50 years to learn that speaking English, wearing good clothes, and going to school and to church do not transform a Negro into a white man. Nor was a Syrian or Egyptian freedman transformed into a Roman by wearing a toga and applauding his favorite gladiator in the amphitheater. Americans will have a similar experience with the Polish Jew, whose dwarf stature, peculiar mentality, and ruthless concentration on self-interest are being engrafted upon the stock of the nation. Recent attempts have been made in the interest of inferior races among our immigrants to show that the shape of the skull does change, not merely in a century, but in a single generation. In 1910, the report of the anthropological expert of the Congressional Immigration Commission gravely declared that a round-skulled Jew on his way across the Atlantic might and did have a round-skulled child, but a few years later, in response to the subtle elixir of American institutions as exemplified in an East Side tenement, might and did have a child whose skull was appreciably longer, and that a long skull South Italian breeding freely would have precisely the same experience in the reverse direction. In other words, the melting pot was acting instantly under the influence of a changed environment. What the melting pot actually does in practice can be seen in Mexico, where the absorption of the blood of the original Spanish conquerors by the native Indian population has produced the racial mixture which we call Mexican, and which is now engaged in demonstrating its incapacity for self-government. The world has seen many such mixtures, and the character of a mongrel race is only just beginning to be understood at its true value. It must be borne in mind that the specializations which characterize the higher races are of relatively recent development, are highly unstable, and when mixed with generalized or primitive characters tend to disappear. Whether we like to admit it or not, the result of the mixture of two races in the long run gives us a race reverting to the more ancient, generalized, and lower type. The cross between a white man and an Indian is an Indian. The cross between a white man and a Negro is a Negro. The cross between a white man and a Hindu is a Hindu. And the cross between any of the three European races and a Jew is a Jew. In the crossing of the blonde and brunette elements of a population, the more deeply rooted and ancient dark traits are prepotent or dominant. This is matter of everyday observation, and the working of this law of nature is not influenced or affected by democratic institutions or by religious beliefs. Nature cares not for the individual, nor how he may be modified by environment. She is concerned only with the perpetuation of the species or type, and heredity alone is the medium through which she acts. As measured in terms of centuries, these characters are fixed and rigid, and the only benefit to be derived from a changed environment and better food conditions is the opportunity afforded a race which has lived under adverse conditions to achieve its maximum development, but the limits of that development are fixed for it by heredity and not by environment. In dealing with European populations, the best method of determining race has been found to lie in a comparison of proportions of the skull, the so-called cephalic index. This is the ratio of maximum width, taken at the widest part of the skull above the ears, to maximum length. Skulls with an index of 75 or less, that is, those with a width that is 3/4 of the length or less, are considered dolichocephalic or long skulls. Skulls of an index of 80 or over are round or brachycephalic skulls. Intermediate indices between 75 and 80 are considered mesocephalic. These are cranial indices. To allow for the flesh on living specimens, about 2% is to be added to this index, and the result is the cephalic index. In the following pages, only long and round skulls are considered, and the intermediate forms are assigned to the dolichocephalic group. This cephalic index, though an extremely important, if not the controlling character, is nevertheless but a single character, and must be checked up with other somatological traits. Normally, a long skull is associated with a long face and a round skull with a round face. The use of this test, the cephalic index, enables us to divide the great bulk of the European populations into three distinct subspecies of man, one northern and one southern, both dolichocephalic, or characterized by a long skull, and a central subspecies which is brachycephalic, or characterized by a round skull. The first is the Nordic or Baltic subspecies. This race is long-skulled, very tall, fair-skinned, with blonde or brown hair and light-colored eyes. The Nordics inhabit the countries around the North and Baltic seas and include not only the great Scandinavian and Teutonic groups, but also other early peoples who first appear in southern Europe and in Asia as representatives of Aryan language and culture. The second is the dark Mediterranean or Iberian subspecies, occupying the shores of the inland sea and extending along the Atlantic coast until it reaches the Nordic species. It also spreads far east into southern Asia. It is long-skulled like the Nordic race, but the absolute size of the skull is less. The eyes and hair are very dark or black, and the skin more or less swarthy. The stature is distinctly less than that of the Nordic race, and the musculature and bony framework weak. The third is the Alpine subspecies, occupying all Central and Eastern Europe and extending through Asia Minor to the Hindu Kush and the Pamirs. The Armenoids constitute an Alpine subdivision and may possibly represent the ancestral type of this race, which remained in the mountains and high plateau of Anatolia and Western Asia. The Alpines are round-skulled, of medium height, and sturdy build both as to skeleton and muscles. The coloration of both hair and eyes was originally very dark, and still tends strongly in that direction, but many light-colored eyes, especially gray, are now common among the Alpine populations of Western Europe. While the inhabitants of Europe betray, as a whole, their mixed origin, nevertheless individuals of each of the three main subspecies are found in large numbers and in great purity, as well as sparse remnants of still more ancient races, represented by small groups or by individuals and even by single characters. These three main groups have bodily characters which constitute them distinct subspecies. Each group is a large one and includes several well-marked varieties, which differ even more widely in cultural development than in physical divergence, so that when the Mediterranean of England is compared with the Hindu or the Alpine Savoyard with the remaining or Turcoman, a wide gulf is found. In zoology, related species, when grouped together, constitute subgenera and genera, and the term species implies the existence of a certain definite amount of divergence from the most closely related type, but race does not require a similar amount of difference. In man, where all groups are more or less fertile when crossed, so many intermediate or mixed types occur that the word species has at the present day too extended a meaning. For the sake of clearness, the word race and not the word species or subspecies will be used in the following chapters as far as possible. The old idea that fertility or infertility of races of animals was the measure of species is now abandoned. One of the greatest difficulties in classifying man is his perverse predisposition to mismate. This is a matter of daily observation, especially among the women of the better classes, probably because of their wider range of choice. There must have existed many subspecies and species, if not genera, of men since the Pliocene, and new discoveries of their remains may be expected at any time and in any part of the eastern hemisphere. The cephalic index is of less value in the classification of Asiatic populations, but the distribution of round and long skulls is similar to that in Europe. The vast central plateau of that continent is inhabited by round skulls. In fact, Tibet and the western Himalayas were probably the center of radiation of all the round skulls of the world. In India and Persia, south of this central area, occurs a long skull race related to Mediterranean man in Europe. Both skull types occur much intermixed among the American Indians, and the cephalic index is of little value in classifying the Amerinds. No satisfactory explanation of the variability of the skull shape in the Western Hemisphere has as yet been found, but the total range of variation of physical characters among them, from northern Canada to southern Patagonia, is less than the range of such variation from Normandy to Provence in France. In Africa, the cephalic index is also of small classification value because all of the populations are characterized by a long skull. The distinction between a long skull and a round skull in mankind probably goes back at least to early Paleolithic times, if not to a period still more remote. It is of such great antiquity that when new species or races appear in Europe at the close of the Paleolithic, between 10,000 and 7,000 years BC, the skull characters among them are as clearly defined as they are today. The fact that two distinct species of mankind have long skulls, as have the North European and the African Negro, is no necessary indication of relationship, and in that instance is merely a case of parallel specialization. But the fact, however, that the Swede has a long skull and the Savoyard a round skull does prove them to be racially distinct. The claim that the Nordic race is a mere variation of the Mediterranean race, and that the latter is in turn derived from the Ethiopian Negro, rests upon a mistaken idea that a dolichocephaly in common must mean identity of origin, as well as upon a failure to take into consideration many somatological characters of almost equal value with the cephalic index. Indeed, the cephalic index, being merely a ratio, may be identical for skulls differing in every other proportion and detail, as well as in absolute size and capacity. Eye color is of very great importance in race determination because all blue, gray, or green eyes in the world today came originally from the same source, namely the Nordic race of northern Europe. This light-colored eye has appeared nowhere else on earth, is a specialization of this subspecies of man only, and consequently is of extreme value in the classification of European races. Dark-colored eyes are all but universal among wild mammals, and entirely so among the primates, man's nearest relatives. It may be taken as an absolute certainty that all the original races of man had dark eyes. One subspecies of man, and one alone, specialized in light-colored eyes. This same subspecies also evolved light brown or blonde hair, a character far less deeply rooted than eye color, as blonde children tend to grow darker with advancing years, and populations partly of Nordic extraction, such as those of the Lombardy, upon admixture with darker races, lose their blonde hair more readily than their light-colored eyes. In short, light-colored eyes are far more common than light-colored hair. In crosses between Alpines and Nordics, the Alpine stature and the Nordic eye appear to prevail. Light color in eyes is largely due to a greater or less absence of pigment, but it is not associated with weak eyesight, as in the case of albinos. In fact, among marksmen, it has been noted that nearly all the great rifle shots in England or America have had light-colored eyes. Blonde hair also comes everywhere from the Nordic subspecies and from nowhere else. Whenever we find blondness among the darker races of the earth, we may be sure some Nordic wanderer has passed that way. When individuals of perfect blonde type occur, as sometimes in Greek islands, we may suspect a recent visitor of sailors from a passing ship. But when only single characters remain spread thinly but widely over considerable areas, like the blondness of the Atlas Berbers or of the Albanian mountaineers, we must search in the dim past for the origin of these blurred traits of early invaders. The range of blonde hair color in pure Nordic peoples runs from flaxen and red to shades of chestnut and brown. The darker shades may indicate crossing in some cases, but absolutely black hair certainly does mean an ancestral cross with a dark race, in England with the Mediterranean race. It must be clearly understood that blondness of hair and of eye is not a final test of Nordic race. The Nordics include all the blondes, and also those of darker hair or eye, when possessed of a preponderance of other Nordic characters. In this sense, the word blonde means those lighter shades of hair or eye color, in contrast to the very dark or black shades which are termed brunette. The meaning of blonde, as now used, is therefore not limited to the lighter or flaxen shades, as in colloquial speech. In England, among Nordic populations, there are large numbers of individuals with hazel-brown eyes, joined with the light brown or chestnut hair, which is the typical hair shade of the English and Americans. This combination is also common in Holland and Westphalia, and is frequently associated with a very fair skin. These men are all of blonde aspect and constitution, and consequently are to be classed as members of the Nordic race. In Nordic populations, the women are, in general, lighter haired than the men, a fact which points to a blonde past and a darker future for those populations. Women in all human races, as the females among all mammals, tend to exhibit the older, more generalized and primitive traits of the past of the race. The male in his individual development indicates the direction in which the race is tending under the influence of variation and selection. It is interesting to note, in connection with the more primitive physique of the female, that in the spiritual sphere also women retain the ancient and intuitive knowledge that the great mass of mankind is not free and equal, but bond and unequal. The color of the skin is a character of importance, but one that is exceedingly hard to measure, as the range of variation in Europe between skins of extreme fairness and those that are exceedingly swarthy is almost complete. The Nordic race in its purity has an absolutely fair skin, and is consequently the white man par excellence. Many members of the Nordic race, otherwise apparently pure, have skins as well as hair more or less dark, so that the determinative value of this character is uncertain. There can be no doubt that the quality of the skin, and the extreme range of its variation in color from black, brown, red, yellow to ivory white, are excellent measures of the specific or subgeneric distinctions between the larger groups of mankind, but in dealing with European populations it is sometimes difficult to correlate the shades of fairness with other physical characters. In general, hair color and skin color are linked together, but it often happens that an individual with all other Nordic characters in great purity has a skin of an olive or dark tint. Even more frequently, we find individuals with absolutely pure brunette traits in possession of a skin of almost ivory whiteness and of great clarity. This last combination is very frequent among the brunettes of the British Isles. That these are to some extent disharmonic combinations we may be certain, but beyond that our knowledge does not lead. Women, however, of fair skin have always been the objects of keen envy by those of the sex whose skins are black, yellow, or red. Stature is another character of greater value than skin color, and perhaps than hair color, and is one of much importance in European classification, for on that continent we have the most extreme variations of human height. Exceedingly adverse economic conditions may inhibit a race from attaining a full measure of its growth, and to this extent environment plays its part in determining stature, but fundamentally it is race, always race, that sets the limit. The tall Scot and the dwarfed Sardinian owe their respective sizes to race and not to oatmeal or olive oil. It is probable, however, that the fact that the stature of the Irish is on the average shorter than that of the Scotch is due partly to economic conditions and partly to the depressive effect of a considerable population of primitive short stock. The Mediterranean race is everywhere marked by a relatively short stature, sometimes greatly depressed, as in South Italy and in Sardinia, and also by a comparatively light, bony framework and feeble muscular development. The Alpine race is taller than the Mediterranean, although shorter than the Nordic, and is characterized by a stocky and sturdy build. The Alpines rarely, if ever, show the long necks and graceful figures so often found in the other two races. The Nordic race is nearly everywhere distinguished by great stature. Almost the tallest stature in the world is found among the pure Nordic populations of the Scottish and English borders, while the native British of pre-Nordic brunette blood are for the most part relatively short. No one can question the race value of stature who observes on the streets of London the contrast between the Piccadilly gentleman of Nordic race and the Cockney costermonger of the old Neolithic type. In some cases where these three European races have become mixed, stature seems to be one of the first Nordic characters to vanish. But wherever in Europe we find great stature in a population otherwise lacking in Nordic characters, we may suspect a Nordic crossing, as in the case of a large proportion of the inhabitants of Burgundy, of the Tyrol, and the Dalmatian Alps south to Albania. These four characters, skull shape, eye color, hair color, and stature, are sufficient to enable us to differentiate clearly between the three main subspecies of Europe. But if we wish to discuss the minor variations in each race and mixtures between them, we must go much further and take up other proportions of the skull than the cephalic index, as well as the shape and position of the eyes, the proportions and shape of the jaws, the chin, and other features. The nose is an exceedingly important character. The original human nose was, of course, broad and bridgeless. This trait is shown clearly in newborn infants who recapitulate in their development the various stages of the evolution of the human genus. A bridgeless nose with wide flaring nostrils is a very primitive character and is still retained by some of the larger divisions of mankind throughout the world. It appears occasionally in white populations of European origin, but is everywhere a very ancient, generalized, and low character. The high bridge and long narrow nose, the so-called Roman, Norman, or aquiline nose, is characteristic of the most highly specialized races of mankind. While an apparently unimportant character, this feature is one of the very best clues to racial origin, and in the details of its form, and especially in the lateral shape of the nostrils, is a race determinant of the greatest value. The lips, whether thin or fleshy, or whether clean-cut or everted, are raced characters. Thick, protruding, everted lips are very ancient traits and are characteristic of many primitive races. A high instep also has long been esteemed an indication of patrician type, while the flat foot is often the test of lowly origin. The absence or abundance of hair and beard, and the relative absence or abundance of body hair, are characters of no little value in classification. Abundant body hair is to a large extent peculiar to populations of the very highest as well as the very lowest species, being characteristic of the North European as well as of the Australian savages. It merely means the retention in both these groups of a very early and primitive trait which has been lost by the Negroes, Mongols, and Amarans. The Nordic and Alpine races are far better equipped with head and body hair than the Mediterranean, which is throughout its range a glabrous or relatively naked race, but among the Nordics the extreme blonde types are less equipped with body hair or down than are darker members of the race. A contrast in color between head hair and beard, the latter always being lighter than the former, may be one of the results of an ancient crossing of races. The so-called red-haired branch of the Nordic race has special characters in addition to red hair, such as a greenish cast of eye, a skin of delicate texture and tending either to great clarity or to freckles, and certain peculiar temperamental traits. This was probably a variety closely related to the blondes, and it first appears in history in association with them. While the three main European races are the subject of this book, and while it is not the intention of the author to deal with the other human types, it is desirable in connection with the discussions of this character here to state that the three European subspecies are subdivisions of one of the primary groups or species of the genus Homo, which taken together we may call the Caucasian for lack of a better name. The existing classification of man must be radically revised, as the difference between the most divergent human types are far greater than are usually deemed sufficient to constitute separate species and even subgenera in the animal kingdom at large. Outside of the three European subspecies, the greater portion of the genus Homo can be roughly divided into the Negroes and Negroids and the Mongols and Mongoloids. The former apparently originated in South Asia and entered Africa by way of the northeastern corner of that continent. Africa, south of the Sahara, is now the chief home of this race, though remnants of Negroid aborigines are found throughout the South Asia from India to the Philippines, while the very distinct black Melanesians and the Australoids lie farther to the east and south. The Mongoloids include the round-skulled Mongols and their derivatives, the Amarans, or American Indians. This group is essentially Asiatic and occupies the center and the eastern half of that continent. A description of these Negroes and Mongoloids and their derivatives, as well as of certain aberrant species of man, lies outside the scope of this work. In the structure of the head hair of all races of mankind, we find a regular progression from extreme kinkiness to lanky straightness, and this straightness or curliness depends on the shape of the cross-section of the hair itself. This cross-section has three distinct forms corresponding with the most extreme divergences among human species. The cross-section of the hair of the Negroes is a flat ellipse, with the result that they all have kinky hair. This kinkiness of the Negro's hair is also due somewhat to the acute angle at which the hair is set into the skin, and the peppercorn form of hair probably represents an extreme specialization. The cross-section of the hair of the Mongols and their derivatives, the Amerinds, is a complete circle, and their hair is perfectly straight and lank. The cross-section of the hair of the so-called Caucasians, including the Mediterranean, Alpine, and Nordic subspecies, is an oval ellipse, and consequently is intermediate between the cross-sections of the Negroes and Mongoloids. Hair of this structure is wavy or curly, never either kinky or absolutely straight, and is characteristic of all the European populations almost without exception. Of these three hair types, the straighter forms most closely represent the earliest human form of hair. We have confined the discussion to the most important characters, but there are many other valuable aids to classification to be found in the proportions of the body and the relative length of the limbs. In this latter respect, it is a matter of common knowledge that there occur two distinct types, the one long-legged and short-bodied, the other long-bodied and short-legged. Without going into further physical details, it is probable that all relative proportions in the body, the features, the skeleton, and the skull, which are fixed and constant and lie outside of the range of individual variation, represent dim inheritances from the past. Every generation of human beings carries the blood of thousands of ancestors, stretching back through thousands of years, superimposed upon a pre-human inheritance of still greater antiquity, and the face and body of every living man offer an intricate mass of hieroglyphs that science will someday learn to read and interpret. Only the foregoing main characters will be used as the basis for determining race, and attention will be called later to such temperamental and spiritual traits as seem to be associated with distinct physical types. We shall discuss only European populations, and as said, shall not deal with exotic and alien races scattered among them, nor with those quarters of the globe where the races of man are such that other physical characters must be called upon to provide clear definitions. A fascinating subject would open up if we were to dwell upon the effect of racial combinations and disharmonies, as for instance where the mixed Nordic and Alpine populations of Lombardy usually retain the skull shape, hair color, and stature of the Alpine race with the light eye color of the Nordic race, or where the mountain populations along the east coast of the Adriatic from the Tyrol to Albania have the stature of the Nordic race and an Alpine skull and coloration. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. Race and Habitat. The laws which govern the distribution of the various races of man and their evolution through selection are substantially the same as those controlling the evolution and distribution of the larger mammals. Man, however, with his superior mentality, has freed himself from many of the conditions which impose restraint upon the expansion of animals. In his case, selection through disease and social and economic competition has largely replaced selection through adjustment to the limitations of food supply. Man is the most cosmopolitan of animals, and in one form or another thrives in the tropics and in the Arctics, at sea level and on high plateau, in the desert and in the reeking forests of the equator. Nevertheless, the various races of Europe have each a certain natural habitat in which it achieves its highest development. The Nordic habitat. The Nordics appear in their present center of distribution, the basin of the Baltic, at the close of the Paleolithic, as soon as the retreating glaciers left habitable land. This race was probably at that time in possession of its fundamental characters, and its extension from the plains of Russia to Scandinavia was not in the nature of a radical change of environment. The race, in consequence, as now always has been and probably always will be, adjusted to certain environmental conditions, chief of which is protection from a tropical sun, the actinic rays of the sun at the same latitude are uniform in strength the world over, and continuous sunlight affects adversely the delicate nervous organization of the Nordics. The fogs and long winter nights of the north serve as a protection from too much sun and from its too direct rays. Scarcely less important is the presence of a large amount of moisture, but above all a constant variety of temperature is needed. Sharp contrasts between night and day temperature and between summer and winter are necessary to maintain the vigor of the Nordic race at a high pitch. Uniform weather, if long continued, lessens its energy. Too great extremes, as in midwinter or midsummer in parts of New England, are injurious. Limited but constant alternations of heat and cold, of moisture and dryness, of sun and clouds, of calm and cyclonic storms offer the ideal surroundings. Where the environment is too soft and luxurious, and no strife is required for survival, not only are weak strains and individuals allowed to survive and encouraged to breed, but the strong types also grow fat mentally and physically, like overfed Indians on reservations or wingless birds on oceanic islands, which have lost the power of flight as a result of prolonged protective conditions. Men of the Nordic race may not enjoy the fogs and snows of the north, the endless changes of weather, and the violent fluctuations of the thermometer, and they may seek the sunny southern isles, but under the former conditions they flourish, do their work, and raise their families. In the south they grow listless and cease to breed. In the lower classes in the southern states of America, the increasing proportion of port whites and crackers are symptoms of lack of climatic adjustment. The whites in Georgia, in the Bahamas, and above all in Barbados are excellent examples of the deleterious effects of residence outside the natural habitat of the Nordic race. The poor whites of the Cumberland Mountains in Kentucky and Tennessee present a more difficult problem, because here the altitude, even though moderate, should modify the effects of latitude, and the climate of these mountains cannot be particularly unfavorable to men of Nordic breed. There are probably other hereditary forces at work there, as yet little understood. No doubt, bad food and economic conditions, prolonged inbreeding, and the loss through emigration of the best elements have played a large part in the degeneration of these mountaineers. They represent, to a large extent, the offspring of indentured servants brought over by the rich planters in early colonial times, and their names indicate that many of them are the descendants of the old borderers along the Scotch and English frontier. The persistence with which family feuds are maintained certainly points to such an origin. The physical type is typically Nordic, for the most part pure Saxon or Anglian, and the whole mountain population show somewhat aberrant but very pronounced physical, moral, and mental characteristics which would repay scientific investigation. The problem is too complex to be disposed of by reference to the hookworm, illiteracy, or competition with Negroes. This type played a large part in the settlement of the Middle West by way of Kentucky, Tennessee, and Missouri. Thence they passed both up the Missouri River and down the Santa Fe Trail, and contributed rather more than their share of the train robbers, horse thieves, and bad men of the West. Scotland and the Bahamas are inhabited by men of precisely the same race, but the vigor of the English in the Bahamas is gone, and the beauty of their women has faded. The fact that they were not in competition with an autochthonous race better adjusted to climatic conditions has enabled them to survive, but the type could not have persisted even during the last 200 years if they had been compelled to compete on terms of equality with a native and acclimated population. Another element entering into racial degeneration on many other islands, and for that matter in many New England villages, is the loss through emigration of the more vigorous and energetic individuals, leaving behind the less sufficient to continue the race at home. In subtropical countries where the energy of the Nordics is at a low ebb, it would appear that the racial inheritance of physical strength and mental vigor was suppressed and recessive rather than destroyed. Many individuals born in unfavorable climatic surroundings, who move back to the original habitat of their race in the north, recover their full quota of energy and vigor. New York and other northern cities have many Southerners who are fully as efficient as pure Northerners. This Nordic race can exist outside of its native environment as land-owning aristocrats who are not required to do manual labor in the fields under a blazing sun. As such an aristocracy, it continues to exist under Italian skies, but as a field laborer, the man of Nordic blood cannot compete with his Alpine or Mediterranean rival. It is not to be supposed that the various Nordic tribes and armies, which for 1,000 years after the fall of Rome poured down from the Alps like the glaciers to melt in the southern sun, were composed solely of knights and gentlemen who became the landed nobility of Italy. The man in the ranks also took up his land and work in Italy, but he had to compete directly with the native under climatic conditions which were unfavorable to his race. In this competition the blue-eyed Nordic giant died, and the native survived. His officer, however, lived in the castle and directed the labor of his bondsmen without other preoccupation than the chase and war, and he long maintained his vigor. The same thing happened in our South before the Civil War. There the white man did not work in the fields or in the factory. The heavy work under the blazing sun was carried on by Negro slaves, and the planter was spared exposure to an unfavorable environment. Under these conditions he was able to retain much of his vigor. When slavery was abolished and the white man had to plow his own fields or work in the factory, deterioration began. The change in type of the men who are now sent by the Southern states to represent them in the federal government from their predecessors in antebellum times is partly due to these causes, but in greater degree it is to be attributed to the fact that a large portion of the best racial strains in the South were killed off during the Civil War. In addition, the war shattered the aristocratic traditions which formerly secured the selection of the best men as rulers. The new democratic ideals with universal suffrage and free operation among the whites result in the choice of representatives who lack the distinction and ability of the leaders of the Old South. A race may be thoroughly adjusted to a certain country at one stage of its development and be at a disadvantage when an economic change occurs, such as was experienced in England a century ago when the nation changed from an agricultural to a manufacturing community. The type of man that flourishes in the fields is not the type of man that thrives in the factory, just as the type of man required for the crew of a sailing ship is not the type useful as stokers on a modern steamer. The habitat of the Alpines and Mediterraneans. The environment of the Alpine race seems to have always been the mountainous country of Central and Eastern Europe, as well as Western Asia, but they are now spreading into the plains, notably in Poland and Russia. This type has never flourished in the deserts of Arabia or the Sahara, nor has it succeeded well in maintaining its early colonies in the northwest of Europe within the domain of the Nordic Longheads. It is, however, a sturdy and persistent stock, and, while much of it may not be over-refined or cultured, undoubtedly possesses great potentialities for future development. The Alpines in the west of Europe, especially in Switzerland and the districts immediately surrounding, have been so thoroughly Nordicized and so saturated with the culture of the adjoining nations that they stand in sharp contrast to backward Alpines of Slavic speech in the Balkans and east of Europe. The Mediterranean race, on the other hand, is clearly a southern type with eastern affinities. It is a type that did not endure in the north of Europe under former agricultural conditions, nor is it suitable to the farming districts and frontiers of America and Canada. It is adjusted to subtropical and tropical countries better than any other European type, and will flourish in our southern states and around the coasts of the Spanish Main. In France, it is well known that members of the Mediterranean race are better adapted for colonization in Algeria than are French Alpines or Nordics. This subspecies of man is notoriously intolerant of extreme cold, owing to its susceptibility to diseases of the lungs, and it shrinks from the blasts of the northern winter in which the Nordics revel. The brunette, a Mediterranean element in the Native Americans, seems to be increasing at the expense of the blonde Nordic element, generally throughout the southern states and probably also in the large cities. This type of man, however, is scarce on our frontiers. In the Northwest and in Alaska, in the days of the gold rush, it was in the mining camps a matter of comment if a man turned up with dark eyes. So universal were blue and gray eyes among the American pioneers. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4. The competition of races. Where two races occupy a country side by side, it is not correct to speak of one type as changing into the other. Even if present in equal numbers, one of the two contrasted types will have some small advantage or capacity which the other lacks toward a perfect adjustment to surroundings. Those possessing these favorable variations will flourish at the expense of their rivals, and their offspring will not only be more numerous, but will also tend to inherit such variations. In this way, one type gradually breeds the other out. In this sense, and in this sense only, do races change. Man continuously undergoes selection through the operation of the forces of social environment. Among Native Americans of the colonial period, a large family was an asset, and social pressure and economic advantage counseled both early marriage and numerous children. 200 years of continuous political expansion and material prosperity changed these conditions, and children, instead of being an asset to till the fields and guard the cattle, became an expensive liability. They now require support, education, and endowment from their parents, and a large family is regarded by some as a serious handicap in the social struggle. These conditions do not obtain at first among immigrants, and large families among the newly arrived population are still the rule, precisely as they were in colonial America, and are today in French Canada, where backwoods conditions still prevail. The result is that one class or type in a population expands more rapidly than another, and ultimately replaces it. This process of replacement of one type by another does not mean that the race changes or is transformed into another. It is a replacement, pure and simple, and not a transformation. The lowering of the birth rate among the most valuable classes, while the birth rate of the lower classes remains unaffected, is a frequent phenomenon of prosperity. Such a change becomes extremely injurious to the race if unchecked, unless nature is allowed to maintain by her own cruel devices the relative numbers of the different classes in their due proportions. To attack race suicide by encouraging indiscriminate reproduction is not only futile, but is dangerous if it leads to an increase in the undesirable elements. What is needed in the community most of all is an increase in the desirable classes, which are of superior type physically, intellectually, and morally, and not merely an increase in the absolute numbers of the population. The value and efficiency of a population are not numbered by what the newspaper calls souls, but by the proportion of men of physical and intellectual vigor. The small colonial population of America was, on an average, and man for man, far superior to the present inhabitants, although the latter are 25 times more numerous. The ideal in eugenics toward which statesmanship should be directed is, of course, improvement in quality rather than quantity. This, however, is at present a counsel of perfection, and we must face conditions as they are. The small birth rate in the upper classes is to some extent offset by the care received by such children as are born, and the better chance they have to become adult and breed in their turn. The large birth rate of the lower classes is under normal conditions offset by a heavy infant mortality, which eliminates the weaker children. where altruism, philanthropy, or sentimentalism intervene with the noblest purpose and forbid nature to penalize the unfortunate victims of reckless breeding, the multiplication of inferior types is encouraged and fostered. Indiscriminate efforts to preserve babies among the lower classes often result in serious injury to the race. At the existing stage of civilization, the legalizing of birth control would probably be of benefit by reducing the number of offspring in the undesirable classes. Regulation of the number of children is, for good or evil, in full operation among the better classes, and its recognition by the state would result in no further harm among them. Mistaken regard for what are believed to be divine laws, and a sentimental belief in the sanctity of human life tend to prevent both the elimination of defective infants and the sterilization of such adults as are themselves of no value to the community. The laws of nature require the obliteration of the unfit, and human life is valuable only when it is of use to the community or race. It is highly unjust that a minute minority should be called upon to supply brains for the unthinking mass of the community, but it is even worse to burden the responsible and larger, but still overworked elements in the community with an ever-increasing number of moral perverts, mental defectives, and hereditary cripples. As the percentage of incompetence increases, the burden of their support will become ever more onerous, until at no distant date society will, in self-defense, put a stop to the supply of feeble-minded and criminal children of weaklings. The Church assumes a serious responsibility toward the future of the race whenever it steps in and preserves a defective strain. The marriage of deaf mutes was hailed a generation ago as a triumph of humanity. Now it is recognized as an absolute crime against the race. A great injury is done to the community by the perpetuation of worthless types. These strains are apt to be meek and lowly, and as such make a strong appeal to the sympathies of the successful. Before eugenics were understood, much could be said from a Christian and humane viewpoint in favor of indiscriminate charity for the benefit of the individual. The societies for charity, altruism, or extension of rights should have in these days, however, in their management some small modicum of brains. Otherwise they may continue to do, as they have sometimes done in the past, more injury to the race than Black Death or smallpox. As long as such charitable organizations confine themselves to the relief of suffering individuals, no matter how criminal or diseased they may be, no harm is done except to our own generation, and if modern society recognizes a duty to the humblest malefactors or imbeciles, that duty can be harmlessly performed in full, provided they be deprived of the capacity to procreate their defective strain. Those who read these pages will feel that there is little hope for humanity, but the remedy has been found and can be quickly and mercifully applied. A rigid system of selection through the elimination of those who are weak or unfit, in other words, social failures, would solve the whole question in a century, as well as enable us to get rid of the undesirables who crowd our jails, hospitals, and insane asylums. The individual himself can be nourished, educated, and protected by the community during his lifetime, but the state, through sterilization, must see to it that his line stops with him, or else future generations will be cursed with an ever-increasing load of victims of misguided sentimentalism. This is a practical, merciful, and inevitable solution of the whole problem, and can be applied to an ever-widening circle of social discards, beginning always with the criminal, the diseased, and the insane, and extending gradually to types which may be called weaklings, rather than defectives, and perhaps ultimately to worthless race types. Efforts to increase the birth rate of the genius-producing classes of the community, while most desirable, encounter great difficulties. In such efforts we encounter social conditions over which we have as yet no control. It was tried 2,000 years ago by Augustus, and his efforts to avert race suicide and the extinction of the old Roman stock were singularly prophetic of what some far-seeing men are attempting in order to preserve the race of Native Americans of colonial descent. Man has the choice of two methods of race improvement. He can breed from the best, or he can eliminate the worst by segregation or sterilization. The first method was adopted by the Spartans, who had for their national ideals military efficiency and the virtues of self-control, and along these lines the results were completely successful. Under modern social conditions, it would be extremely difficult in the first instance to determine which were the most desirable types, except in the most general way, and even if a satisfactory selection were finally made, it would be in a democracy a virtual impossibility to limit by law the right to breed to a privileged and chosen few. Interesting efforts to improve the quality as well as the quantity of the population, however, will probably be made in more than one country after the war has ended. Experiments in limiting reproduction to the undesirable classes were unconsciously made in medieval Europe under the guidance of the Church. After the fall of Rome, social conditions were such that all those who loved a studious and quiet life were compelled to seek refuge from the violence of the times in monastic institutions, and upon such the Church imposed the obligation of celibacy, and thus deprived the world of offspring from these desirable classes. In the Middle Ages, through persecution resulting in actual death, life imprisonment, and banishment, the free-thinking, progressive, and intellectual elements were persistently eliminated over large areas, leaving the perpetuation of the race to be carried on by the brutal, the servile, and the stupid. It is now impossible to say to what extent the Roman Church by these methods has impaired the brain capacity of Europe, but in Spain alone, for a period of over 3 centuries, from the years 1471 to 1781, the Inquisition condemned to the stake or imprisonment an average of 1,000 persons annually. During these 3 centuries, no less than 32,000 were burned alive, and 291,000 were condemned to various terms of imprisonment and other penalties, and 17,000 persons were burned in effigy, representing men who had died in prison or had fled the country. No better method of eliminating the genius-producing strains of a nation could be devised, and if such were its purpose, the result was eminently satisfactory, as is demonstrated by the superstitious and unintelligent Spaniard of today. A similar elimination of brains and ability took place in northern Italy, in France, and in the Low Countries, where hundreds of thousands of Huguenots were murdered or driven into exile. Under existing conditions, the most practical and hopeful method of race improvement is through the elimination of the least desirable elements in the nation by depriving them of the power to contribute to future generations. It is well known to stock breeders that the color of a herd of cattle can be modified by continuous destruction of worthless shades, and of course this is true of other characters. Black sheep, for instance, have been practically obliterated by cutting out generation after generation all animals that show this color phase, until in carefully maintained flocks a black individual only appears as a rare sport. In mankind it would not be a matter of great difficulty to secure a general consensus of public opinion as to the least desirable, let us say, 10% of the community. When this unemployed and unemployable human residuum has been eliminated, together with the great mass of crime, poverty, alcoholism, and feeble-mindedness associated therewith, it would be easy to consider the advisability of further restricting the perpetuation of the then remaining least valuable types. By this method, mankind might ultimately become sufficiently intelligent to choose deliberately the most vital and intellectual strains to carry on the race. In addition to selection by climatic environment, man is now, and has been for ages, undergoing selection through disease. He has been decimated throughout the centuries by pestilences such as the Black Death and bubonic plague. In our fathers' days, yellow fever and smallpox cursed humanity. These plagues are now under control, but similar disease is now regarded as mere nuisances to childhood, such as measles, mumps, and scarlatina, are terrible scourges to native populations without previous experience with them. Add to these smallpox and other white men's diseases, and one has the great empire builders of yesterday. It was not the swords in the hands of Columbus and his followers that decimated the American Indians. It was the germs that his men and their successors brought over, implanting the white man's maladies in the red man's world. Long before the arrival of the Puritans in New England, smallpox had flickered up and down the coast until the natives were but a broken remnant of their former numbers. At the present time, the Nordic race is undergoing selection through alcoholism, a peculiarly Nordic vice, and through consumption. Both these dread scourges unfortunately attack those members of the race that are otherwise most desirable, differing in this respect from filth diseases like typhus, typhoid, or smallpox. One is only to look among the more desirable classes for the victims of rum and tubercule to realize that death or mental and physical impairment through these two causes have cost the race many of its most brilliant and attractive members. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. Race, language, and nationality. Nationality is an artificial political grouping of population, usually centering around a single language as an expression of traditions and aspirations. Nationality can, however, exist independently of language, but states thus formed, such as Belgium or Austria, are far less stable than those where a uniform language is prevalent, as, for example, France or England. States without a single national language are constantly exposed to disintegration, especially where a substantial minority of the inhabitants speak a tongue which is predominant in an adjoining state, and as a consequence tend to gravitate towards such state. The history of the last century in Europe has been the record of a long series of struggles to unite in one political unit, although speaking the same or closely allied dialects. With the exception of internal and social revolutions, every European war since the Napoleonic period has been caused by the effort to bring about the unification either of Italy or Germany, or by the desperate attempts of the Balkan states to struggle out of Turkish chaos into modern European nations on a basis of community of language. The unification of both Italy and Germany is as yet incomplete, according to the views held by their more advanced patriots, and the solution of the Balkan question is still in the future. Men are keenly aware of their nationality and are very sensitive about their language, but only in a few cases, notably in Sweden and Germany, does any large section of the population possess anything analogous to true race consciousness, although the term race is everywhere misused to designate linguistic or political groups. The unifying power of a common language works subtly and unceasingly. In the long run, it forms a bond which draws peoples together, as the English-speaking peoples of the British Empire with those of America. In the same manner, this linguistic sympathy will bring the German-speaking Austrians into a closer political community with the rest of Germany, and will hold together all the German-speaking provinces. It sometimes happens that a section of the population of a large nation gathers around language, reinforced by religion as an expression of individuality. The struggle between the French-speaking Alpine Walloons and the Nordic Flemings of Low Dutch tongue in Belgium is an example of two competing languages in an artificial nation which was formed originally around religion. On the other hand, the Irish national movement centers chiefly around religion, reinforced by myths of ancient grandeur. The French, Canadians, and the Poles use both religion and language to hold together what they consider a political unit. None of these so-called nationalities are founded on race. During the past century, side by side with the tendency to form imperial or large national groups such as the Pan-Germanic, Pan-Slavic, Pan-Romanian, or Italia Irredenta movements, there has appeared a counter-movement on the part of small, disintegrating nationalities to reassert themselves, such as the Bohemian, Bulgarian, Serbian, Irish, and Egyptian national revivals. The upheaval is usually caused, as in the cases of the Irish and the Serbians, by delusions of former greatness, now become national obsessions, but sometimes it means the resistance of a small group of higher culture to absorption by a lower civilization. The reassertion of these small nationalities is associated with the resurgence of the lower races at the expense of the Nordics. Examples of a high type threatened by a lower culture are afforded by the Finlanders who are trying to escape the dire fate of their neighbors across the Gulf of Finland, the Russification of the Germans and Swedes of the Baltic provinces, and by the struggle of the Danes of Schleswig to escape Germanization. The Armenians, too, have resisted stoutly the pressure of Islam to force them away from their ancient Christian faith. This people really represents the last outpost of Europe toward the Mohammedan East and constitutes the best remaining medium through which Western ideals and culture can be introduced into Asia. In these, as in other cases, the process of absorption from the viewpoint of the world at large is good or evil exactly in proportion to the relative value of the culture and race of the two groups. The world would be no richer in civilization with an independent Bohemia or an enlarged Romania, but on the contrary, an independent Hungarian nation strong enough to stand alone, a Finland self-governing or reunited to Sweden, or an enlarged Greece would add greatly to the forces that make for good government and progress. An independent Ireland worked out on a Tammany model is not a pleasing prospect. A free Poland, apart from its value as a buffer state, might be actually a step backward. Poland was once great, but the elements that made it so are scattered and gone, and the Poland of today is a geographical expression and nothing more. The prevailing lack of true race consciousness is probably due to the fact that every important nation in Europe, as at present organized with the sole exception of the Iberian and Scandinavian states, possesses in large proportions representatives of at least two of the fundamental European subspecies of man and of all manner of crosses between them. In France today, as in Caesar's Gaul, the three races divide the nation in unequal proportions. In the future, however, with an increased knowledge of the correct definition of true human races and types, and with the recognition of the immutability of fundamental racial characters and of the results of mixed breeding, far more value will be attached to racial in contrast to national or linguistic affinities. In marital relations, the consciousness of race will also play a much larger part than at present, although in the social sphere we shall have to contend with a certain strange attraction for contrasted types. When it becomes thoroughly understood that the children of mixed marriages between contrasted races belong to the lower type, the importance of transmitting in unimpaired purity the blood heritage of ages will be appreciated at its full value, and to bring half-breeds into the world will be regarded as a social and racial crime of the first magnitude. The laws against miscegenation must be greatly extended if the higher races are to be maintained. The language that a man speaks may be nothing more than evidence that at some time in the past his race has been in contact, either as conqueror or as conquered, with its original possessors. Postulating the Nordic origin and dissemination of the Proto-Aryan language, then in Asia and elsewhere existing Aryan speech on the lips of populations showing no sign of Nordic characters, is to be considered evidence of a former dominance of Nordics now long vanished. One has only to consider the spread of the language of Rome over the vast extent of her empire to realize how few of those who speak today Romance tongues derive any portion of their blood from the pure Latin stock, and the error of talking about a Latin race becomes evident. There is, however, such a thing as a large group of nations which have a mutual understanding and sympathy based on the possession of a common or closely related group of languages, and are the country of which it is the medium. This assemblage may be called the Latin nations, but never the Latin race. Latin America is a still greater misnomer, as the great mass of the populations of South and Central America is not even European, and still less Latin, being overwhelmingly of Amerindian blood. In the Teutonic group, a large majority of those who speak Teutonic languages, as the English, Flemings, Dutch, North Germans, and Scandinavians, are descendants of the Nordic race, while the dominant class in Europe is everywhere of that blood. As to the so-called Celtic race, the fantastic inapplicability of the term is at once apparent when we consider that those populations on the borders of the Atlantic Ocean who today speak Celtic dialects are divided into three groups, each one showing in great purity the characters of one of the three entirely distinct human subspecies found in Europe. To class together the Breton peasant with his round Alpine skull, the little long-skulled brunette Welshman of Mediterranean race, and the tall, blond, light-eyed Scottish Highlander of pure Nordic blood in a single group labeled Celtic is obviously impossible. These peoples have neither physical, mental, nor cultural characteristics in common. If one be of Celtic blood, then the other two are clearly of different origin. There was once a people who used the original Celtic language, and they formed the western vanguard of the Nordic race. This people was spread all over Central and Western Europe prior to the eruption of the Teutonic tribes, and were no doubt much mixed with Alpines among the lower classes. The descendants of these Celts must be sought today among those having the characters of the Nordic race and not elsewhere. In England, a short, dark Mediterranean Welshman talks about being Celtic, quite unconscious that he is the residuum of pre-Nordic races of immense antiquity. If the Celts are Mediterranean in race, then they are absent from Central Europe, and we must regard as Celts all the Barbars and Egyptians, as well as many Persians and Hindus. In France, many anthropologists regard the Breton of Alpine blood in the same light and ignore his remote Asiatic origin. If these Alpine Bretons are Celts, then there is no substantial trace of their blood in the British Isles, as round skulls are practically absent there, and all the blonde elements in England, Scotland, and Ireland must be attributed to the historic Teutonic invasions. Furthermore, we must call all the continental Alpines Celts, and must also include all Slavs, Armenians, and other Brachycephs of Western Asia within that designation, which would be obviously grotesque. The fact that the original Celts left their speech on the tongues of Mediterraneans in Wales and of Alpines in Brittany must not mislead us, as it indicates nothing more than that Celtic speech antedates the Anglo-Saxons in England and the Romans in France. We must once and for all time discard the name Celt for any existing race whatever, and speak only of Celtic language and culture. In Ireland, the big, blond Nordic Danes claim the honour of the name of Celt, if honour it be, but they are fully as Nordic as the English, and the great mass of the Irish are of Danish, Norse, and Anglo-Norman blood, in addition to earlier and pre-Nordic elements. We are all familiar with the blonde and the brunette type of Irishman. These represent precisely the same racial elements as those which enter into the composition of the English, namely the tall Nordic blonde and the little Mediterranean brunette, pure or combined with Paleolithic remnants. The Irish are consequently not entitled to independent national existence on the ground of race, but if there be any ground for political separation from England, it must rest, like that of Belgium, on religion, a basis for political combinations now happily obsolete in communities well advanced in culture. In the case of the so-called Slavic race, there is much more unity between racial type and language. It is true that in most Slavic-speaking countries the predominant race is clearly Alpine, except perhaps in Russia, where there is a very large substratum of Nordic type, which may be considered as Proto-Nordic. The objection which is made to the identification of the Slavic race with the Alpine type rests chiefly on the fact that a very large portion of the Alpine race is German-speaking in Germany, Italian-speaking in Italy, and French-speaking in central France. Moreover, large portions of Romania are of exactly the same racial complexion. Many of the modern Greeks are also Alpines, in fact, are little more than Byzantinized Slavs. It was through the Byzantine Empire that the Slavs first came in contact with the Mediterranean world, and through this Greek medium, the Russians, the Serbians, the Romanians, and the Bulgarians received their Christianity. Situated on the eastern marches of Europe, the Slavs were submerged during long periods in the Middle Ages by Mongolian hordes and were checked in development and warped in culture. Definite traces remain of the blood of the Mongols, both in isolated and compact groups in South Russia and also scattered throughout the whole country as far west as the German boundary. The high tide of the Mongol invasion was during the 13th century. 300 years later, the great Muscovite expansion began, first over the steppes to the Urals, and then across Siberian tundras and forests to the waters of the Pacific, taking up in its course much Mongolian blood, especially during the early stages of its advance. The term Caucasian race has ceased to have any meaning except where it is used in the United States to contrast white populations with Negroes or Indians, or in the Old World with Mongols. It is, however, a convenient term to include the three European subspecies when considered as divisions of one of the primary branches or species of mankind, but it is at best a cumbersome and archaic designation. The name Caucasian arose a century ago from a false assumption that the cradle of the blonde Europeans was in the Caucasus, where no traces are now found of any such race except a small and decreasing minority of blonde traits among the Osseties, a tribe whose Aryan speech is related to that of the Armenians, and who, while mainly brachycephalic, still retain some blonde and dolichocephalic elements, which apparently are fading fast. The Osseties now have about 30% fair eyes and 10% fair hair. They are supposed to be, to some extent, a remnant of the Alans, the easternmost Teutonic tribe, and closely related to the Goths. Both Alans and Goths, very early in the Christian era, occupied southern Russia and were the latest known Nordics in the vicinity of the Caucasus Mountains. If these Osseties are not partly of Alan origin, they may possibly represent the last lingering trace of ancient Scythian dolichocephalic blondness. The phrase Indo-European or Indo-Germanic race is also of little use. If it has any meaning at all, it must include all the three European races as well as members of the Mediterranean race in Persia and India. The use of this name also involves a false assumption of blood relationship between the North European populations and the Hindus because of their possession in common of Aryan speech. The name Aryan race must also be frankly discarded as a term of racial significance. It is today purely linguistic, although there was at one time, of course, an identity between the original Proto-Aryan mother tongue and the race that first spoke and developed it. In short, there is not, nor has there ever been, either a Caucasian or an Indo-European race, but there was once, thousands of years ago, an original Aryan race, long since vanished into dim memories of the past. If used in a racial sense other than as above, it should be limited to the Nordic invaders of Hindustan, now long extinct. The great lapse of time since the disappearance of the ancient Aryan race, as such, is measured by the extreme disintegration of the various groups of Aryan languages. These linguistic divergences are chiefly due to the imposition by conquest of Aryan speech upon several distinct subspecies of man throughout Western Asia and Europe. It may be pertinent before leaving this subject to point out that, as a whole, Germans, French, and English, as certain populations are now called, are but little more entitled to be considered the direct descendants, or even the exclusive modern representatives of the ancient Germans, Franks, or Anglo-Saxons, than are the living Italians or Greeks to be regarded as the offspring of the Romans of the days of the Republic or the Hellenes of the classic period. There are, of course, many individuals and groups, perhaps even classes, in each of these nations who do accurately represent the race from which the national name was derived. The Scandinavians, on the other hand, are racially what they were 2,000 years ago, though diminished somewhat in race vigor by the loss through the emigration of some of their more enterprising members. Meanwhile, at the other end of Europe, the modern Spaniard probably more closely represents the Iberians before the arrival of the Gauls than did the Spaniard of 500 years ago. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6. Race and language. When a country is invaded and conquered by a race speaking a foreign language, one of several things may happen: replacement of both population and language, as in the case of eastern England when conquered by the Saxons, or adoption of the language of the victors by the natives, as happened in Roman Gaul, where the invaders imposed their Latin tongue throughout the land without substantially altering the race. The Romans probably modified the race in Gaul by killing a much larger proportion of the Nordic fighting classes than of the more submissive Alpines and Mediterraneans. This is confirmed by the fact that when the prolonged and brilliant resistance to Caesar's legions was finally broken, no serious attempt was ever again made to throw off the Roman yoke, and a few centuries later the Teutonic invaders encountered no determined opposition from the inhabitants when they entered and occupied the land. In England and Scotland, later conquerors, Norsemen, Danes, and Normans, failed to change radically the Saxon speech of the country, and in Gaul the Teutonic tongues of the Franks, Burgundians, and Northmen could not displace the language of Rome. Autochthonous inhabitants frequently imposed upon their invaders their own language and customs. In Normandy, the conquering Norse pirates accepted the language, religion, and customs of the natives, and in a century they vanished from history as Scandinavian heathen and appear as the foremost representatives of the speech and religion of Rome. In Hindustan, the blonde Nordic invaders forced their Aryan language on the aborigines, but their blood was quickly and utterly absorbed in the darker strains of the original owners of the land. A record of the desperate efforts of the conqueror classes in India to preserve the purity of their blood persists until this very day in their carefully regulated system of castes. In our southern states, Jim Crow cars and social discriminations have exactly the same purpose and justification. The Hindu today speaks a very ancient form of Aryan language, but there remains not one recognizable trace of the blood of the white conquerors who poured in through the passes of the Northwest. The boast of the modern Indian that he is of the same race as his English ruler is entirely without basis in fact, and the little swarthy native lives amid the monuments of a departed grandeur, professing the religion and speaking the tongue of his long-forgotten Nordic conquerors, without the slightest claim to blood kinship. The dim and uncertain traces of Nordic blood in northern India only serve to emphasize the utter swamping of the white man in the burning south. The power of racial resistance of a dense and thoroughly acclimated population to an incoming army is very great. No ethnic conquest can be complete unless the natives are exterminated and the invaders bring their own women with them. If the conquerors are obliged to depend upon the women of the vanquished to carry on the race, the intrusive blood strain of the invaders in a short time becomes diluted beyond recognition. It sometimes happens that an infiltration of the population takes place either in the guise of unwilling slaves or of willing immigrants who fill up waste places and take to the lowly tasks which the lords of the land despise, thus gradually occupying the country and literally breeding out their masters. The former catastrophe happened in the declining days of the Roman Republic, and the South Italians of today are very largely descendants of the nondescript slaves of all races, chiefly from the southern and eastern coasts of the Mediterranean, who were imported by the Romans under the empire to work their vast estates. The latter is occurring today in many parts of America, especially in New England. The eastern half of Germany has a Slavic alpine substratum, which represents the descendants of the Wends, who first appear about the commencement of the Christian era, and who by the 6th century had penetrated as far west as the Elbe, occupying the lands left vacant by the Teutonic tribes which had migrated southward. These Wends in turn were Teutonized by a return wave of military conquest from the 10th century onward, and today their descendants are considered Germans in good standing. Having adopted the Germans as their sole tongue, they are now in religious, political, and cultural sympathy with the pure Teutons. In fact, they are quite unconscious of any racial distinction. This historic fact underlies the ferocious controversy which has been raised over the ethnic origin of the Prussians, the issue being whether the populations in Brandenburg, Silesia, Posen, West Prussia, and other districts in eastern Germany are Alpine Wends or true Nordics. The truth is that the dominant half of the population is purely Teutonic, and the remainder of the population are merely Teutonized Wends and Poles of Alpine affinities. Of course, these territories must also retain some of their early Teutonic population and the blood of the Goth, Burgund, Vandal, and Lombard, who at the commencement of the Christian era were located there, as well as of the later Saxon element, must enter largely into the composition of the Prussian of today. Some anthropologists regard the Teutonized Roundheads of South Germany as a distinct subdivision of the Alpines because of the large percentage of blonde hair and still larger percentage of light-colored eyes. The most important communities in continental Europe of pure German type are to be found in Old Saxony, the country around Hanover, and this element prevails generally in the northwestern part of the German Empire among the Low German-speaking population, while the High German-speaking population is largely composed of the Teutonized Alpines. The coasts of the North Sea, extending from Schleswig and Holstein into Holland, are inhabited by a very pure Nordic type known as the Frisians. They are the handsomest and in many respects the finest of the continental Nordics, and are closely related to the English, as many of the post-Roman invaders of England either came from Frisia or from adjoining districts. All the states involved in the present World War have sent to the front their fighting Nordic element, and the loss of life now going on in Europe will fall much more heavily on the blonde giant than on the little brunette. As in all wars since Roman times, from a breeding point of view, the little dark man is the final winner. No one who saw one of our regiments march on its way to the Spanish War could fail to be impressed with the size and blondness of the men in the ranks as contrasted with the complacent citizen who from his safe stand on the gutter curb gave his applause to the fighting man and then stayed behind to perpetuate his own brunette type. In the present war, one has merely to study the type of officer and of the man in the ranks to realize that, in spite of the draft net, the Nordic race is contributing an enormous majority of the fighting men out of all proportion to their relative numbers in the nation at large. This same Nordic element, everywhere the type of the sailor, the soldier, the adventurer, and the pioneer, was ever the type to migrate to new countries until the ease of transportation and the desire to escape military service in the last 40 years reversed the immigrant tide. In consequence of this change, our immigrants now largely represent lowly refugees from persecution and other social discards. In most cases, the blood of pioneers has been lost to their race. They did not take their women with them. They either died childless or left half-breeds behind them. The virile blood of the Spanish conquistadors, who are now little more than a memory in Central and South America, died out from these causes. This was also true in the early days of our western frontiersmen, who individually were a far finer type than the settlers who followed them. In fact, it is said that practically every one of the 49ers in California was of Nordic type. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. The European races in colonies. For reasons already set forth, there are few communities outside of Europe of pure European blood. The racial destiny of Mexico and of the islands and coasts of the Spanish Main is clear. The white man is being rapidly bred out by Negroes on the islands and by Indians on the mainland. It is quite evident that the West Indies, the coast region of our Gulf States, perhaps also the black belt of the lower Mississippi Valley, must be abandoned to Negroes. This transformation is already complete in Haiti and is going rapidly forward in Cuba and Jamaica. Mexico and the northern part of South America must also be given over to native Indians with an ever-thinning veneer of white culture of the Latin type. In Venezuela, the pure whites number about 1% of the whole population, the balance being Indians and various crosses between Indians, Negroes, and whites. In Jamaica, the whites number not more than 2%, while the remainder are Negroes or mulattoes. In Mexico, the proportion is larger, but the unmixed whites number less than 20% of the whole, the others being Indians, pure or mixed. These latter are the greasers of the American frontiersmen. Whenever the incentive to imitate the dominant race is removed, the Negro, or for that matter the Indian, reverts shortly to his ancestral grade of culture. In other words, it is the individual and not the race that is affected by religion, education, and example. Negroes have demonstrated throughout recorded time that they are a stationary species and that they do not possess the potentiality of progress or initiative from within. Progress from self-impulse must not be confounded with mimicry, or with progress imposed from without by social pressure or by the slaver's lash. When the impulse of an inferior race to imitate or mimic the dress, manners, or morals of the dominant race is destroyed by the acquisition of political or social independence, the servient race tends to revert to its original status, as in Haiti, where two distinct species are located side by side. History and biology teach that but one of two things can happen. Either one race drives the other out, as the Americans exterminated the Indians, and as the Negroes are now replacing the whites in various parts of the South, or else they amalgamate and form a population of race bastards in which the lower type ultimately preponderates. This is a disagreeable alternative with which to confront sentimentalists, but nature is only concerned with results and neither makes nor takes excuses. The chief failing of the day with some of our well-meaning philanthropists is their absolute refusal to face inevitable facts if such facts appear cruel. In the Argentine, white blood of the various European races is pouring in so rapidly that a community preponderantly white, but of the Mediterranean race, may develop, but the type is suspiciously swarthy. In Brazil, Negro blood, together with that of the native inhabitants, is rapidly overwhelming the white Europeans, although in the southern provinces German immigration has played an important role, and the influx of Italians has also been considerable. In Asia, with the sole exception of the Russian settlements in Siberia, there can be and will be no ethnic conquest, and all the white men in India, the East Indies, the Philippines, and China will leave not the slightest trace behind them in the blood of the native population. After several centuries of contact and settlement, the pure Spanish in the Philippines are about half of 1%. The Dutch in their East Indian islands are even less, while the resident whites in Hindustan amount to about 1/10 of 1%. Such numbers are infinitesimal and of no force in a democracy, but in a monarchy, if kept free from contamination, they suffice for a ruling caste or a military aristocracy. Throughout history, it is only the race of the leaders that has counted, and the most vigorous have been in control and will remain in mastery in one form or another until such time as democracy and its illegitimate offspring, socialism, definitely establish cacocracy and the rule of the worst and put an end to progress. The salvation of humanity will then lie in the chance survival of some sane barbarians who may retain the basic truth that inequality and not equality is the law of nature. Australia and New Zealand, where the natives have been virtually exterminated by the whites, are developing into communities of pure Nordic blood and will for that reason play a large part in the future history of the Pacific. The bitter opposition of the Australians and Californians to the admission of Chinese coolies and Japanese farmers is due primarily to a blind but absolutely justified determination to keep those lands as white man's countries. In Africa, south of the Sahara, the density of the native population would prevent the establishment of any purely white communities, except at the southern extremity of the continent and possibly on portions of the plateau of eastern Africa. The stoppage of famines and wars and the abolition of the slave trade, while dictated by the noblest impulses of humanity, are suicidal to the white man. Upon the removal of these natural checks, Negroes multiply so rapidly that there will not be standing room on the continent for white men, unless perchance the lethal sleeping sickness, which attacks the natives far more frequently than the whites, should run its course unchecked. In South Africa, a community of mixed Dutch and English extraction is developing. Here the only difference is one of language. English, being a world tongue, will inevitably prevail over the Dutch patois called taal. This Frisian dialect, as a matter of fact, is closer to Old Saxon or rather Kentish than any living continental tongue, and the blood of the North Hollander is extremely close to that of the Anglo-Saxon of England. The English and the Dutch will merge in a common type, just as they have in the past 200 years in the colony and state of New York. They must stand together if they are to maintain any part of Africa as a white man's country, because they are confronted with the menace of an enormous black Bantu population which will drive out the whites unless the problem is bravely faced. The only possible solution is to establish large colonies for the Negroes and to allow them outside of them only as laborers and not as settlers. There must be ultimately a black South Africa and a white South Africa side by side, or else a pure black Africa from the Cape to the cataracts of the Nile. In Upper Canada, as in the United States up to the time of our Civil War, the white population was purely Nordic. The Dominion is as a whole handicapped by the presence of an indigestible mass of French Canadians, largely from Brittany and of Alpine origin, although the habitant patois is an archaic Norman of the time of Louis XIV. These Frenchmen were granted freedom of language and religion by their conquerors, and are now using those privileges to form separatist groups in antagonism to the English population. The Quebec Frenchmen will succeed in seriously impeding the progress of Canada, and will succeed even better in keeping themselves a poor and ignorant community of little more importance to the world at large than are the Negroes in the South. The selfishness of the Quebec Frenchmen is measured by the fact that in the present war they will not fight for the British Empire or for France or even for clerical Belgium, and they are now endeavoring to make use of the military crisis to secure a further extension of their nationalistic ideals. Personally, the writer believes that the finest and purest type of a Nordic community outside of Europe will develop in northwest Canada and on the Pacific coast of the United States. Most of the other countries in which the Nordic race is now settling lie outside the special environment in which alone it can flourish. The Negroes of the United States, while stationary, were not a serious drag on civilization until in the last century they were given the rights of citizenship and were incorporated in the body politic. These Negroes brought with them no language or religion or customs of their own, which persisted but adopted all these elements of environment from the dominant race, taking the names of their masters, just as today the German and Polish Jews are assuming American names. They came for the most part from the coasts of the Bight of Benin, but some of the later ones came from the southeast coast of Africa by way of Zanzibar. They were of various black tribes, but have been from the beginning saturated with white blood. Looking at any group of Negroes in America, especially in the North, it is easy to see that while they are all essentially Negroes, whether coal black, brown, or yellow, a great many of them have varying amounts of Nordic blood in them, which has in some respects modified their physical structure without transforming them in any way into white men. This miscegenation was, of course, a frightful disgrace to the dominant race, but its effect on the Nordics has been negligible, for the simple reason that it was confined to white men crossing with Negro women, and did not involve the reverse process, which would, of course, have resulted in the infusion of Negro blood into the American stock. The United States of America must be regarded racially as a European colony, and owing to current ignorance of the physical basis of race, one often hears the statement made that Native Americans of colonial ancestry are of mixed ethnic origin. This is not true. At the time of the Revolutionary War, the settlers in the 13 colonies were overwhelmingly Nordic, a very large majority being Anglo-Saxon in the most limited meaning of that term. The New England settlers in particular came from those counties of England where the blood was almost purely Saxon, Anglian, Norse, and Dane. The date of their migration was earlier than the resurgence of the Mediterranean type that has so greatly expanded in England during the last century with the growth of manufacturing towns. New England during colonial times and long afterward was far more Nordic than Old England. That is, it contained a smaller percentage of small pre-Nordic brunettes. Anyone familiar with the native New Englander knows the clean-cut face, the high stature, and the prevalence of gray and blue eyes and light brown hair, and recognizes that the brunette element is less noticeable there than in the South. The southern states were populated also by Englishmen of the purest Nordic type, but there is today, except among the mountains, an appreciably larger amount of brunette types than in the north. Virginia is in the same latitude as North Africa, and south of this line no blondes have ever been able to survive in full vigor, chiefly because the actinic rays of the sun are the same regardless of other climatic conditions. These rays beat heavily on the Nordic race and disturb their nervous system wherever the white man ventures too far from the cold and foggy north. The remaining colonial elements, the Holland Dutch and the Palatine Germans, who came over in small numbers to New York and Pennsylvania, were also largely Nordic, while many of the French Huguenots who escaped to America were drawn from the same racial element in France. The Scotch-Irish, who were numerous on the frontier of the Middle Colonies, were, of course, of pure Scotch and English blood, although they had resided in Ireland for 2 or 3 generations. They were quite free from admixture with the earlier Irish, from whom they were cut off socially by bitter religious antagonism, and they are not to be considered as Irish in any sense. There was no important immigration of other elements until the middle of the 19th century, when Irish Catholic and German immigrants appear for the first time upon the scene. The Nordic blood was kept pure in the colonies because at that time, among Protestant peoples, there was a strong race feeling, as a result of which half-breeds between the white man and any native type were regarded as natives and not as white men. There was plenty of mixture with the Negroes, as the light color of many Negroes abundantly testifies, but these mulattoes, quadroons, or octoroons were then and are now universally regarded as Negroes. There was also abundant crossbreeding along the frontiers between the white frontiersman and the Indian squaw, but the half-breed was everywhere regarded as a member of the inferior race. In the Catholic colonies, however, of New France and New Spain, if the half-breed were a good Catholic, he was regarded as a Frenchman or a Spaniard, as the case might be. This fact alone gives the clue to many of our colonial wars, where the Indians, other than the Iroquois, were persuaded to join the French against the Americans by half-breeds who considered themselves Frenchmen. The Church of Rome has everywhere used its influence to break down racial distinctions. It disregards origins and only requires obedience to the mandates of the universal church. In that lies the secret of the opposition of Rome to all national movements. It maintains the imperial as contrasted with the nationalistic ideal, and in that respect its inheritance is direct from the empire. Race consciousness in the colonies and in the United States down to and including the Mexican War seems to have been very strongly developed among Native Americans, and it still remains in full vigor today in the South, where the presence of a large Negro population forces this question upon the daily attention of the whites. In New England, however, whether through the decline of Calvinism or the growth of altruism, there appeared early in the last century a wave of sentimentalism, which at that time took up the cause of the Negro, and in so doing apparently destroyed to a large extent pride and consciousness of race in the North. The agitation over slavery was inimical to the Nordic race because it thrust aside all national opposition to the intrusion of hordes of immigrants of inferior racial value and prevented the fixing of a definite American type. The Civil War was fought almost entirely by unalloyed Native Americans. The Irish immigrants were, at the middle of the last century, confined to a few states and being chiefly domestic servants or day laborers were of no social importance. They gathered in the large cities and by voting as a solid bloc for their own collective benefit quickly demoralized the governments of the municipalities in which they secured ascendancy. The German immigrants who came to America about the same time were chiefly enthusiasts who had taken part in the German Revolution of '48. In spite of the handicap of a strange language, they formed a more docile and educated element than the Irish, and were more prone to scatter into the rural districts. Neither the Irish nor the Germans played an important part in the development or policies of the nation as a whole, although in the Civil War they each contributed a relatively large number of soldiers to the Northern Army. These Irish and German elements were for the most part of the Nordic race, and while they did not in the least strengthen the nation, either morally or intellectually, they did not impair its physique. There has been little or no Indian blood taken into the veins of the Native American, except in states like Oklahoma and in some isolated families scattered here and there in the Northwest. This particular mixture will play no very important role in future combinations of race on this continent, except in the north of Canada. The Native American has always found and finds now in the black men willing followers who ask only to obey and to further the ideals and wishes of the master race without trying to inject into the body politic their own views, whether racial, religious, or social. Negroes are never socialists or labor unionists, and as long as the dominant imposes its will on the servient race, and as long as they remain in the same relation to the whites as in the past, the Negroes will be a valuable element in the community, but once raised to social equality, their influence will be destructive to themselves and to the whites. If the purity of the two races is to be maintained, they cannot continue to live side by side, and this is a problem from which there can be no escape. The Native American by the middle of the 19th century was rapidly acquiring distinct characteristics derived from Saxon and Danish parts of the British Isles, and being almost purely Nordic, he was by reason of a differential selection due to a new environment beginning to show physical peculiarities of his own, slightly variant from those of his English forefathers, and corresponding rather with the idealistic Elizabethan than with the materialistic Hanoverian Englishman. The Civil War, however, put a severe, perhaps fatal, check to the development and expansion of this splendid type by destroying great numbers of the best breeding stock on both sides and by breaking up the home ties of many more. If the war had not occurred, these same men with their descendants would have populated the Western states instead of the racial nondescripts who are now flocking there. There is every reason to believe that the native stock would have continued to maintain a high rate of increase if there had been no immigration of foreign laborers in the middle of the 19th century, and that the actual population of the United States would be fully as large as it is now, but would have been almost exclusively Native American and Nordic. The prosperity that followed the war attracted the hordes of newcomers who were welcomed by the Native Americans to operate factories, build railroads, and fill up the waste spaces, developing the country, it was called. These new immigrants were no longer exclusively members of the Nordic race, as were the earlier ones who came of their own impulse to improve their social conditions. The transportation lines advertised America as a land flowing with milk and honey, and the European governments took the opportunity to unload upon careless, wealthy, and hospitable America the sweepings of their jails and asylums. The result was that the new immigration, while it still included many strong elements from the north of Europe, contained a large and increasing number of the weak, the broken, and the mentally crippled, of all races drawn from the lowest stratum of the Mediterranean basin and the Balkans, together with hordes of the wretched submerged populations of the Polish ghettos. Our jails, insane asylums, and almshouses are filled with this human flotsam, and the whole tone of American life, social, moral, and political, has been lowered and vulgarized by them. With a pathetic and fatuous belief in the efficacy of American institutions and environment to reverse or obliterate immemorial hereditary tendencies, these newcomers were welcomed and given a share in our land and prosperity. The American taxed himself to sanitate and educate these poor helots, and as soon as they could speak English, encouraged them to enter into the political life, first of municipalities and then of the nation. The Native Americans are splendid raw material, but have as yet only an imperfectly developed national consciousness. They lack the instinct of self-preservation in a racial sense. Unless such an instinct develops, their race will perish, as do all organisms which disregard this primary law of nature. Nature had granted to the Americans of a century ago the greatest opportunity in recorded history to produce in the isolation of a continent a powerful and racially homogeneous people, and had provided for the experiment a pure race of one of the most gifted and vigorous stocks on earth, a stock free from the diseases, physical and moral, which have again and again sapped the vigor of the older lands. Our grandfathers threw away this opportunity in the blissful ignorance of national childhood and inexperience. The result of unlimited immigration is showing plainly in the rapid decline in the birth rate of Native Americans, because the poorer classes of colonial stock, where they still exist, will not bring children into the world to compete in the labor market with the Slovak, the Italian, the Syrian, and the Jew. The Native American is too proud to mix socially with them, and is gradually withdrawing from the scene, abandoning to these aliens the land which he conquered and developed. The man of the old stock is being crowded out of many country districts by these foreigners, just as he is today being literally driven off the streets of New York City by the swarms of Polish Jews. These immigrants adopt the language of the Native American. They wear his clothes, they steal his name, and they are beginning to take his women, but they seldom adopt his religion or understand his ideals. And while he is being elbowed out of his own home, the American looks calmly abroad and urges on others the suicidal ethics which are exterminating his own race. When the test of actual battle comes, it will, of course, be the Native American who will do the fighting and suffer the losses. With him will stand the immigrants of Nordic blood, but there will be numbers of these foreigners in the large cities who will prove to be physically unfit for military duty. As to what the future mixture will be, it is evident that in large sections of the country the Native American will entirely disappear. He will not intermarry with inferior races, and he cannot compete in the sweatshop and in the street trench with the newcomers. Large cities from the days of Rome, Alexandria, and Byzantium have always been gathering points of diverse races, but New York is becoming a cloaca gentium, which will produce many amazing racial hybrids and some ethnic horrors that will be beyond the powers of future anthropologists to unravel. One thing is certain: in any such mixture, the surviving traits will be determined by competition between the lowest and most primitive elements and the specialized traits of Nordic man. His stature, his light-colored eyes, his fair skin and light-colored hair, his straight nose, and his splendid fighting and moral qualities will have little part in the resultant mixture. The survival of the fittest means the survival of the type best adapted to existing conditions of environment, which today are the tenement and factory, as in colonial times they were the clearing of forests, fighting Indians, farming in fields, and sailing the seven seas. From the point of view of race, it were better described as the survival of the unfit. This review of the colonies of Europe would be discouraging were it not for the fact that thus far little attention has been paid to the suitability of a new country for the particular colonists who migrate there. The process of sending out colonists is as old as mankind itself, and probably in the last analysis most of the chief races of the world, certainly most of the inhabitants of Europe, represent the descendants of successful colonists. Success in colonization depends on the selection of new lands and climatic conditions in harmony with the immemorial requirements of the incoming race. The adjustment of each race to its own peculiar habitat is based on thousands of years of rigid selection, which cannot be safely ignored. A certain isolation and freedom from competition with other races, for some centuries at least, is also important, so that the colonists may become habituated to their new surroundings. The Americans have not been on the continent long enough to acquire this adjustment, and consequently do not present as effective a resistance to competition with immigrants as did, let us say, the Italians when overrun by northern barbarians. As soon as a group of men migrate to new surroundings, climatic, social, or industrial, a new form of selection arises, and those not fitted to the new conditions die off at a greater rate than in their original home. This form of differential selection plays a large part in modern industrial centers and in large cities, where unsanitary conditions bear more heavily on the children of Nordics than on those of Alpines or Mediterraneans. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, European Races in History. 1. Eolithic Man. Before considering the living populations of Europe, we must give consideration to the extinct peoples that preceded them. The science of anthropology is very recent, in its present form less than 50 years old, but it has already revolutionized our knowledge of the past and extended prehistory so that it is now measured not by thousands but by tens of thousands of years. The history of man prior to the period of metals has been divided into 10 or more subdivisions, many of them longer than the time covered by written records. Man has struggled up through the ages to revert again and again into savagery and barbarism, but apparently retaining each time something gained by the travail of his ancestors. So long as there is in the world a freely breeding stock or race that has in it an inherent capacity for development and growth, mankind will continue to ascend until, possibly through the selection and regulation of breeding, as intelligently replied as in the case of domestic animals, it will control its own destiny and attain moral heights as yet unimagined. The impulse upward, however, is supplied by a very small number of nations and by a very small proportion of the population in such nations. The section of any community that produces leaders or genius of any sort is only a minute percentage. To utilize and adapt to human needs the forces and the raw materials of nature, to invent new processes, to establish new principles, and to elucidate and unravel the laws that control the universe, call for genius. To imitate or to adopt what others have invented is not genius, but mimicry. This something which we call genius is not a matter of family, but of stock or strain, and is inherited in precisely the same manner as are the purely physical characters. It may be latent through several generations of obscurity and then flare up when the opportunity comes. Of this we have many examples in America. This is what education or opportunity does for a community. It permits in these rare cases fair play for development, but it is race, always race, that produces genius. An individual of inferior type or race may profit greatly by good environment. On the other hand, a member of a superior race in bad surroundings may, and very often does, sink to an extremely low level. While emphasizing the importance of race, it must not be forgotten that environment, while it does not alter the potential capacity of the stock, can perform miracles in the development of the individual. This genius-producing type is slow breeding, and there is real danger of its loss to mankind. Some idea of the value of these small strains can be gained from the recent statistics which demonstrate that Massachusetts produces more than 50 times as much genius per 100,000 whites as does Georgia, Alabama, or Mississippi, although apparently the race, religion, and environment, other than climatic conditions, are much the same, except for the numbing presence in the South of a large stationary Negro population. The more thorough the study of European prehistory becomes, the more we realize how many advances of culture have been made and then lost. Our parents were accustomed to regard the overthrow of ancient civilization in the Dark Ages as the greatest catastrophe of mankind, but we now know that the classic period of Greece was preceded by similar Dark Ages caused by the Dorian invasions that had overthrown the Homeric Mycenaean culture, which in its turn had flourished after the destruction of its parent, the brilliant Minoan culture of Crete. Still earlier, some 12,000 years ago, the Aeolian period of poverty and retrogression succeeded the wonderful achievements of the hunter-artists of the Upper Paleolithic. The progress of civilization becomes evident only when immense periods are studied and compared, but the lesson is always the same, namely that race is everything. Without race there can be nothing except the slave wearing his master's clothes, stealing his master's proud name, adopting his master's tongue, and living in the crumbling ruins of his master's palace. Everywhere on the sites of ancient civilizations, the Turk, the Kurd, and the Bedouin camp, and Americans may well pause and consider the fate of this country which they and they alone founded and nourished with their blood. The immigrant ditch diggers and the railroad navies were to our fathers what their slaves were to the Romans, and the same transfer of political power from master to servant is taking place today. Man's place of origin was undoubtedly Asia. Europe is only a peninsula of the Eurasiatic continent, and although the extent of its land area during the Pleistocene was much greater than at present, it is certain from the distribution of the various species of man that the main races evolved in Asia, probably north of the great Himalayan range, long before the center of that continent was reduced to a series of deserts by progressive desiccation. The evidence based on man's relatively large bulk, on the lack of the development of his forelimbs, and particularly on his highly specialized foot structure, all indicate that he has not been arboreal for a vast period of time, probably not since the end of the Miocene. The change of habitat from the trees to the ground may have been caused by a profound modification of climate, from moist to dry or from warm to cold, which in turn may have affected the food supply and compelled a more carnivorous diet. Evidence of the location of the early evolution of man in Asia and in the geologically recent submerged area toward the southeast is afforded by the fossil deposits in the Siwalik hills of northern India, where the remains of primates have been found which were either ancestral or closely related to the four genera of living anthropoids, and where we may confidently look for remains of the earliest human forms, and by the discovery in Java, which in Pliocene times was connected with the mainland over what is now the South China Sea, of the earliest known form of erect primate, the Pithecanthropus. This ape-like man is practically the missing link, being intermediate between man and the anthropoids, and is generally believed to have been contemporary with the Gunz glaciation of some 500,000 years ago, the first of the four great glacial advances in Europe. One or two species of anthropoid apes have been discovered in the Miocene of Europe, which may possibly have been remotely related to the ancestors of man, but when the archaeological exploration of Asia shall be as complete and intensive as that of Europe, it is probable that more forms of fossil anthropoids and new species of man will be found there. Man existed in Europe during the second and third interglacial periods, if not earlier. We have his artifacts in the form of Eoliths, at least as early as the second interglacial stage, the Mindel Riss of some 300,000 years ago. A single jaw found near Heidelberg is referred to this period and is the earliest skeletal evidence of man in Europe. From certain remarkable characters in this jaw, it has been assigned to a new species, Homo heidelbergensis. Then follows a long period showing only scanty industrial relics and no known skeletal remains. Man was slowly and painfully struggling up from a culture phase where chance flints served his temporary purpose. This period, known as the Eolithic, was succeeded by a stage of human development where slight chipping and retouching of flints for his increasing needs led, after vast intervals of time, to the deliberate manufacture of tools. This Eolithic period is necessarily extremely hazy and uncertain. Whether or not certain chipped or broken flints called eoliths or dawn stones were actually human artifacts or were the products of natural forces is, however, immaterial, for man must have passed through such an Eolithic stage. The further back we go toward the commencement of this Eolithic culture, the more unrecognizable the flints necessarily become, until they finally cannot be distinguished from natural stone fragments. At the beginning, the earliest man merely picked up a convenient stone, used it once, and flung it away, precisely as an anthropoid ape would act today if he wanted to break the shell of a tortoise or crack an ostrich egg. Man must have experienced the following phases of development in the transition from the pre-human to the human stage. First, the utilization of chance, stones, and sticks. Second, the casual adaptation of flints by minimum amount of chipping. Third, the deliberate manufacture of the simplest implements from flint nodules. And fourth, the invention of new forms of weapons and tools in ever-increasing variety. Of the last two stages we have an extensive and clear record. Of the second stage we have in the Eoliths intermediate forms ranging from flints that are evidently results of natural causes to flints that are clearly artifacts. The first and earliest stage, of course, could leave behind it no definite record and must, in the present state of our knowledge, rest on hypothesis. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2. Paleolithic Man. With the deliberate manufacture of implements from flint nodules, we enter the beginning of Paleolithic time, and from here on our way is relatively clear. The successive stages of the Paleolithic were of great length, but are each characterized by some improvement in the manufacture of tools. During long ages, man was merely a tool-making and tool-using animal, and after all is said, that is about as good a definition as we can find today for the primate we call human. The Paleolithic period, or Old Stone Age, lasted from the somewhat indefinite termination of the Eolithic, some 150,000 years ago, to the Neolithic, or New Stone Age, which began about 7,000 BC. The Paleolithic falls naturally into three great subdivisions. The Lower Paleolithic includes the whole of the last interglacial stage, with the subdivisions of the Pre-Chilean, Chilean, and Acheulean. The Middle Paleolithic covers the whole of the last glaciation and is coextensive with the Mousterian period and the dominance of the Neanderthal species of man. The Upper Paleolithic embraces all the post-glacial stages down to the Neolithic and includes the subdivisions of the Aurignacian, Solustrian, Magdalenian, and Azilian. During the entire Upper Paleolithic, except the short closing phase, the Cro-Magnon race flourished. It is not until after the third severe period of great cold, known as the Riss glaciation, nor until we enter some 150,000 years ago, the third and last interglacial stage of temperate climate, known as the Riss worm, that we find a definite and ascending series of culture. The pre-Chilean, Chilean, and Acheulean divisions of the Lower Paleolithic occupied the whole of this warm, or rather temperate, interglacial phase, which lasted nearly 100,000 years. A shattered skull, a jaw, and some teeth have been discovered recently in Sussex, England. These remains were attributed to the same individual, who was named the Piltdown Man. Owing to the extraordinary thickness of the skull and the simian character of the jaw, a new genus, Eolithic, the Dawn Man, was created and assigned to pre-Chilean times. Some of the tentative restorations of the fragmentary bones make this skull altogether too modern and too capacious for a pre-Chilean or even a Chilean. Further study and comparison with the jaws of other primates also indicate that the jaw belonged to a chimpanzee, so that the genus Eolithic must now be abandoned, and the Piltdown Man must be included in the genus Homo as at present constituted. In any event, the Piltdown Man is highly aberrant, and so far as our present knowledge goes, does not appear to be related to any other species of man found during the Lower Paleolithic. Future discoveries of the Piltdown type, and for that matter of Heidelberg Man, may however raise either or both of them to generic rank. In later Acheulean times, a new human species, very likely descended from the early Heidelberg Man of Eolithic times, appears on the scene and is known as the Neanderthal race. Many fossil remains of this type have been found. The Neanderthaloids occupied the European stage exclusively, with the possible exception of the Piltdown Man, from the first appearance of man in Europe to the end of the Middle Paleolithic. The Neanderthals flourished throughout the entire duration of the last glacial advance, known as the Würm glaciation. This period, known as the Mousterian, began about 50,000 years ago and lasted some 25,000 years. The Neanderthal species disappears suddenly and completely with the advent of post-glacial times, when about 25,000 years ago it was apparently supplanted or exterminated by a new and far higher race, the famous Cro-Magnons. There may well have been during Mousterian times races of man in Europe other than the Neanderthaloids, but of them we have no record. Among the numerous remains of Neanderthals, however, we do find traces of distinct types, showing that this race in Europe was undergoing evolution and was developing marked variations in characters. Neanderthal man was an almost purely meat-eating hunter, living in caves, or rather in their entrances. He was dolichocephalic and not unlike existing Australoids, although not necessarily of black skin, and was of course in no sense a Negro. The skull was characterized by heavy supraorbital ridges, a low and receding forehead, protruding and chinless under jaw, and the posture was imperfectly erect. This race was widely spread and rather numerous. Some of its blood may have trickled down to the present time, and occasionally one sees a skull apparently of the Neanderthal type. The best skull of this type ever seen by the writer belonged to a very intellectual professor in London, who was quite unconscious of his value as a museum specimen. In the old black breed of Scotland, the overhanging brows and deep-set eyes are suggestive of this race. Along with other ancient and primitive racial remnants, ferocious gorilla-like living specimens of Paleolithic man are found not infrequently on the west coast of Ireland, and are easily recognized by the great upper lip, bridgeless nose, beetling brow, with low-growing hair and wild and savage aspect. The proportions of the skull which give rise to this large upper lip, the low forehead, and the supraorbital ridges are certainly Neanderthal characters. The other traits of this Irish type are common to many primitive races. This is the Irishman of caricature, and the type was very frequent in America when the first Irish immigrants came in 1846 and the following years. It seems, however, to have almost disappeared in this country, if, as it is claimed, the Neanderthals have left no trace of their blood in living populations. These fur bogues are derived from some very ancient and primitive race as yet undescribed. In the Upper Paleolithic, which began after the close of the fourth and last glaciation about 25,000 years ago, the Neanderthal race was succeeded by men of very modern aspect known as Cro-Magnons. The date of the beginning of the Upper Paleolithic is the first we can fix with accuracy, and its correctness can be relied on within narrow limits. The Cro-Magnon race first appears in the Aurignacian subdivision of the Upper Paleolithic. Like the Neanderthals, they were dolichocephalic, but with a cranial capacity superior to the average in existing European populations and a stature of very remarkable size. It is quite astonishing to find that the predominant race in Europe 25,000 years ago or more was not only much taller, but had an absolute cranial capacity in excess of the average of the present population. The low cranial average of existing populations in Europe can be best explained by the presence of large numbers of individuals of inferior mentality. These defectives have been carefully preserved by modern charity, whereas in the savage state of society the backward members were allowed to perish, and the race was carried on by the vigorous and not by the weaklings. The high brain capacity of the Cro-Magnons is paralleled by that of the ancient Greeks, who in a single century gave to the world out of their small population much more genius than all the other races of mankind have since succeeded in producing in a similar length of time. Attica between 530 and 430 BC had an average population of about 90,000 freemen, and yet from this number were born no less than 14 geniuses of the very highest rank. This would indicate a general intellectual status as much above that of the Anglo-Saxons as the latter are above the Negroes. The existence at these early dates of a very high cranial capacity and its later decline shows that there is no upward tendency inherent in mankind of sufficient strength to overcome obstacles placed in its way by stupid social customs. All historians are familiar with the phenomenon of a rise and decline in civilization, such as has occurred time and again in the history of the world, but we have here in the disappearance of the Cro-Magnon race the earliest example of the replacement of a very superior race by an inferior one. There is great danger of a similar replacement of a higher by a lower type here in America, unless the native American uses his superior intelligence to protect himself and his children from competition with intrusive peoples drained from the lowest races of Eastern Europe and Western Asia. While the skull of the Cro-Magnon was long, the cheekbones were very broad, and this combination of broad face with long skull constitutes a peculiar disharmonic type, which occurs today only among the very highly specialized Eskimo and one or two other unimportant groups. Skulls of this particular type, however, are found in small numbers among existing populations in central France, precisely in the district where the fossil remains of this race were first discovered. These isolated Frenchmen probably represent the last lingering remnant of this splendid race of hunting savages. The Cro-Magnon culture is found around the basin of the Mediterranean, and this fact, together with the conspicuous absence in Eastern Europe of its earliest phases, the Lower Aurigny nation, indicates that it entered Europe by way of North Africa, as its successors, the Mediterranean race, probably did in Neolithic times. There is little doubt that the Cro-Magnons originally developed in Asia and were in their highest stage of physical development at the time of their first appearance in Europe. Whatever change took place in their stature during their residence there seems to have been in the nature of a decline rather than of a further development. There is nothing whatever of the Negroid in the Cro-Magnons, and they are not in any way related to the Neanderthals, who represent a distinct and, save for the suggestions made above, an extinct species of man. The Cro-Magnon race persisted through the entire Upper Paleolithic during the periods known as the Aurignacian, Solutrean, and Magdalenian, from 25,000 to 10,000 BC. While it is possible that the blood of this race enters somewhat into the composition of the peoples of Western Europe, its influence cannot be great in the Cro-Magnons. The Nordics of their day disappear from view with the advent of the warmer climate of recent times. It has been suggested that following the fading ice edge north and eastward through Asia into North America, they became the ancestors of the Eskimo, but certain anatomical objections are fatal to this interesting theory. No one, however, who is familiar with the culture of the Eskimo, and especially with their wonderful skill in bone and ivory carving, can fail to be struck with the similarity of their technique to that of the Cro-Magnons. To the Cro-Magnon race the world owes the birth of art. Caverns and shelters are constantly unearthed in France and Spain, where the walls and ceilings are covered with polychrome paintings or with incised bas-reliefs of animals of the chase. A few clay models, sometimes of the human form, are also found together with abundant remains of their chipped but unpolished stone weapons and tools. Certain facts stand out clearly, namely that they were purely hunters and clothed themselves in furs and skin. They knew nothing of agriculture or of domestic animals, even the dog being probably as yet untamed, and the horse regarded merely as an object of chase. The question of their knowledge of the principle of the bow and arrow during the Aurignacian and Solutrean is an open one, but there are definite indications of the use of the arrow, or at least the barbed dart, in early Magdalenian times, and this weapon was well known in the succeeding Azilian period. The presence toward the end of this last period of quantities of very small flints called microliths has given rise to much controversy. It is possible that some of these microliths represent the tips of small poisoned arrows, such as are now in very general use among primitive hunting tribes the world over. Certain grooves in some of the flint weapons of the Upper Paleolithic may also have been used for the reception of poison. It is highly probable that the immediate predecessors of the Azilians, the Cro-Magnons, perhaps the greatest hunters that ever lived, not only used poisoned darts, but were adepts in trapping game by means of pitfalls and snares, precisely as do some of the hunting tribes of Africa today. Barbed arrowheads of flint or bone, such as were commonly used by the North American Indians, have not been found in Paleolithic deposits. In the Solutrean period, Cro-Magnons shared Europe with a new race known as the Brune-Breadmost, found in Central Europe. This race is characterized by a long face as well as a long skull, and was therefore harmonic. This Brune-Breadmost race appears to have been well settled in the Danubian and Hungarian plains, and this location indicates an eastern rather than a southern origin. Good anatomists have seen in this race the last lingering traces of the Neanderthaloids, but it is more probable that we have here the first advanced wave of the primitive forerunners of one of the modern European dolichocephalic races. This new race was not artistic, but had great skill in fashioning weapons, and possibly is associated with the peculiarities of Solutrean culture and the decline of art which characterizes that period. The artistic impulse of the Cro-Magnons, which flourished so vigorously during the Aurignacian, seems to be quite suspended during this Solutrean period, but reappears in the succeeding Magdalenian times. This Magdalenian art is clearly the direct descendant of Aurignacian models, and in this closing age of the Cro-Magnons all forms of Paleolithic art, carving, engraving, painting, and the manufacture of weapons reach their highest and final culmination. 9 or 10,000 years may be assigned to the Aurignacian and Solitrian periods, and we may with considerable certainty give the minimum date of 16,000 BC as the beginning of Magdalenian time. Its entire duration can be safely set down at 6,000 years, thus bringing the final termination of the Magdalenian to 10,000 BC. All these dates are extremely conservative, and the error, if any, is in assigning too late and not too early a period to the end of Magdalenian times. At the close of the Magdalenian, we enter upon the last period of Paleolithic times, the Azilian, which lasted from about 10,000 to 7,000 BC, when the Upper Paleolithic, the age of chip flints, definitely and finally ends in Europe. This period takes its name from the Mas Davil, or House of Refuge, a huge cavern in the eastern Pyrenees where the local Protestants took shelter during their persecutions. The extensive deposits in this cave are typical of the Azilian epoch, and here certain marked pebbles may be the earliest known traces of symbolic writing, but true writing was probably not developed until the late Neolithic. With the advent of this Azilian period, art entirely disappears, and the splendid physical type of the Cro-Magnons is succeeded by what appear to have been degraded savages who had lost the force and vigor necessary for the strenuous chase of large game and had turned to the easier life of fishermen. In the Azilian, the bow and arrow are in common use in Spain, and it is well within the possibilities that the introduction and development of this new weapon from the south may have played its part in the destruction of the Cro-Magnons. Otherwise, it is hard to account for the disappearance of this race of large stature and great brain power. The Azilian, also called the Tardenoisian, in the north of France, was evidently a period of racial disturbance, and at its close the beginnings of the existing races are found. From the first appearance of man in Europe, and for many tens of thousands of years down to some 10 or 12,000 years ago, all known human remains are of dolichocephalic type. In the Azilian period appears the first round skull race. It comes clearly from the east. Later we shall find that this invasion of the forerunners of the existing Alpine race came from southwestern Asia by way of the Iranian plateau, Asia Minor, the Balkans, and the valley of the Danube, and spread over nearly all of Europe. The earlier round skulls invasions may as well have been infiltrations as armed conquests, since apparently from that day to this the round skulls have occupied the poorer mountain districts and have seldom ventured down to the rich and fertile plains. This new brachycephalic race is known as the Furfous or Grenelle race, so called from the localities in Belgium and France where it was first discovered. Members of this round skull race have also been found at Offnet in Bavaria, where they occur in association with the dolichocephalic race, our first historic evidence of the mixture of contrasted races. The descendants of this Furfous Grenelle race and of the succeeding waves of invaders of the same brachycephalic type now occupy Central Europe as Alpines and form the predominant peasant type in Central and Eastern Europe. In this same Azilian period there appear, coming this time from the south, the first forerunners of the Mediterranean race. The descendants of this earliest wave of Mediterraneans and their later reinforcements occupy all the coast and islands of the Mediterranean and are spread widely over Western Europe. They can everywhere be identified by their short stature, slight build, long skull, and brunette hair and eyes. While during this Azilian Tardenoisian period, these ancestors of two of the existing European races are appearing in Central and Southern Europe, a new culture phase, also distinctly pre-Neolithic, was developing along the shores of the Baltic. It is known as Megalmos from its type locality in Denmark. It is believed to be the work of the first wave of the Nordic race, which had followed the retreating glaciers northward over the old land connections between Denmark and Sweden to occupy the Scandinavian peninsula. In the remains of this culture we find definite evidence of the domesticated dog. With the appearance of the Mediterranean race, the Azilian Tardenoisian draws to its close, and with it the entire Paleolithic period. It is safe to assign for the end of the Paleolithic and the beginning of the Neolithic or Polished Stone Age the date of 7,000 or 8,000 BC. The races of the Paleolithic period, so far as we can judge from their remains, appear successively on the scene, with all their characters fully developed. The evolution of all these subspecies and races took place somewhere in Asia or Eastern Europe. None of these races appear to be ancestral one to another, although the scanty remains of the Heidelberg man would indicate that he may have given rise to the later Neanderthals. Other than this possible affinity, the various races of Paleolithic times are not related one to another. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. The Neolithic and Bronze Ages. About 7000 BC, we enter an entirely new period in the history of man, the Neolithic or New Stone Age, when the flint implements were polished and not merely chipped. Early as is this state in European culture, we are not far from the beginnings of an elaborate civilization in parts of Asia and Egypt. The earliest organized governments, so far as our present knowledge goes, were Egypt and Sumer. Chinese civilization at the other end of Asia is later, but mystery still shrouds its origin and its connection, if any, with the Mesopotamian city-states. The solution probably lies in the central region of the Sire d'Arya, and future excavations in those regions may uncover very early cultures. Balkh, the ancient Bactria, the mother of cities, is located where the trade routes between China, India, and Mesopotamia converged, and it is in this neighborhood that careful and thorough excavations will probably find their greatest reward. However, we are not dealing with Asia, but with Europe only, and our knowledge is confined to the fact that the various cultural advances at the end of the Paleolithic and the beginning of the Neolithic correspond with the arrival of new races. The transition from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic was formerly considered as revolutionary, an abrupt change of both race and culture, but a period more or less transitory, known as the Campanian, now appears to bridge over this gap. This is only what should be expected, since in human archaeology, as in geology, the more detailed our knowledge becomes, the more gradually we find one period or horizon emerges into its successor. For a long time after the opening of the Neolithic, the old-fashioned chip weapons and implements remained the predominant type, and the polished flints, so characteristic of the Neolithic, appear at first only sporadically, then increase in number until finally they entirely replace the rougher designs of the preceding Old Stone Age. So in their turn, these Neolithic polished stone implements, which ultimately became both varied and effective as weapons and tools, continued in use long after metallurgy developed. In the Bronze period, metal, armor, and weapons were for ages of the greatest value. So they were necessarily in the possession of the military and ruling classes only, while the unfortunate serf or common soldier who followed his master to war did the best he could with leather shield and stone weapons. In the ring that clustered around Harold for the last stand on Senlac Hill, many of the English thanes died with their Saxon king, armed solely with the stone battle-axes of their ancestors. In Italy also there was a long period known to the Italian archaeologists as the Neolithic period, when good flint tools existed side by side with very poor copper and bronze implements, so that while the Neolithic lasted in Western Europe 4,000 or 5,000 years, it is at its commencement without clear definition from the preceding Paleolithic, and at its end it emerges gradually into the succeeding ages of metals. After the opening of Campanian phase, there followed a long period typical of the Neolithic, known as the Robenhausian, or Age of the Swiss lake-dwellers, which reached its height after 5000 BC. The lake-dwellings seem to have been the work chiefly of the round-skull Alpine races, and are found in numbers throughout the region of the Alps and their foothills, and along the valley of the Danube. These Robenhausian pile-built villages were the earliest known form of fixed habitation in Europe, and the culture found in association with them was a great advance over that of the preceding Paleolithic. This type of permanent habitation flourished through the entire Upper Neolithic and the succeeding Bronze Age. Pile villages end in Switzerland with the first appearance of iron, but elsewhere, as on the Upper Danube, they still existed in the days of Herodotus. Pottery is found together with domesticated animals and agriculture, which appeared during the Robenhausian for the first time. The chase, supplemented by trapping and fishing, was still common, but it probably was more for clothing than for food. A permanent site is not alone the basis of an agricultural community, but it also involves at least a partial abandonment of the chase, because only nomads can follow the game in its seasonal migrations, and hunted animals soon leave the neighborhood of settlements. The Terra Mara period of northern Italy was a later phase of culture contemporaneous with the Upper Robenhausian, and was typical of the Bronze Age. During the Terra Mara period, fortified and moated stations in swamps or close to the banks of rivers became the favorite resorts instead of pile villages built in lakes. The first traces of copper are found during this period. The earliest human remains in the Terra Mara deposits are long-skulled, but round skulls soon appear in association with bronze implements. This indicates an original population of Mediterranean affinities overwhelmed later by Alpines. Neolithic culture also flourished in the north of Europe, and particularly in Scandinavia, now free from ice. The coasts of the Baltic were apparently occupied for the first time at the very beginning of this period, as no trace of Paleolithic industry has been found there, other than the Mangel-Mose, which represents only the very latest phase of the Old Stone Age. The kitchen middens, or refuse heaps of Sweden, and more particularly of Denmark, date from the early Neolithic, and thus are somewhat earlier than the lake dwellers. Rough pottery occurs in them for the first time, but no traces of agriculture have been found, and, as said, the dog seems to have been the only domesticated animal. From these two centers, the Alps in the north, an elaborate and variegated Neolithic culture spread through Western Europe, and an autochthonous development took place, comparatively little influenced by trade intercourse with Asia after the first immigrations of the new races. We may assume that the distribution of races in Europe during the Neolithic was roughly as follows. The Mediterranean basin and Western Europe, including Spain, Italy, Gaul, Britain, and parts of Western Germany, were populated by Mediterranean longheads. In Britain, the Paleolithic population must have been very small, and the Neolithic Mediterraneans were the first effectively to open up the country. Even they kept to the open moorlands and avoided the heavily wooded and swampy valleys which today are the main centers of population. Before metal and especially iron tools were in use, forests were an almost complete barrier to the expansion of an agricultural population. The Alps and the territories immediately adjacent, with central Gaul and much of the Balkans, were inhabited by Alpine types. These Alpines extended northward until they came in touch in eastern Germany and Poland with the southernmost Nordics, but as the Carpathians, at a much later date, namely from the 4th to the 8th century A.D., were the center of radiation of the Alpine Slavs, it is very possible that during the Neolithic the early Nordics lay farther north and east. North of the Alpines, and occupying the shores of the Baltic and Scandinavia, together with eastern Germany, Poland, and Russia, were located the Nordics. At the very base of the Neolithic, and perhaps still earlier, this race occupied Scandinavia, and Sweden became the nursery of what has been generally called the Teutonic subdivision of the Nordic race. It was in that country that the peculiar characters of stature and blondness became most accentuated, and it is there that we find them today in their greatest purity. During the Neolithic, the remnants of early Paleolithic man must have been numerous, but later they were either exterminated or absorbed by the existing European races. During all this Neolithic period, Mesopotamia and Egypt were thousands of years in advance of Europe, but only a small amount of culture from these sources seems to have trickled westward up the valley of the Danube. Then and long afterward, the main route of intercourse between Western Asia and the heart of Europe. Some trade also passed from the Black Sea up the Russian rivers to the Baltic coasts. Along these latter routes there came from the north to the Mediterranean world the amber of the Baltic, a fossil resin greatly prized by early man for its magic electrical qualities. Gold was probably the first metal to attract the attention of primitive man, but could only be used for purposes of ornamentation. Copper, which is often found in a pure state, was also one of the earliest metals known, and probably came first either from the mines of Cyprus or of the Sinai Peninsula. These latter mines are known to have been worked before 3400 B.C. by systematic mining operations, and much earlier the metal must have been obtained by primitive methods from surface ore. It is therefore probable that copper was known and used at first for ornament and later for implements in Egypt before 4000 B.C., and possibly even earlier in the Mesopotamian regions. We now reach the confines of recorded history, and the first absolutely fixed date, 4241 B.C., is established for Lower Egypt by the oldest known calendar. The earliest date as yet for Mesopotamia is somewhat later, but these two countries supplied the basis of the chronology of the ancient world until a few centuries before Christ. With the use of copper, the Neolithic fades to its end, and the Bronze Age commences soon thereafter. This next step in advance was made apparently before 3000 B.C., when some unknown genius discovered that an amalgam of 9 parts of copper to 1 part of tin would produce the metal we now call bronze, which has a texture and hardness suitable for weapons and tools. The discovery revolutionized the world. The new knowledge was a long time spreading, and weapons of this material were of fabulous value, especially in countries where there were no native mines and where spears and swords could only be obtained through trade or conquest. The esteem in which these bronze weapons, and still more the later weapons of iron, were held is indicated by the innumerable legends and myths concerning magic swords and armour, the possession of which made the owner well nigh invulnerable and invincible. The necessity of obtaining tin for this amalgam led to the early voyages of the Phoenicians, who, from the cities of Tyre and Sidon and their daughter Carthage, traversed the entire length of the Mediterranean, founded colonies in Spain to work the Spanish tin mines, passed the Pillars of Hercules, and finally voyaged through the stormy Atlantic to the Cassiterides, the tin isles of Ultima Thule. There, on the coast of Cornwall, they traded with the native British of kindred Mediterranean race for the precious tin. These dangerous and costly voyages became explicable only if the value of this metal for the composition of bronze be taken into consideration. After these bronze weapons were elaborated in Egypt, the knowledge of their manufacture and use was extended through conquest into Palestine and northward into Asia Minor. The effect of the possession of these new weapons on the Alpine populations of Western Asia was magical, and resulted in an intensive and final expansion of round skulls into Europe. This invasion came through Asia Minor. The Balkans and the valley of the Danube, poured into Italy from the north, introduced bronze among the earlier Alpine lake dwellers of Switzerland, and among the Mediterraneans of the Terramara stations of the valley of the Po, and at a later date reached as far west as Britain and as far north as Holland and Norway, where its traces are still to be found among the living population. The simultaneous appearance of bronze about 3000 or 2800 B.C. in the south as well as in the north of Italy may possibly be attributed to a lateral wave of this same invasion, which, passing through Egypt, where it left behind the so-called Giza round skulls, reached Tunis and Sicily. In southern Italy, bronze may have been introduced from Crete. With the first knowledge of metals begins the Neolithic period of the Italians. The close resemblance in design and technique among the implements of the Bronze Age in widely separated localities is so great that we can infer a relatively simultaneous introduction. With the introduction of bronze, the custom of incineration of the dead also appears and replaces the typical Neolithic custom of inhumation. The introduction of bronze into England and into Scandinavia may be safely dated about 1,000 years later, after 1800 B.C. The fact that the Alpines only barely reached Ireland indicates that at this time that island was severed from England, and that the land connection between England and France had been broken. The computation of the foregoing dates, of course, is somewhat hypothetical, but the fixed fact remains that this last expansion of the Alpines brought the knowledge of bronze to Western and Northern Europe and to the Mediterranean and Nordic peoples living there. The effect of the introduction of bronze in the areas occupied chiefly by the Mediterranean race along the Atlantic coast and in Britain, as well as in North Africa from Tunis to Morocco, is seen in the construction and in the wide distribution of the megalithic funeral monuments, which appear to have been erected not by Alpines but by the dolichocephs. The occurrence of bronze tools and weapons in the interments shows clearly that the megaliths of the south of France date from the beginning of the Bronze Age. The absence of bronze from the dolmens of Brittany may indicate an earlier age. It is, however, more likely that the opening Bronze Age in the south was contemporary with the late Neolithic in the north. The construction and use of these monuments continued at least until the very earliest trace of iron appears, and in fact mound burials among the Vikings were common until the introduction of Christianity. Although there is evidence of very early use of iron in Egypt, the knowledge of this metal as well as of the bronze in Europe centers around the area occupied by the Alpines in the eastern Alps, and its earliest phase is known as the Hallstatt culture, from a little town in the Tyrol where it was first discovered. This Hallstatt iron culture appeared about 1500 B.C. The Alpine Hittites in northeast Asia Minor were probably the first to mine and smelt iron, and they introduced it to the Alpines of eastern Europe, but it was the Nordics who benefited by its use.
Bronze weapons and the later iron ones proved in the hands of these northern barbarians to be of terrible effectiveness. With these metal swords in their grasp, the Nordics conquered the Alpines of Central Europe and then suddenly entered the ancient world as raiders and destroyers of cities. The classic civilizations of the northern coast of the Mediterranean Sea fell one after another before the furor Normanorum, just as 2,000 years later the provinces of Rome were devastated by the last great flood of the Nordics from beyond the Alps. The first Nordics to appear in European history are tribes speaking Aryan tongues in the form of the various Celtic and related dialects in the west, of Umbrian in Italy, and of Thracian in the Balkans. These barbarians pouring down from the north swept with them large numbers of Alpines whom they had already thoroughly Nordicised. The process of conquering and assimilating the Alpines must have gone on for long centuries before our first historic records, and the work was so thoroughly done that the very existence of this Alpine race as a separate subspecies of man was actually forgotten for many centuries by themselves and by the world at large until it was revealed in our own day by the science of skull measurements. The Hallstatt iron culture did not extend into Western Europe, and the smelting and extensive use of this metal in southern Britain and northwestern Europe are of much later date and occur in what is called the La Tène period, usually assigned to the 5th and 4th century B.C. Iron weapons were, however, known sporadically in England much earlier, perhaps as far back as 800 B.C., but were very rare and were probably importations from the continent. Hallstatt relics have only been found in the northeast or centre of France, and it appears that the Bronze Age continued in the remainder of that country until about 700 B.C. The spread of this La Tène culture is associated with the Nordic Cymry, who constituted the last wave of Celtic-speaking invaders into Western Europe, while the earlier Nordic Gauls and Goidels had arrived in Gaul and Britain equipped with bronze only. In Roman times, following the La Tène period, the main races of Europe occupied the relative positions which they had held during the whole Neolithic period, and which they hold today, with the exception that the Nordic subspecies was less extensively represented in Western Europe than when, a few hundred years later, the so-called Teutonic tribes overran these countries. But on the other hand, the Nordics occupied large areas in eastern Germany, Hungary, Poland, and Russia, now mainly occupied by the Slavs of Alpine race. Many countries in Central Europe were in Roman times inhabited by fair-haired, blue-eyed barbarians, where now the population is preponderantly brunette and becoming yearly more so. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4. The Alpine Race. The Alpine race is clearly of Eastern and Asiatic origin. It forms the westernmost extension of a widespread subspecies which, outside of Europe, occupies Asia Minor, Iran, the Pamirs, and the Hindu Kush. In fact, the western Himalayas were probably its original centre of evolution and radiation, and among its Asiatic members is a distinct subdivision, the Armenoids. The Alpine race is distinguished by a round face and correspondingly round skull, which in the true Armenians has a peculiar sugar-loaf shape, a character which can be easily recognized. The Alpines must not be confounded with the slit-eyed Mongols, who centered around Tibet and the steppes of North Asia. The fact that both these races are round-skulled does not involve identity of origin any more than the long skulls of the Nordics and of the Mediterraneans require that they be both considered of the same subspecies, although good anthropologists have been misled by this parallelism. The Alpines are of stocky build and moderately short stature, except sometimes where they have been crossed with Nordic elements. This race is also characterized by dark hair, except where there has been a strong Nordic admixture, as in South Germany and Switzerland. In Europe at the present time the eye also is usually dark, but sometimes greyish. The ancestral Proto-Alpines from the highlands of Western Asia must, of course, have had brunette eyes and very dark, probably black hair. Whether we are justified in considering grey eyes as peculiar to populations of mixed Alpine and Nordic blood is difficult to determine, but one thing is certain: the combination of blue eyes and flaxen hair is never Alpine. The European Alpines retain very little evidence of their Asiatic origin except the skull shape, and have been in contact with the Nordic race so long that in Central and Western Europe they are everywhere saturated with the blood of that race. Many populations now considered good Germans, such as the majority of the Württembergers, Bavarians, Austrians, Swiss, and Tyrolese, are merely Nordicized Alpines. While the Swiss are today neither tall nor long-headed, their country was thoroughly conquered early in the Christian era by the Nordic Alemanni, who entered from the Rhine valley. The exodus of soldiers from the forest cantons throughout the Middle Ages to fight as mercenaries in France and Italy gradually drained off this Nordic element, until the chief evidence of its former existence lies today in the large amount of blondness among the Swiss. With the loss of this type, the nation has ceased to be a military community. The first appearance in Europe of the Alpines dates from the Azilian period, when it is represented by the fur-fused Grinnell race. There were later several invasions of this race, which entered Europe from the Asia Minor plateau by way of the Balkans and the valley of the Danube during Neolithic times, and also at the beginning of the Bronze Age. It appears also to have passed north of the Black Sea, as some slight traces have been discovered there of round skulls, which long antedate the existing population, but the Russian brachycephaly of today is of much later origin, and is due mainly to the eastward spread of Alpines from the regions of the Carpathians since the first centuries of our era. This race, in its final expansion far to the northwest, ultimately reached Norway, Denmark, and Holland, and planted among the dolichocephalic natives small colonies of round skulls which still exist. These colonies are found along the coast, and while of small extent are clearly marked. On the southwestern seaboard of Norway these round heads are dark and relatively short. When this invasion reached the extreme northwest of Europe, its energy was spent, and the invaders were soon forced back into Central Europe by the Nordics. The Alpines at this time of maximum extension, about 1800 B.C., crossed into Britain, and a few reached Ireland and introduced bronze into both these islands. As the metal appears about the same time in Sweden, it is safe to assume that it was introduced by this invasion. The men of the round barrows in England were Alpines, but their numbers were so scanty that they have left behind them in the skulls of the living population but little demonstrable evidence of their former presence. If we are ever able accurately to analyze the various strains that enter in more or less minute quantities into the blood of the British nation, we shall find many traces of these round barrow men, as well as other interesting and ancient remnants, especially in the Western Isles and peninsulas. In the study of European populations, the great and fundamental fact about the British Isles is the almost total absence there today of true Alpine round skulls. It is the only important state in Europe in which the round skulls play no part, and the only nation of any rank composed solely of Nordic and Mediterranean races in approximately equal numbers. To this fact are undoubtedly due many of the individualities and much of the greatness of the English people. The cephalic index in England is rather low, about 78, but there is a type of tall men with a tendency to round-headedness, allied to a very marked intellectual capacity, known as the beaker-maker type. They are probably descended from the men of the round barrows, who, while brachycephalic, were tall and presumably dark, and entered England on the east and northeast. The beaker-makers appear at the very end of the Neolithic, and, at least in the case of the last of them to arrive, are identified with the Bronze Age. Before this tall round-headed type reached Britain, they had absorbed many Nordic elements, and they have nothing except the skull shape in common with the Alpines living closest, those of Belgium and France. However, they do suggest strongly the Dinaric race of the Tyrol and Dalmatian coast of the Adriatic. In addition to the beaker-makers, remains of short, thick-set brachycephs have also been found in small numbers. These last appear to have been true Alpines. The invasion of Central Europe by Alpines, which occurred in the Neolithic, following in the wake of the Azilian forerunners of the same type, the fur-fused Grinnell race, represented a very great advance in culture. They brought with them from Asia the art of domesticating animals and the first knowledge of the cereals and of pottery, and were an agricultural race in sharp contrast to the flesh-eating hunters who preceded them. The Neolithic populations of the lake dwellings in Switzerland and the extreme north of Italy, which flourished about 5000 BC, all belong to this Alpine race. A comparison of the scanty physical remains of these lake dwellers with the inhabitants of the existing villages on the lake shores demonstrates that the skull shape has changed little or not at all during the last 7,000 years, and affords us another proof of the persistency of physical characters. This Alpine race in Europe is now so thoroughly acclimated that it is no longer Asiatic in any respect and has nothing in common with the Mongols except its round skulls. Such Mongolian elements as exist today in scattered groups throughout the Eastern Europe are remnants of the later invasions of Tartar hordes, which, beginning with Attila in the 5th century, ravaged Eastern Europe for hundreds of years. In Western and Central Europe, the present distribution of the Alpine race is a substantial recession from its earlier extent, and it has been everywhere conquered and subordinated by Celtic and Teutonic-speaking Nordics. Beginning with the first appearance of the Celtic-speaking Nordics in Western Europe, the Alpine race has been obliged to give ground, but has mingled its blood everywhere with the conquerors, and now, after centuries of obscurity, it appears to be increasing again at the expense of the master race. The Alpines reached Spain as they reached Britain in small numbers and with spent force, but they still persist along the Cantabrian Alps, as well as among the French Basques on the northern side of the Pyrenees. The Anarian, Basque, or Euskarian language may be a derivative of the original speech of these Alpines, as its affinities point eastward and toward Asia rather than southward and toward the littoral of Africa and the Hamitic speech of the Mediterranean Berbers. Basque was probably related to the extinct Aquitanian, the Ligurian language, also seemingly Anarian, if ever closely deciphered, may throw some light on the subject. There are dim traces all along the North African coast of a round skull invasion about 3000 BC through Syria, Egypt, Tripoli, and Tunis, and from there through Sicily to southern Italy. The Alpine race forms today, as in Caesar's time, the great bulk of the population of central France, with a Nordic aristocracy resting upon it. They occupy, as the lower classes, the uplands of Belgium, where, known as Walloons, they speak an archaic French dialect closely related to the ancient langue d'oil. They form a majority of the upland population of Alsace, Lorraine, Baden, Württemberg, Bavaria, Tyrol, Switzerland, and northern Italy, in short, of the entire central massif of Europe. In Bavaria and the Tyrol of the Alpines are so thoroughly Nordicized that their true racial affinities are betrayed by their round skulls alone. When we reach Austria, we come in contact with the Slavic-speaking nations, which form a subdivision of the Alpine race, appearing relatively late in history and radiating from the Carpathian Mountains. In Western and Central Europe, in relation to the Nordic race, the Alpine is everywhere the ancient, underlying, and submerged type. The fertile lands, river valleys, and cities are here in the hands of the Nordics, but in eastern Germany and Poland we find conditions reversed. That is, an old Nordic broodland with a Nordic substratum underlying the bulk of the peasantry, which now consists of round-skulled Alpine Slavs. On top of these, again, we have an aristocratic upper class of comparatively recent introduction and of Saxon origin in eastern Germany. In Austria, this upper class is Swabian and Bavarian. The introduction of Slavs into eastern Germany is believed to have been by infiltration and not by conquest. In the 4th century, these Wends were called Wenethi, Antes, and Sklaveni, and were described as strong in numbers but despised in war. Through the neglect of the Teutons, they had been allowed to range far and wide from their homes near the northeastern Carpathians and to occupy the lands formerly belonging to the Nordic nations, who had abandoned their country and flocked into the Roman Empire. Goth, Burgund, Lombard, and Vandal were replaced by the lowly Wend and Sorb, whose descendants today form the privates in the East German regiments, while the officers are everywhere recruited from the Nordic upper class. The medieval relation of these Slavic tribes to the dominant Teuton is well expressed in the meaning slave, which has been attached to their name in Western languages. The occupation of eastern Germany and Poland by the Slavs probably occurred from 400 A.D. to 700 A.D., but these Alpine elements were reinforced from the east and south from time to time during the succeeding centuries. Beginning early in the 10th century, the Saxons, under their emperors, especially Henry the Fowler, turned their attention eastward, and during the next 2 centuries they reconquered and thoroughly Germanized all this section of Europe. A similar series of changes in racial predominance took place in Russia, where, in addition to a nobility largely Nordic, a section of the population is of ancient Nordic type, although the bulk of the peasantry consists of Alpine Slavs. The Alpines in Eastern Europe are represented by various branches of the Slavic nations. Their area of distribution was split into two sections by the occupation of the great Dacian plain, first by the Avars about 600 A.D. and later by the Hungarians about 900 A.D. These Avars and Magyars came from somewhere in eastern Russia beyond the sphere of Aryan speech, and their invasion separated the northern Slavs known as Wends, Czechs, Slovaks, and Poles from the southern Slavs known as Serbs and Croats. These southern Slavs entered the Balkan Peninsula in the 6th century from the northeast and today form the great mass of the population there. The center of radiation of all these Slavic-speaking Alpines was located in the Carpathians, especially the Ruthenian districts of Galicia, and eastward to the neighborhood of the Pripet swamps and the headwaters of the Dnieper in Polesia, where the Slavic dialects are believed to have developed and whence they spread throughout Russia about the 8th century. These early Slavs were probably the Sarmatians of the Greek and Roman writers. Their name, Veneti, seems to have been a later designation. The original Proto-Slavic language, being Aryan, must have been at some distant date imposed by Nordics upon the Alpines, but its development into the present Slavic tongues was chiefly the work of Alpines. In other words, the expansion of the Alpines of the Slavic-speaking group seems to have occurred after the 4th century, and they have spread in the east over areas which were originally Nordic, very much as the Teutons had previously overrun and submerged the earlier Alpines in the west. The Mongol, Tatar, and Turk, who invaded Europe, much later reinforced the brachycephalic element in these countries. To some extent, the round-skulled Alpines in Russia have been reinforced by way of the Caucasus and the route north of the Black Sea by their kindred in western Asia. The greater part of the purely Asiatic types has been thoroughly absorbed and Europeanized, except in certain localities in Russia, more especially in the east and south, where Mongoloid tribes such as the Mordvids, Bashkirs, and Kalmucks have maintained their type either in isolated and relatively large groups or side by side with their Slavic neighbors. In both cases, the isolation is maintained through religious and social differences. The Avars preceded the Magyars in Hungary, but they have merged with the latter without leaving traces that can be identified. Certain Mongoloid characters found in Bulgaria are believed, however, to be of Avar origin. The original physical type of the Magyars and the European Turks has now practically vanished as a result of prolonged intermarriage with the original inhabitants of Hungary and the Balkans. These tribes have left little behind but their language, and in the case of the Turks, their religion. The brachycephalic Hungarians today resemble the Austrian Germans much more than they do the Slavic-speaking populations adjoining them on the north and south, or the Romanians on the east. Driven onward by the Avars, the Bulgars appeared south of the Danube about the end of the 7th century, coming originally from eastern Russia, where the remnants of their kindred still persist along the Volga. Today they conform physically in the western half of the country to the Alpine Serbs, and in the eastern half to the Mediterranean race, as do also the Romanians of the Black Sea coast. Little or nothing remains of the ancestral Bulgars except their name. Language, religion, and nearly, but not quite all, of the physical type have disappeared. The early members of the Nordic race, in order to reach the Mediterranean world, had to pass through the Alpine populations and must have absorbed a certain amount of Alpine blood. Therefore, the Umbrians in Italy and the Gauls of Western Europe, while predominantly Nordic, were more mixed, especially in the lower classes, with Alpine blood than were the Belgi or Cymri, or their successors, the Goths, Vandals, Burgundians, Alemanni, Saxons, Franks, Lombards, Danes, and Northmen, all of whom appear in history as Nordics of the so-called Teutonic group. In some portions of their range, notably Savoy and central France, the Alpine race is much less affected by Nordic influence than elsewhere, but on the contrary, it shows signs of a very ancient admixture with Mediterranean and even earlier elements. Brachycephalic Alpine populations in comparative purity still exist in the interior of Brittany, as in Auvergne, although nearly surrounded by Nordic populations. While the Alpines were everywhere overwhelmed and driven to the fastnesses of the mountains, the warlike and restless nature of the Nordics has enabled the more stable Alpine population to reassert itself slowly, and Europe is probably much less Nordic today than it was 1,500 years ago. The early Alpines made very large contributions to the civilization of the world and were the medium through which many advances in culture were introduced from Asia into Europe. This race, at the time of its first appearance in the West, brought to the nomad hunters a knowledge of agriculture and of primitive pottery and of domestication of animals, and thus made possible a great increase in population and the establishment of permanent settlements. Still later, its final expansion was the means through which the knowledge of metals reached the Mediterranean and Nordic populations of the West and North. Upon the appearance on the scene of the Nordics, the Alpine race temporarily lost its identity and sank to the subordinate and obscure position which it still largely occupies. In Western Asia, members of this race seemingly are entitled to the honor of the earliest Mesopotamian civilization of which we have knowledge, namely that of Sumer and its northerly neighbor Akkad in Mesopotamia. It is also the race of early Elam and Media. In fact, the basis of Mesopotamian civilization belongs to this race. Later, Babylonia and Assyria were Arabic and Semitic, while Persia was Nordic and Aryan. In classic, medieval, and modern times, the Alpines have played an unimportant part in European culture, and in Western Europe they have been so thoroughly Nordicized that they exist rather as an element in Nordic race development than as an independent type. There are, however, many indications in current history which point to an impending development of civilization in the Slavic branches of this race, and the world must be prepared to face changes in the Russias which will, for good or for evil, bring them more closely into touch with Western Europe. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. The Mediterranean Race. The Mediterranean subspecies, formerly called the Iberian, is a relatively small, light-boned, long-skulled race of brunette coloring, becoming even swarthy in certain portions of its range. Throughout Neolithic times, and possibly still earlier, it seems to have occupied, as it does today, all the shores of the Mediterranean, including the coast of Africa from Morocco on the west to Egypt on the east. The Mediterraneans are the western members of a subspecies of man which forms a substantial part of the population of Persia, Afghanistan, Baluchistan, and Hindustan, with perhaps a southward extension into Ceylon. The Aryanized Afghan and Hindu of northern India speak languages derived from Old Sanskrit and are distinctly related to the Mediterranean race. Aside from a common dolichocephaly, these peoples are entirely distinct from the Dravidians of South India, whose speech is agglutinative and who show strong evidence of profound mixture with the ancient Negrito substratum of southern Asia. Everywhere throughout the Asiatic portion of its range, the Mediterranean race overlies an even more ancient Negroid race. These Negroids still have representatives among the pre-Dravidians of India, the Vedas of Ceylon, the Sakai of the Malay Peninsula, and the natives of the Andaman Islands. This Mediterranean subspecies at the close of the Paleolithic spread from the basin of the inland sea northward by way of Spain throughout westernmost Europe, including the British Isles, and before the final expansion of the Alpines was widely distributed up to and possibly touching the domain of the Nordic Dolichocephs. The Mediterraneans did not cross the Alps from the south, but spread around the mountains. In attaining to Britain from Spain by way of central France, it is probable that they swept with them Paleolithic remnants from the ancient centre of population in the Auvergne district. In all this vast range from the British Isles to Hindustan, it is not to be supposed that there is absolute identity of race. Certain portions, however, of the populations of the countries throughout this long stretch do show in their physique clear indications of descent from a Neolithic race of a common original type, which we may call Proto-Mediterranean. Quite apart from inevitable admixture with late Nordic and early Paleolithic elements, the brunette type of Englishman has had perhaps 10,000 years of independent evolution, during which he has undergone selection due to the climatic and physical conditions of his northern habitat. The result is that he has specialized far away from the Proto-Mediterranean race, which contributed his blood originally to Britain while it was probably still part of continental Europe. At the other end of their range in India, this race, the Mediterraneans, have been crossed with Dravidians and with pre-Dravidian Negroids. They have also had imposed upon them other ethnic elements which came over through the Afghan passes from the northwest. The resultant racial mixture in India has had its own line of specialization, residence in the fertile but unhealthy river bottoms, the direct rays of a tropic sun in competition with the immemorial autochthonies, have unsparingly weeded generation after generation until the existing Hindu has little in common with the ancestral Proto-Mediterranean. It is to the Mediterranean race in the British Isles that the English, Scotch, and Americans owe whatever brunette characters they possess. In Western Europe, wherever it exists, it appears to underlie the Alpine race, and in fact, wherever this race is in contact with either the Alpines or the Nordics, it would seem to represent the more ancient stratum of the population. So far as we know, this Mediterranean type never existed in Scandinavia, and all brunette elements found there can be attributed to introductions in the Bronze Age or in historic times, nor did the Mediterranean race ever enter or cross the high Alps as did the Nordics at a much later date on their way to the Mediterranean basin from the Baltic coasts. The Mediterranean race, with its Asiatic extensions, is bordered everywhere on the north of its enormous range from Spain to India by round skulls, but there does not seem to be as much evidence of mixture between these two subspecies of man as there is between the Alpines and the Nordics. Along its southern boundary, the Mediterraneans are in contact with either the long-skulled Negroes of Africa or the ancient Negrito population of southern Asia. In Africa, this race has drifted southward over the Sahara and up the Nile Valley, and has modified the blood of the Negroes in both the Senegambian and equatorial regions. Beyond these mixtures of blood, there is absolutely no relationship between the Mediterranean race and the Negroes. The fact that the Mediterranean race is long-skulled as well as the Negro does not indicate relationship, as has been suggested. An overemphasis of the importance of the skull shape as a somatological character can easily mislead, and characters other than skull proportions must be carefully considered in determining race. From a zoological point of view, Africa, north of the Sahara, is now and has been since early tertiary times a part of Europe. This is true both of animals and of the races of man. The Berbers of North Africa today are racially identical with the Spaniards and South Italians, while the ancient Egyptians and their modern descendants, the Fellahin, are merely well-marked varieties of this Mediterranean race. The Egyptians fade off toward the west into the so-called Hamitic peoples, to use an obsolete name, of Libya, and toward the south the infusion of Negro blood becomes increasingly great until we finally reach the pure Negro. On the east, in Arabia, we find an ancient and highly specialized subdivision of the Mediterranean race, which has from time out of mind crossed the Red Sea and infused its blood into the Negroes of East Africa. Today, the Mediterranean race forms in Europe a substantial part of the population of the British Isles, the great bulk of the population of the Iberian Peninsula, nearly one-third of the population of France, Liguria, Italy south of the Apennines, and all the Mediterranean coasts and islands, in some of which, like Sardinia, it exists in great purity. It forms the substratum of the population of Greece and of the eastern coast of the Balkan Peninsula. Everywhere in the interior of the Balkan Peninsula, except in eastern Bulgaria and parts of Romania, it has been replaced by the South Slavs and by the Albanians, the latter a mixture of the ancient Illyrians and the Slavs. In the British Isles, the Mediterranean race represents the pre-Nordic population and exists in considerable numbers in Wales and in certain portions of England, notably in the fen districts to the northeast of London. In Scotland it is far less marked, but has left its brunetteness as an indication of its former prevalence, and this dark hair and eye color is very often associated with tall stature. This is the race that gave the world the great civilizations of Egypt, of Crete, of Phoenicia, including Carthage, of Etruria, of Mycenaean Greece, of Assyria, and much of Babylonia. It gave us, when mixed and invigorated with Nordic elements, which probably predominated in the upper and ruling classes and imposed their guidance upon the masses, the most splendid of all civilizations, that of ancient Hellas, and the most enduring of political organizations, the Roman state. To what extent the Mediterranean race entered into the blood and civilization of Rome, it is now difficult to say, but the traditions of the Eternal City, its love of organization, of law and military efficiency, as well as the Roman ideals of family life, of loyalty and truth, point clearly to a northern rather than to a Mediterranean origin, although there must have been some Alpine strains mixed in with the Nordic element. The struggles in early Rome between Latin and Etruscan, and the endless quarrels between patrician and plebeian, may have arisen from this existence in Rome, side by side, of two distinct and clashing races, probably Nordic and Mediterranean respectively. The Roman busts that have come down to us often show features of a very Anglo-Saxon cast, but with a somewhat round head. The Romans were short in stature in comparison with the nations north of the Alps, and in the recently discovered battlefield of the Teutoburgian forest, where Varus and his legions perished in the reign of Augustus, the skeletons of the Romans, identified by their armour, were notably smaller and slighter than were those of the German victors. The indications on the whole point to a Nordic aristocracy in Rome, with some Alpine elements. The plebes, on the other hand, was largely Mediterranean and Oriental, and finally in the last days of the Republic ceased to contain any purely Roman blood. The northern qualities of Rome are in sharp contrast to the less European traits of the classic Greeks, whose volatile and analytical spirit, lack of cohesion, political incapacity, and ready resort to treason all point clearly to southern and eastern affinities. While very ancient, located for probably 10,000 years in western and southern Europe, and even longer on the south shore of the Mediterranean, nevertheless this subspecies cannot be called purely European. Its occupation of the north coast of Africa and the west coast of Europe can be traced everywhere by its beautifully polished stone weapons and tools. The megalithic monuments also which are found in association with this race may mark its line of advance in western Europe, although they extend beyond the range of the Mediterraneans into the domain of the Scandinavian Nordics. These huge stone structures were chiefly sepulchral memorials, and are very suggestive of the Egyptian funeral monuments. They date back to the first knowledge of the manufacture and use of bronze tools by the Mediterranean race. They occur in great numbers, size, and variety along the north coast of Africa and up the Atlantic seaboard through Spain, Brittany, and England to Scandinavia. It is admitted that the various groups of the Mediterranean race did not speak in the first instance any form of the Aryan tongue, and we know that these languages were introduced into the Mediterranean world by invaders from the north. In Spain, the language of the Nordic invaders was Celtic, and is believed to have nearly died out by Roman times. Its remnants and the ancient speech of the natives were in turn superseded, along with the Phoenician, spoken in some of the southern coast towns, by the Latin of the conquering Roman. Latin, mixed with some small elements of Gothic construction and Arabic vocabulary, forms today the basis of modern Portuguese, Castilian, and Catalan. The native Mediterranean race of the Iberian Peninsula quickly absorbed the blood of these Celtic-speaking Nordic Gauls, just as it later diluted beyond recognition the vigorous physical characters of the Nordic Vandals, Suevi, and Visigoths. A certain amount of Nordic blood still persists today in northern Spain, especially in Galicia and along the Pyrenees, as well as generally among the upper classes. According to classic writers, there were light and dark types in Spain in Roman times. The Romans left no evidence of their domination except in their language and religion, while the earlier Phoenicians on the coast and the later swarms of Moors and Arabs all over the peninsula, but chiefly in the south, were closely related by race to the native Iberians. That portion of the Mediterranean race which inhabits southern France occupies most of the territory of ancient Languedoc and Provence, and it was these Provençals who developed and preserved during the Middle Ages the romantic civilization of the Albigensians, a survival of classic culture which was drowned in blood by a crusade from the north in the 13th century. In northern Italy, only the coast of Liguria is occupied by the Mediterranean race. In the valley of the Po, the Mediterraneans predominated during the early Neolithic, but with the introduction of bronze, the Alpines appear, and round skulls to this day prevail north of the Apennines. About 1100 B.C., the Nordic Umbrians and Oscans swept over the Alps from the northeast, conquered northern Italy, and introduced their Aryan speech, which gradually spread southward. The Umbrian state was afterward overwhelmed by the Tyrrhenians, or Etruscans, who were of Mediterranean race, and who, by 800 B.C., had extended their empire northward to the Alps and temporarily checked the advance of the Nordics. In the 6th century B.C., new swarms of Nordics, coming this time from Gaul and speaking Celtic dialects, seized the valley of the Po, and in 382 B.C. these Gauls, heavily reinforced from the north and under the leadership of Brennus, stormed Rome and completely destroyed the Etruscan power. From that time onward, the valley of the Po became known as Cisalpine Gaul, mixed with other Nordic elements, chiefly Gothic and Lombard. This population persists to this day and is the backbone of modern Italy. A continuation of this movement of these Gauls, or Galatians, as the Greek world called them, starting from northern Italy, occurred a century later, when these Nordics suddenly appeared before Delphi in Greece in 279 B.C., and then crossed into Asia Minor and founded the state called Galatia, which endured until Christian times. South Italy, until its conquest by Rome, was Magna Graecia, and the population today retains many Pelasgian Greek elements. It is among these classic remnants that artists search for the handsomest specimens of the Mediterranean race. In Sicily also the race is purely Mediterranean, in spite of the admixture of types coming from the neighboring coasts of Tunis. These intrusive elements, however, were all of kindred race. Traces of Alpines in these regions and on the adjoining African coast are very scarce, and wherever found may be referred to the final wave of round skull invasion which introduced bronze into Europe. In Greece, the Mediterranean Pelasgians, speaking a non-Aryan tongue, were conquered by the Nordic Achaeans, who entered from the northeast according to tradition prior to 1250 B.C., probably between 1400 and 1300 B.C. Doubtless there were still earlier waves of these same Nordic invaders as far back as 1700 B.C., which was a period of general unrest and migration throughout the ancient world. The Nordic Achaeans and Mediterranean Pelasgians, as yet unmixed, stand out in clear contrast in the Homeric account of the 10 years' siege of Troy, which is generally assigned to the date of 1194 to 1184 B.C. The same invasion that brought the Achaeans into Greece brought a related Nordic people to the coast of Asia Minor, known as Phrygians. Of this race were the Trojan leaders. Both the Trojans and the Greeks were commanded by huge blond princes, the heroes of Homer. In fact, even the gods were fair-haired, while the bulk of the armies on both sides was composed of little brunette Pelasgians, imperfectly armed and remorselessly butchered by the leaders on either side. The only common soldiers mentioned by Homer as of the same race as the heroes were the Myrmidons of Achilles. About the time that the Achaeans and the Pelasgians began to amalgamate, new hordes of Nordic barbarians, collectively called Hellenes, entered from the northern mountains and destroyed this old Homeric Mycenaean civilization. This Dorian invasion took place a little before 1100 B.C. and brought in the three main Nordic strains of Greece, the Dorian, the Aeolian, and the Ionian groups, which remain more or less distinct and separate throughout Greek history. Among these Nordics, the Dorians may have included some Alpine elements. It is more than probable that this invasion or swarming of Nordics into Greece was part of the same general racial upheaval that brought the Umbrians and Oscans into Italy. Long years of intense and bitter conflict followed between the old population and the newcomers, and when the turmoil of this revolution settled down, classic Greece appears. What was left of the Achaeans retired to the northern Peloponnesus, and the survivors of the early Pelasgian population remained in Messenia, serving as Helots, their Spartan masters. The Greek colonies in Asia Minor were founded largely by refugees fleeing from these Dorian invaders. The Pelasgian strain seems to have persisted best in Attica and the Ionian states. The Dorian Spartans appear to have retained more of the character of the northern barbarians than the Ionian Greeks, but the splendid civilization of Hellas was due to a fusion of the two elements, the Achaean and Hellene of Nordic and the Pelasgian of Mediterranean race. The contrast between Dorian Sparta and Ionian Athens, between the military efficiency, thorough organization, and sacrifice of the citizen for the welfare of the state, which constituted the basis of Lacedaemonian power, and the Attic brilliancy, instability, and extreme development of individualism, is strikingly like the contrast between Prussia, with its Spartan-like culture, and France, with its Athenian versatility. To this mixture of races in classic Greece, the Mediterranean Pelasgians contributed their Mycenaean culture, and the Nordic Achaeans and Hellenes contributed their Aryan language, fighting efficiency, and the European aspect of Greek life. The first result of a crossing of two such contrasted subspecies as the Nordic and Mediterranean races has repeatedly been a new outburst of civilization. This occurs as soon as the older race has imparted to the conquerors its culture, and before the victors have allowed their blood to be attenuated by mixture. This process seems to have happened several times in Greece. Later, in 338 B.C., when the original Nordic blood had been hopelessly diluted by mixture with the ancient Mediterranean elements, Hellas fell an easy prey to Macedon. The troops of Philip and Alexander were Nordic, and represented the uncultured but unmixed ancestral type of the Achaeans and Hellenes. Their unimpaired fighting strength was irresistible as soon as it was organized into the Macedonian phalanx, whether directed against their degenerate brother Greeks or against the Persians, whose original Nordic elements had also by this time practically disappeared. When in its turn the pure Macedonian blood was impaired by intermixture with Asiatics, they too vanished, and even the royal Macedonian dynasties in Asia and Egypt soon ceased to be Nordic or Greek except in language and customs. It is interesting to note that the Greek states in which the Nordic element most predominated outlived the other states. Athens fell before Sparta, and Thebes outlived them both. Macedon in classic times was considered quite the most barbarous state in Hellas, and was scarcely recognized as forming part of Greece, but it was through the military power of its armies and the genius of Alexander that the Levant and Western Asia became Hellenized. Alexander, with his Nordic features, aquiline nose, fair skin, gently curling light hair, and mixed eyes, the left blue and the right very black, typifies this Nordic conquest of the Near East. It is scarcely possible today to find in purity the physical traits of the ancient race in the Greek-speaking lands and islands, and it is chiefly among the pure Nordics of Anglo-Norman type that there occur those smooth and regular classic features, especially the brow and nose lines, that were the delight of the sculptors of Hellas. To what extent any of the blood of the ancient Hellenes flows in the veins of the Greeks of today is difficult to determine, but it should be found, if anywhere, in Crete and in the Aegean islands. The modern Greek is trying to purify his language back to classic Ionian and to appropriate the traditions of the mighty past, but to do this something more is needed than the naming of children after Agamemnon and Hecuba. Even in Roman times the ancient Greek of the classic period was little more than a tradition, and the term Graeculus given to the contemporary Hellenes was one of contempt. Concerning the physical type of classic in contrast to Homeric Greece, we know that the Greeks were predominantly long-headed and of relatively short stature in comparison with the northern barbarians. The modern Greeks are also relatively short in stature, but are moderately round-headed. As to colour, these modern Greeks are substantially all dark as to eye and hair, with a somewhat swarthy skin. Among Albanians and such Greeks as show blond traits, light eyes are more than 10 times as numerous as light hair. The Albanians are members of the tall, round-headed Dinaric race and have distant relationship with the Nordics. They may possibly represent an ancient cross between Nordics and Alpines, and they constitute today a marked subdivision of the latter. They resemble the round-barrel Brachycephs, who entered Britain just before or at the opening of the Bronze Age, and who are still scantily represented among the living English and Welsh. This type, called the beaker maker or Borreby type, is characterized by a moderately round head and great stature, strength, and considerable intellectual force. The Albanian or Dinaric type was not, so far as we know, represented in ancient Greece, although some modern archaeologists have suggested that the Spartans were of this type. We have as yet no evidence of the colour, size, and skull shape of the Spartans, but we do know that their Dorian ancestors claim to have come from or through the mountains of northern Epirus, Albania. The Dorian dialects are also said to be more closely related to modern Albanian, which is derived from the ancient Illyrian, than are the Ionian dialects. The Spartan character, if that be any test of race, was heavy, slow, and steady, and would indicate northern rather than Mediterranean antecedents. Concerning modern Europe, north of the Alps, culture came from the south and not from the east, and to the Mediterranean subspecies is due the foundation of our civilization. The ancient Mediterranean world was for the most part of this race. The long-sustained civilization of Egypt, which endured for thousands of years in almost uninterrupted sequence, the brilliant Minoan Empire of Crete, which flourished between 3000 and 1200 B.C., and was the ancestor of the Mycenaean cultures of Greece, Cyprus, Italy, and Sardinia. The mysterious empire of Etruria, the predecessor and teacher of Rome, the Hellenic states and colonies throughout the Mediterranean and Black Seas, the maritime and mercantile power of Phoenicia, and its mighty colony, Imperial Carthage, all were the creation of this race. The sea empire of Crete, when its royal palace at Knossos was burned by the sea peoples of the north, passed to Tyre, Sidon, and Carthage, and from them to the Greeks. The early development of the art of navigation is to be attributed to this race, and from them the north centuries later learned its maritime architecture. Even though the Mediterranean race has no claim to the invention of the synthetic languages, and though it played a relatively small part in the development of the civilization of the Middle Ages or of modern times, nevertheless to it belongs the chief credit of the classic civilization of Europe in the sciences, art, poetry, literature, and philosophy, as well as the major part of the civilization of Greece and a very large share in the empire of Rome. In the Eastern Empire, the Mediterraneans were the predominant factor under the guise of Byzantine Greeks, owing to the fact that our histories have been written under the influence of Roman orthodoxy, and because, in the eyes of the Frankish crusaders, the Byzantine Greeks were heretics, they have been regarded by us as degenerate cowards. But throughout the Middle Ages, Byzantium represented in unbroken sequence the Empire of Rome in the east, and as the capital of that empire it held Mohammedan Asia in check for nearly 1,000 years. When at last in 1453 the imperial city deserted by Western Christendom was stormed by the Ottoman Turks, and Constantine, last of Roman emperors, fell sword in hand, there was enacted one of the greatest tragedies of all time. With the fall of Constantinople, the Empire of Rome passes finally from the scene of history, and the development of civilization is transferred from Mediterranean lands and from the Mediterranean race to the North Sea and to the Nordic race. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6. The Nordic Race. We have shown that the Mediterranean race entered Europe from the south and forms part of a great group of peoples extending into southern Asia, that the Alpine race came from the east through Asia Minor and the valley of the Danube, and that its present European distribution is merely the westernmost point of an ethnic pyramid, the base of which rests solidly on the round-skulled peoples of the great plateau of Central Asia. Both of these races are therefore western extensions of Asiatic subspecies, and neither of them can be considered as exclusively European. With the remaining race, the Nordic, however, the case is different. This is a purely European type, in the sense that it has developed its physical characters and its civilization within the confines of that continent. It is therefore the Homo Europaeus, the white man par excellence. It is everywhere characterized by certain unique specializations, namely wavy brown or blonde hair, and blue-gray or light brown eyes, fair skin, high, narrow, and straight nose, which are associated with great stature and a long skull, as well as with abundant head and body hair. A composite picture of this Nordic race and remarkable examples of its best contemporary types can be found in the English illustrated weeklies, which are publishing during this great war the lists and portraits of their officers who have fallen in battle. No nation, not even England, although richly endowed with a Nordic gentry, can stand the loss of so much good blood. Here is the evidence, if such be needed, of the actual passing of the great race. Abundance of hair is an ancient and generalized character which the Nordics share with the Alpines of both Europe and Asia, but the light-colored eyes and light-colored hair are characters of relatively recent specialization and consequently highly unstable.
The pure Nordic race is at present clustered around the shores of the Baltic and North Seas, from which it is spread west and south and east, fading off gradually into the true preceding races. The centre of its greatest purity is now in Sweden, and there is no doubt that at first the Scandinavian peninsula, and later also the immediately adjoining shores of the Baltic, were the centres of radiation of the Teutonic or Scandinavian branch of this race. The population of Scandinavia has been composed of this Nordic subspecies from the commencement of Neolithic times, and Sweden today represents one of the few countries which has never been overwhelmed by foreign conquest, and in which there has been but a single racial type from the beginning. This nation is unique in its unity of race, language, religion, and social ideals. Southern Scandinavia only became fit for human habitation on the retreat of the glaciers about 12,000 years ago, and apparently was immediately occupied by the Nordic race. This is one of the few geological dates which is absolute and not relative. It rests on a most interesting series of computations made by Baron de Geer, based on an actual count of the laminated deposits of clay laid down annually by the retreating glaciers, each layer representing the summer deposit of the subglacial stream. The Nordics first appear at the close of the Paleolithic along the coast of the Baltic. The earliest industry discovered in this region, named Magelmos and found in Denmark and elsewhere around the Baltic, is probably the culture of the Proto-Teutonic branch of the Nordic race. No human remains in connection therewith have been found. The vigor and power of the Nordic race as a whole is such that it could not have been evolved in so restricted an area as southern Sweden, although its Teutonic or Scandinavian section did develop there in comparative isolation. The Nordics must have had a larger field for their specialization and a longer period for their evolution than is afforded by the limited time which has elapsed since Sweden became habitable. For the development of so marked a type there is required a continental area isolated and protected for long ages from the intrusion of other races. The climatic conditions must have been such as to impose a rigid elimination of defectives through the agency of hard winters and the necessity of industry and foresight in providing the year's food, clothing, and shelter during the short summer. Such demands on energy, if long continued, would produce a strong, virile, and self-contained race, which would inevitably overwhelm in battle nations whose weaker elements had not been purged by the conditions of an equally severe environment. An area conforming to these requirements is offered by the forests and plains of eastern Germany, Poland, and Russia. It was here that the Proto-Nordic type evolved, and here their remnants are found. They were protected from Asia on the east by the then almost continuous water connections across eastern Russia between the White Sea and the old Caspian Aral Sea. During the last glacial advance, known as the Würm, which, like the preceding glaciations, is believed to have been a period of land depression, the White Sea extended far to the south of its present limits, while the enlarged Caspian Sea, then and long afterward connected with the Sea of Aral, extended northward to the great bend of the Volga. The intermediate area was studded with large lakes and morasses, thus an almost complete water barrier of shallow sea located just west of the low Ural Mountains separated Europe from Asia during the Würm glaciation and the following period of glacial retreat. The broken connection was restored just before the dawn of history by a slight elevation of the land and the shrinking of the Caspian Aral Sea through the increasing desiccation which has left its present surface below sea level. An important element in the maintenance of the isolation of this Nordic cradle on the south is the fact that from the earliest times down to this day the pressure of population has been unchangeably from the bleak and sterile north, southward and eastward into the sunny but enervating lands of France, Italy, Greece, Persia, and India. In these forests and steppes of the north, the Nordic race gradually evolved in isolation and at an early date spread north over the Scandinavian peninsula together with much of the land now submerged under the Baltic and North Seas. Nordic strains form everywhere a substratum of population throughout Russia and underlie the round-skulled Slavs who first appear a little over 1,000 years ago as coming not from the direction of Asia but from South Poland. Burial mounds called kurgans are widely scattered throughout Russia from the Carpathians to the Urals and contain numerous remains of a dolichocephalic race. In fact, more than three-fourths of the skulls are of this type. Round skulls first become numerous in ancient Russian graveyards about 900 A.D., and soon increased to such an extent that in the Slavic period from the 9th to the 13th centuries, one half of the skulls were brachycephalic, while in modern cemeteries the proportion of round skulls is still greater. The ancient Nordic element, however, still forms a very considerable portion of the population of northern Russia and contributes the blondness and the red-headedness so characteristic of the Russian of today. As we leave the Baltic coast, the Nordic characters fade out both toward the south and east. The blond element in the nobility of Russia is of later Scandinavian and Teutonic origin. When the seas which separated Russia from Asia dried, when the isolation and exacting climate of the north had done their work and produced the vigorous Nordic type, and when in the fullness of time bronze for their weapons reached them, these men burst upon the southern races, conquering east, south, and west. They brought with them from the north the hardihood and vigor acquired under the rigorous selection of a long winter season, and vanquished in battle the inhabitants of older and feebler civilizations, but only to succumb in their turn to the softening influences of a life of ease and plenty in their new homes. The earliest recorded appearance of Aryan-speaking Nordics is our first dim vision of the Saki introducing Sanskrit into India, the Cimmerians pouring through the passes of the Caucasus from the grasslands of South Russia to invade the empire of the Medes and the Achaeans and Phrygians, conquering Greece and the Aegean coast of Asia Minor. About 1100 B.C., Nordics enter Italy as Umbrians and Oscans, and soon after other Nordics crossed the Rhine into Gaul. The latter were the western vanguard of the Celtic-speaking tribes which had long occupied those districts in Germany which lay south and west of the Teutonic Nordics. These Teutons at this early date were confined probably to Scandinavia and the immediate shores of the Baltic, and were just beginning to press southward. This first Celtic wave of Nordics seems to have swept westward along the sandy plains of northern Europe and entered France through the Low Countries. From this point as Goidels they spread north into Britain, reaching there about 800 B.C. As Gauls they conquered all France and pushed on southward and westward into Spain and over the maritime Alps into northern Italy, where they encountered the kindred Nordic Umbrians, who at an earlier date had crossed the Alps from the northeast. Other Celtic-speaking Nordics apparently migrated up the Rhine and down the Danube, and by the time the Romans came on the scene, the Alpines of Central Europe had been thoroughly Celticized. These tribes pushed eastward into southern Russia and reached the Crimea as early as the 4th century B.C. Mixed with the natives, they were called by the Greeks the Celto-Scyths. This swarming out of what is now called Germany of the first Nordics was during the closing phases of the Bronze period and was contemporary with and probably caused by the first great expansion of the Teutons from Scandinavia by way both of Denmark and the Baltic coasts. These invaders were succeeded by a second wave of Celtic-speaking peoples, the Cymri or Brythons, who drove their Goidelic predecessors still farther westward and exterminated and absorbed them over large areas. These Cymric invasions occurred about 300 to 100 B.C. and were probably the result of the growing development of the Teutons and their final expulsion of the Celtic-speaking tribes from Germany. These Cymri occupied northern France under the name of Belgi and invaded England as Brythons in several ways, the last being the true Belgi. The conquest of these Cymric tribes in both Gaul and Britain were only checked by the legions of Rome. These migrations are exceedingly hard to trace because of the confusion caused by the fact that Celtic speech is now found on the lips of populations in no wise related to the Nordics who first introduced it. But one fact stands out clearly: all the original Celtic-speaking tribes were Nordic. What were the special physical characters of these tribes in which they differed from their Teutonic successors is now impossible to say, beyond the possible suggestion that in the British Isles, the Scottish and Irish populations, on which red hair and grey or green eyes are abundant, have rather more of this Celtic strain in them than have the flaxen-haired Teutons, whose china blue eyes are clearly not Celtic. When the peoples called Gauls or Celts by the Romans and Galatians by the Greeks first appear in history, they are described in exactly the same terms as were later the Teutons. They were all gigantic barbarians with fair and very often red hair, then more frequent than today, with grey or fiercely blue eyes, and were thus clearly members of the Nordic subspecies. The first Celtic-speaking nations with whom the Romans came in contact were Gaulish and had probably incorporated much Alpine blood by the time they crossed the mountains into the domain of classic history. The Nordic element had become still weaker by absorption from the conquered populations when at a later date the Romans broke through the ring of Celtic nations and came into contact with the Nordic Cymry and Teutons. After these early expansions of Gauls and Cymry, the Teutons appear upon the scene. Of the pure Teutons within the ken of history, it is not necessary to mention more than the most important of the long series of conquering tribes. The greatest of them all were perhaps the Goths, who came originally from the south of Sweden and were long located on the opposite German coast at the mouth of the Vistula. From here they crossed Poland to the Crimea, where they were known in the 1st century. 300 years later they were driven westward by the Huns and forced into the Dacian plain and over the Danube into the Roman Empire. There they split up. The Ostrogoths, after a period of subjection to the Huns on the Danube, ravaged the European provinces of the Eastern Empire, conquered Italy, and founded there a great but short-lived nation. The Visigoths occupied much of Gaul and then entered Spain, driving the Nordic Vandals before them into Africa. The Teutons and Cymry destroyed by Marius in southern Gaul about 100 B.C., the Gepidi, the Alans, the Suevi, the Vandals, the Alemanni of the Upper Rhine, the Marcomanni, the Saxons, the Batavians, the Frisians, the Angles, the Jutes, the Lombards, and the Heruli of Italy, the Burgundians of the east of France, the Franks of the lower Rhine, the Danes, and latest of all the Norse Vikings emerge from the northern forests and seas one after another and sweep through history. Less well known, but of great importance, are the Varangians, who, coming from Sweden in the 9th and 10th centuries, conquered the coast of the Gulf of Finland and much of White Russia, and left there a dynasty and aristocracy of Nordic blood. In the 10th and 11th centuries they were the rulers of Russia. The traditions of Goths, Vandals, Lombards, and Burgundians all point to Sweden as their earliest homeland, and probably all the pure Teutonic tribes came originally from Scandinavia and were closely related. When these Teutonic tribes poured down from the Baltic coasts, their Celtic-speaking Nordic predecessors were already much mixed with the underlying populations, Mediterranean in the west and Alpine in the south. These Celts were not recognized by the Teutons as kin in any sense, and were all called Welsh or foreigners. From this word are derived the names Wales, Cornwales or Cornwall, Valais, Walloons, and Valach or Valachian. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. Teutonic Europe. No proper understanding is possible of the meaning of the history of Christendom or full appreciation of the place in it of the Teutonic Nordics without a brief review of the events in Europe of the last 2,000 years. When Rome fell and changed trade conditions necessitated the transfer of power from its historic capital in Italy to a strategic situation on the Bosphorus, Western Europe was definitely and finally abandoned to its Teutonic invaders. These same barbarians swept up again and again to the Propontis, only to recoil before the organized strength of the Byzantine Empire and the walls of Miklagard. The final line of cleavage between the Western and Eastern empires corresponded closely to the boundaries of Latin and Greek speech, and differences of language no doubt were the chief cause of the political and later of the religious divergence between them. Until the coming of the Alpine Slavs, the Eastern Empire still held in Europe the Balkan Peninsula and much of the Eastern Mediterranean. The Western Empire, however, collapsed utterly under the impact of hordes of Nordic Teutons at a much earlier date. In the 4th and 5th centuries of our era, North Africa, once the empire of Carthage, had become the seat of the kingdom of Nordic Vandals. Spain fell under the control of the Visigoths, and Lusitania, now Portugal, under that of the Suevi. Gaul was Visigothic in the south and Burgundian in the east, while the Frankish kingdom dominated the north until it finally absorbed and incorporated all the territories of ancient Gaul and made it the land of the Franks. Strictly speaking, the northern half of France and the adjoining districts, the country of Languedoil, is the true land of the Franks, while the southern Languedoc was never Frankish except by conquest, and was never as thoroughly Nordicized as the north. Whatever Nordic elements are still to be found there are Gothic and Burgundian, but not Frankish. Italy fell under the control first of the Ostrogoths and then of the Lombards. The purely Nordic Saxons with kindred tribes conquered the British Isles, and meanwhile the Norse and Danish Scandinavians contributed a large element to all the coast populations as far south as Spain, and the Swedes organized in the eastern Baltic, what is now Russia. Thus, when Rome passed, all Europe had become superficially Teutonic. At first these Teutons were isolated and independent tribes bearing some shadowy relation to the one organized state they knew, the Empire of Rome. Then came the Mohammedan invasion, which reached Western Europe from Africa and destroyed the Visigothic kingdom. The Muslims swept on unchecked until their light horsemen dashed themselves to pieces against the heavy armed cavalry of Charles Martel and his Franks at Tours in 732 A.D. The destruction of the Vandal kingdom by the armies of the Byzantine Empire, the conquest of Spain by the Moors, and finally the overthrow of the Lombards by the Franks were all greatly facilitated by the fact that these barbarians, Vandals, Gauls, Suevi, and Lombards, with the sole exception of the Franks, were originally Christians of the Aryan or Unitarian confession, and as such were regarded as heretics by their Orthodox Christian subjects. The Franks alone were converted from heathenism directly to the Trinitarian faith, to which the old populations of the Roman Empire adhered. From this orthodoxy of the Franks arose the close relation between France, the eldest daughter of the Church, and the papacy, a connection which lasted for more than 1,000 years, in fact nearly to our own day. With the Goths eliminated, Western Christendom became Frankish. In the year 800 A.D., Charlemagne was crowned at Rome and re-established the Roman Empire in the West, which included all Christendom outside of the Byzantine Empire. In some form or shape, this Roman Empire endured until the beginning of the 19th century, and during all that time it formed the basis of the political concept of European man. This same concept lies today at the root of the imperial idea. Kaiser, Tsar, and Emperor each takes his name and in some way undertakes to trace his title from Caesar and the empire. Charlemagne and his successors claimed and often exercised overlordship as to all the other continental Christian nations, and when the Crusades began, it was the German emperor who led the Frankish hosts against the Saracens. Charlemagne was a German emperor. His capital was at Aachen, within the present limits of the German Empire, and the language of his court was German. For several centuries after the conquest of Gaul by the Franks, their Teutonic tongue held its own against the Latin speech of the Romanized Gauls. The history of all Christian Europe is in some degree interwoven with this Holy Roman Empire. Though the empire was neither holy nor Roman, but altogether secular and Teutonic, it was nevertheless the heart of Europe for ages. Holland and Flanders, Lorraine and Alsace, Burgundy and Luxembourg, Lombardy and the Veneto, Switzerland and Austria, Bohemia and Styria are states which were originally component parts of the empire, although many of them have since been torn away by rival nations or have become independent, while much of northern Italy remained under the sway of Austria within the memory of living men. The empire wasted its strength in imperial ambitions and foreign conquests instead of consolidating, organizing, and unifying its own territories, and the fact that the imperial crown was elective for many generations before it became hereditary in the House of Habsburg checked the unification of Germany during the Middle Ages. A strong hereditary monarchy, such as arose in England and in France, would have anticipated the Germany of today by 1,000 years and made it the predominant state in Christendom. But disruptive elements in the persons of great territorial dukes were successful throughout its history in preventing an effective concentration of power in the hands of the emperor. That the German emperor was regarded, though vaguely, as the overlord of all Christian monarchs was clearly indicated when Henry VIII of England and Francis I of France appeared as candidates for the imperial crown against Charles of Spain, afterward the Emperor Charles V. Europe was the Holy Roman Empire, and the Holy Roman Empire was Europe predominantly until the 30 Years' War. This war was perhaps the greatest catastrophe of all the ghastly crimes committed in the name of religion. It destroyed an entire generation, taking each year for 30 years the finest manhood of the nations. Two-thirds of the population of Germany was destroyed. In some states, such as Bohemia, three-fourths of the inhabitants were killed or exiled, while out of 500,000 inhabitants in Württemberg, there were only 48,000 left at the end of the war. Terrible as this loss was, the destruction did not fall equally on the various races and classes in the community. It bore, of course, most heavily upon the big, blond fighting man, and at the end of the war the German states contained a greatly lessened proportion of Nordic blood. In fact, from that time on, the purely Teutonic race in Germany had been largely replaced by the Alpine types in the south and by the Wendish and the Polish types in the east. This change of race in Germany has gone so far that it has been computed that out of the 70 million inhabitants of the German Empire, only 9 million are purely Teutonic in coloration, stature, and skull characters. The rarity of pure Teutonic and Nordic types among the German immigrants to America, in contrast to its almost universal prevalence among those from Scandinavia, is traceable to the same cause. In addition, the 30 Years' War virtually destroyed the land-owning yeomanry and lesser gentry formerly found in medieval Germany as numerously as in France or in England. The religious wars of France, while not as devastating to the nation as a whole as was the 30 Years' War in Germany, nevertheless greatly weakened the French cavalier type, the petite noblesse de Provence. In Germany this class had flourished, and throughout the Middle Ages contributed great numbers of knights, poets, thinkers, artists, and artisans who gave charm and variety to the society of Central Europe. But as said, this section of the population was practically exterminated in the 30 Years' War, and this class of gentlemen practically vanishes from German history from that time on. When the 30 Years' War was over, there remained in Germany nothing except the brutalized peasantry, largely of Alpine derivation in the south and east, and the high nobility which turned from the toils of endless warfare to mimic on a small scale the court of Versailles. After this long struggle, the boundaries in Central Europe between the Protestant north and the Catholic south follow in a marked degree the frontier between the northern plain, inhabited chiefly by Nordics, and the more mountainous countries in the south, populated almost entirely by Alpines. It has taken Germany 2 centuries to recover her vigor, her wealth, and her aspirations to a place in the sun. During these years Germany was a political nonentity, a mere congeries of petty states bickering and fighting with each other, claiming and owning only the empire of the air, as Napoleon happily phrased it. Meantime France and England founded their colonial empires beyond the seas. When in the last generation Germany became unified and organized, she found herself not only too late to share in these colonial enterprises, but also lacking in much of the racial element, and still more lacking in the very classes which were her greatest strength and glory before the 30 Years' War. Today the ghastly rarity in the German armies of chivalry and generosity toward women, and of knightly protection and courtesy toward the prisoners or wounded, can be largely attributed to this annihilation of the gentle classes. The Germans of today, whether they live on the farms or in the cities, are for the most part descendants of the peasants who survived, not of the brilliant knights and sturdy foot soldiers who fell in that mighty conflict. Knowledge of this great past when Europe was Teutonic, and memories of the shadowy grandeur of the Hohenstaufen emperors, who generation after generation led Teutonic armies over the Alps to assert their title to Italian provinces, have played no small part in modern German consciousness. These traditions and the knowledge that their own religious dissensions swept them from the leadership of the European world lie at the base of the German imperial ideal of today, and it is for this ideal that the German armies are dying, just as did their ancestors for 1,000 years under their Frederics, Henrys, Conrads, and Ottos. But the Empire of Rome and the Empire of Charlemagne are no more, and the Teutonic type is divided almost equally between the contending forces in this world war. With the United States in the field, the balance of pure Nordic blood will be heavily against the Central Powers, which pride themselves on being the Teutonic powers. Germany is too late and is limited to a destiny fixed and ordained for her on the fatal day in 1618 when the Habsburg Ferdinand forced the Protestants of Bohemia into revolt. Although as a result of the 30 Years' War the German Empire is far less Nordic than in the Middle Ages, the north and northwest of Germany are still Teutonic throughout, and in the east and south the Alpines have been thoroughly Germanized, with an aristocracy and upper class very largely of pure Teutonic blood. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8. The Expansion of the Nordics. The men of the Nordic blood today form practically all the population of Scandinavian countries, as also a majority of the population of the British Isles, and are almost pure in type in Scotland and eastern and northern England. The Nordic realm includes nearly all the northern third of France, with extensions into the fertile southwest, all the rich lowlands of Flanders, all Holland, the northern half of Germany with extensions up the Rhine and down the Danube, and the north of Poland and of Russia. Recent calculations indicate that there are about 90 million of purely Nordic physical type in Europe out of a total population of 420 million. Throughout southern Europe, a Nordic nobility of Teutonic type everywhere forms the old aristocratic and military classes, or what now remains of them. These aristocrats, by as much as their blood is pure, are taller and blonder than the native populations, whether these be Alpine in Central Europe, or Mediterranean in Spain, or in the south of France and Italy. The countries speaking Low German dialects are almost purely Nordic, but the populations of High German speech are very largely Teutonized Alpines, and occupy lands once Celtic-speaking. The main distinction between the two dialects is the presence of a large number of Celtic elements in High German. In northern Italy there is a large amount of Nordic blood. In Lombardy, Venice, and elsewhere throughout the country the aristocracy is blonder and taller than the peasantry, but the Nordic element in Italy has declined noticeably since the Middle Ages. From Roman times onward for 1,000 years the Teutons swarmed into northern Italy through the Alps, and chiefly by way of the Brenner Pass. With the stoppage of these Nordic reinforcements, this strain seems to have grown less all through Italy. In the Balkan Peninsula there is little to show for the floods of Nordic blood that have poured in for the last 3,500 years, beginning with the Achaeans of Homer, who first appeared en masse about 1400 B.C., and were followed successively by the Dorians, Cimmerians, and Gauls, down to the Goths and the Varangians of Byzantine times. The tall stature of the population along the Illyrian Alps from the Tyrol to Albania on the south is undoubtedly of Nordic origin, and dates from some of these early invasions, but these Illyrians have been so crossed with Slavs that all other blond elements have been lost, and the existing population is essentially a brachycephalic Alpine type. They are known as the Nordic Race. What few remnants of blondness occur in this district, more particularly in Albania, as well as the so-called Frankish elements in Bosnia, may probably be attributed to later infiltrations. The Tyrolese seem to be largely Nordic, except in respect to their round skull. In Russia and in Poland, the Nordic stature, blondness, and long skull grow less and less pronounced as one proceeds south and east from the Gulf of Finland. It would appear that in all those parts of Europe outside of its natural habitat, the Nordic blood is on the wane from England to Italy, and that the ancient, acclimated, and primitive populations of Alpine and Mediterranean race are subtly reasserting their long-lost political power through a high breeding rate and democratic institutions. In Western Europe, the first wave of the Nordic tribes appeared about 3,000 years ago and was followed by other invasions, with the Nordic element becoming stronger until after the fall of Rome, whose tribes moved into its provinces, teutonizing them more or less for varying lengths of time. These incoming Nordics intermarried with the native populations and were gradually bred out, and the resurgence of the old native stock, chiefly Alpine, has proceeded steadily since the Frankish Charlemagne destroyed the Lombard kingdom, and is proceeding with unabated vigor today. This process was greatly accelerated in Western Europe by the Crusades, which were extremely destructive to the Nordic feudal lords, especially the Frankish and Norman nobility, and was continued by the wars of the Reformation and by those of the Revolution. The World War, now in full swing with its toll of millions, will leave Europe much poorer in Nordic blood. One of its most certain results will be the partial destruction of the aristocratic classes everywhere in Northern Europe. In England, the nobility has already suffered in battle more than in any century since the War of the Roses. This will tend to realize the standardization of types so dear to democratic ideals. If equality cannot be obtained by lengthening and uplifting the stunted of body and of mind, it can be at least realized by the destruction of the exalted of stature and of soul. The bed of Procrustes operates with the same fatal exactness when it shortens the long as when it stretches the undersized. The first Nordics in Spain were the Gauls, who crossed the western Pyrenees about the end of the 6th century before our era and introduced Aryan speech into the Iberian Peninsula. They quickly mixed with Mediterranean natives, and the composite Spaniards were called Celtiberians by the Romans. In Portugal and Spain there are, in the physical structure of the population, few traces of these early Celtic-speaking Nordic invaders, but the Suevi, who 1,000 years later occupied parts of Portugal, and the Vandals and Visigoths, who conquered and held Spain for 300 years, have left some small evidence of their blood. In the provinces of northern Spain, a considerable percentage of light-colored eyes reveals these Nordic elements in the population. Deep-seated Castilian traditions associate aristocracy with blondness, and the sangre azul, or blue blood of Spain, probably refers to the blue eye of the Goth, whose traditional claim to lordship is also shown in the Spanish name for a gentleman, hidalgo, said to mean the son of the Goth. The fact that the blood shows as blue through the fair Nordic skin is also to be taken into account. As long as this Gothic nobility controlled the Spanish states during the endless crusades against the Moors, Spain belonged to the Nordic kingdoms, but when their blood became impaired by losses in wars waged outside of Spain and in the conquest of the Americas, the scepter fell from this noble race into the hands of the native Iberian, who had not the physical vigor or intellectual strength to maintain the world empire built up by the stronger race. For 200 years the Spanish infantry had no equal in Europe, but this distinction disappeared with the opening decades of the 17th century. The splendid conquistadors of the New World were of Nordic type, but their pure stock did not long survive their new surroundings, and today they have vanished utterly, leaving behind them only their language and their religion. After considering well these facts, we shall not have to search further for the causes of the collapse of Spain. Gaul at the time of Caesar's conquest was under the rule of the Nordic race, which furnished the bulk of the population of the north as well as the military classes elsewhere, and while the Romans killed off an undue proportion of this fighting element, the power and vigor of the French nation have been based on this blood and its later reinforcements. In fact, in the Europe of today, the amount of Nordic blood in each nation is a very fair measure of its strength in war and standing in civilization. The proportion of men of pure type of each constituent race to the mixed type is also a powerful factor. When about 1000 B.C. the first Nordics crossed the lower Rhine, they found the Mediterranean race in France everywhere overwhelmed by an Alpine population, except in the south. Long before the time of Caesar, the Celtic language of these invaders had been imposed upon the entire population, and the country had been saturated with Nordic blood, except in Aquitaine, which seems to have retained until at least that date its Anarian Iberian speech. These earliest Nordics in the west were known to the ancient world as Gauls. These Gauls, or Celts, as they were called by Caesar, occupied in his day the centre of France. The actual racial complexion of this part of France was overwhelmingly Alpine then and is so now, but this population had been Celticized thoroughly by the Gauls, just as it was Latinized as completely at a later date by the Romans. The northern third of France, that is above Paris, was inhabited in Caesar's time by the Belgae, a Nordic people of the Cymric division of Celtic speech. They were largely of Teutonic blood, and in fact should be regarded as the immediate forerunners of the Germans. They probably represent the early Teutons who had crossed from Sweden and adopted the Celtic speech of their Nordic kindred whom they found on the mainland. These Belgae had followed the earlier Goidels across Germany into Britain and Gaul, and were rapidly displacing their Nordic predecessors, who by this time were much weakened by mixture with the autochthonies, when Rome appeared upon the scene and set a limit to their conquest by the Pax Romana. The Belgae of the north of France and the Low Countries were the bravest of the peoples of Gaul, according to Caesar's oft-quoted remark, but the claim of the modern Belgians to descent from this race is without basis, and rests solely on the fact that the present kingdom of Belgium, which only became independent and assumed its proud name in 1831, occupies a small and relatively unimportant corner of the land of the Belgae. The Flemings of Belgium are Nordic Franks speaking a Low German tongue, and the Walloons are Alpines whose language is an archaic French. The Belgae and the Goidelic remnants of Nordic blood in the centre of Gaul, taken together, probably constituted only a small minority in blood of the population, but were everywhere the military and ruling classes. These Nordic elements were later reinforced by powerful Teutonic tribes, namely Vandals, Visigoths, Alans, Saxons, Burgundians, and most important of all, the Franks of the lower Rhine, who founded modern France and made it for long centuries la grande nation of Christendom. The Frankish dynasties, long after Charlemagne, were of purely Teutonic blood, and the aristocratic land-owning and military classes down to the Great Revolution were very largely of this type, which by the time of the creation of the Frankish kingdom had incorporated all the other Nordic elements of old Roman Gaul, both Gaulish and Belgic. The last invasion of Teutonic-speaking barbarians was that of the Danish Northmen, who were, of course, of unmixed Nordic blood, and who conquered and settled Normandy in 911 A.D. No sooner had the barbarian invasion ceased than the ancient aboriginal blood strains, Mediterranean, Alpine, and elements derived from Paleolithic times began a slow and steady recovery. Step by step, with the reappearance of these primitive and deep-rooted stocks, the Nordic element in France declined, and with it the vigor of the nation. Even in Normandy the Alpines now tend to predominate, and the French blondes are becoming more and more limited to the northeastern and eastern provinces. The chief historic events of the last 1,000 years have hastened this process, and the fact that the Nordic element everywhere forms the fighting section of the community caused the loss in war to fall disproportionately, as among the three races in France. The religious wars greatly weakened the Nordic provincial nobility, which was before the massacre of St. Bartholomew largely Protestant, and the extermination of the upper classes was hastened by the Revolutionary and Napoleonic wars. These last wars are said to have shortened the stature of the French by 4 inches. In other words, the tall Nordic strain was killed off in greater proportions than the little brunette. When by universal suffrage the transfer of power was completed from a Nordic aristocracy to lower classes predominantly of Alpine and Mediterranean extraction, the decline of France in international power set in. In the country as a whole, the long-skulled Mediterraneans are also yielding rapidly to the round-skulled Alpines, and the average of the cephalic index in France has steadily risen since the Middle Ages and is still rising. The survival of the aristocracy, being stripped of political power and to a large extent of wealth, quickly lost their caste pride and committed class suicide by mixing their blood with inferior breeds. One of the most conspicuous features of some of the French nobility of today is the strength of Oriental and Mediterranean strains in them. Being for political reasons ardently clerical, the nobility welcomes recruits of any racial origin as long as they bring with them money and devotion to the Church. The loss in war of the best stock through death, wounds, or absence from home has been clearly shown in France. The conscripts who were examined for military duty in 1892 were those descended in a large measure from the military rejects and other stay-at-homes during the Franco-Prussian War. In Dordogne, This contingent showed 7% more deficient statures than the normal rate. In some cantons, this unfortunate generation was in height an inch below the recruits of preceding years, and in it the exemptions for defective physique rose from the normal 6% to 16%. When each generation is decimated or destroyed, in turn, a race can be injured beyond recovery, but it more frequently happens that the result is the annihilation of an entire class, as in the case of the German gentry in the 30 Years' War. Desolation of wide districts often resulted from the plagues and famines which followed the armies in old days, but deaths from these causes fall most heavily on the weaker part of the population. The loss of valuable breeding stock is far more serious when wars are fought with volunteer armies of picked men than with conscript armies, because in the latter cases the loss is more evenly spread over the whole nation. Before England resorted in the present war to universal conscription, the injury to her more desirable and patriotic classes was much more pronounced than in Germany, where all types and ranks were called to arms. In the British Isles we find before the appearance of the Nordic race a Mediterranean population and no important element of Alpine blood, so that at the present day we have to deal with only two of the main races instead of all three as in France. In Britain there were, as elsewhere, representatives of the earlier races, but the preponderant strain of blood was Mediterranean before the first arrival of the Aryan-speaking Nordics. Ireland was connected with Britain and Britain with the continent until times very recent in a geological sense. The depression of the Channel coasts is progressing rapidly today and is known to have been substantial during historic times. The close parallel in blood and culture between England and the opposite coasts of France also indicates a very recent land connection, possibly in early Neolithic times. Men either walked from the continent to England and from England to Ireland, or they paddled across in primitive boats or coracles. The art of shipbuilding or even archaic navigation cannot go much further back than late Neolithic times. The Nordic tribes of Celtic speech came to the British Isles in two distinct waves. The earlier invasion of the Goidels, who were still in the bronze culture, arrived in England about 800 BC, and in Ireland 2 centuries later. It was part of the same movement which brought the Gauls into France. The later conquest was by the Cymric-speaking Belgae, who were equipped with iron weapons. It began in the 3rd century BC and was still going on in Caesar's time. These Cymric Britons found the early Goidels, with the exception of the aristocracy, much weakened by intermixture with the Mediterranean natives, and would probably have destroyed all trace of Goidelic speech in Ireland and Scotland, as they actually did in England, if the Romans had not intervened. The Britons reached Ireland in small numbers only in the 2nd century BC. These Nordic elements in Britain, both Goidelic and Brythonic, were in a minority during Roman times, and the ethnic complexion of the island was not much affected by the Roman occupation, as the legions stationed there represented the varied racial stocks of the empire. After the Romans abandoned Britain in about 400 A.D., floods of pure Nordics poured into the islands for nearly 6 centuries, arriving in the north as the Norse pirates, who made Scotland Scandinavian, and in the east as Saxons and Angles, who founded England. The Angles came from somewhere in central Jutland, and the Saxons came from coastlands immediately at the base of the Danish peninsula. All these districts were then and are now almost purely Teutonic. In fact, this is part of Old Saxony and is today the core of Teutonic Germany. These Saxon districts sent out at that time swarms of invaders not only into England but into France, and over the Alps into Italy, just as at a much later period the same lands sent swarming colonies into Hungary and Russia. The same Saxon invaders passed down the Channel coasts, and traces of their settlement on the mainland remain to this day in the Cotentin district around Cherbourg. Scandinavian sea peoples called Danes or Northmen swarmed over as late as 900 A.D. and conquered all eastern England. This Danish invasion of England was the same that brought the Northmen or Normans into France. In fact, the occupation of Normandy was probably by Danes, and the conquest of England was largely the work of Norsemen, as Norway at that time was under Danish kings. Both of these invasions, especially the later, swept around the greater island and inundated Ireland, driving both the Neolithic aborigines and their Celtic-speaking masters into the bogs and islands of the west. The blonde Nordic element today is very marked in Ireland as in England. It is derived to some extent from the early invaders of Celtic speech, but the Goidelic element has been very largely absorbed in Ireland as in western England and in Scotland by the Iberian substratum of the population, and is found today rather in the form of Nordic characters and brunettes than in the entirely blonde individuals who represent later and purer Nordic strains. The figures for recruits taken some decades ago in the two countries would indicate that the Irish as a whole are considerably lighter in eye and darker in hair color than are the English. The combination of black Iberian hair with blue or gray Nordic eyes is frequently found in Ireland and also in Spain, and in both these countries is justly admired for its beauty, but it is by no means an exclusively Irish type. The tall, blond Irishmen are today chiefly Danish, with the addition of English, Norman, and Scotch elements, which have poured into the lesser island for 1,000 years and have imposed the English speech upon it. The more primitive and ancient elements in Ireland have always shown great ability to absorb newcomers, and during the Middle Ages it was notorious that the Norman and English colonists quickly sank to the cultural level of the natives. In spite of the fact that paleoliths have not been found there, some indications of Paleolithic man appear in Ireland both as single characters and as individuals. Being, like Brittany, situated on the extreme western outposts of Eurasia, it has more than its share of generalized and low types surviving in the living populations, and these types, the fur bogs, have imparted a distinct and very undesirable aspect to a large portion of the inhabitants of the West and South, and have greatly lowered the intellectual status of the population as a whole. The cross between these elements and the Nordics appears to be a bad one, and the mental and cultural traits of the Aborigines have proved to be exceedingly persistent, and appear especially in the unstable temperament and the lack of coordinating and reasoning power so often found among the Irish. To the dominance of the Mediterraneans, mixed with pre-Neolithic survivals in the south and west, are to be attributed the aloofness of the island from the general trend of European civilization, and its long adherence to ancient forms of religion, and even to pre-Christian superstitions. In England, the same two ethnic elements are present, namely the Nordic and the Mediterranean. There is, especially in Wales and in the west central counties of England, a large substratum of ancient Mediterranean blood, but the later Nordic elements are everywhere superimposed upon it. Scotland is by race Anglian in the lowlands and Norse in the highlands, with underlying Goidelic and Brythonic elements which are exceedingly hard to identify. The Mediterranean strain is marked in the highlands and is frequently associated with tall stature. This brunetteness in Scotland is of course derived from the same underlying Mediterranean stock which we have found elsewhere in the British Islands. The inhabitants of Scotland before the arrival of the Celtic-speaking Nordics seem to have been the Picts, whose language was almost surely non-Aryan. Judging from the remnants of Anarian syntax in the Goidelic and to a lesser degree in the Cymric languages, Pictish was related to the Anarian Berber tongues still spoken in North Africa. No trace of this pre-Aryan syntax is found in English. Where one race imposes a new language on another, the change is most marked in the vocabulary, while the ancient usage and syntax or the construction of sentences is the more apt to survive, and these ancient forms often give us a valuable clue to the aboriginal speech. This same Anarian syntax is particularly marked in the Irish language, a condition which fits in with the other pre-Aryan usages and types found there. This divergence between the new vocabulary and the ancient habits of syntax is probably one of the causes of the extreme splitting up of the various branches of the Aryan mother tongue. Wales, like Western Ireland, is a museum of racial antiquities, and being an unattractive and poor country, has exported men rather than received immigration, while such invasions as did arrive came with spent force. The mass of the population of Wales, especially in the upland or moorland districts, is Mediterranean, with a considerable addition of Paleolithic remnants. With changing social and industrial conditions, these Neolithic Mediterraneans are pushing into the valleys or towns with a resultant replacement of the Nordic types. Recent and intensive investigations reveal everywhere in Wales distinct physical types living side by side or in adjoining villages, unchanged and unchangeable throughout the centuries. Extensive blending has not taken place, though much crossing has occurred, and the persistence of the skull-shaped has been particularly marked. Such individuals as are of pure Nordic type are generally members of the old county families and land-owning class. As to language in Wales, the Cymric is everywhere spoken in various dialects, but there are indications of the ancient underlying Goidelic. In fact, Brythonic or Cymric may not have reached Wales much before the Roman conquest of Britain. The earlier Goidelic survived in parts of Wales as late as the 7th century, but by the 11th century all consciousness of race and linguistic distinctions had disappeared in the common name of Cymry. This name should perhaps be limited to the Brythons of England and not used for their kindred on the continent. In Cornwall and along the Welsh border, racial types are often grouped in separate villages, and the intellectual and moral distinctions between them are well recognized. The Nordic species of man, in its various branches, made Gaul the land of the Franks, and made Britain the land of the Angles, and the Englishmen who built the British Empire and founded America were of the Nordic and not of the Mediterranean type. One of the most vigorous Nordic elements in France, England, and America was contributed by the Normans, and their influence on the development of these countries cannot be ignored. The descendants of the Danish and Norse Vikings who settled in Normandy as Teutonic-speaking heathen, and who as Normans crossed over to Saxon England and conquered it in 1066, are among the finest and noblest examples of the Nordic race. Their only rivals in these characters were the early Goths. This Norman strain, while purely Nordic, seems to have been radically different in its mental makeup and to some extent in its physical detail from the Saxons of England and also from their kindred in Scandinavia. The Normans appear to have been fine race, to use a French idiom, and their descendants are often characterized by a tall, slender figure, much less bulky than the typical Teuton, of proud bearing, and with clearly marked features of classic Greek regularity. The type is seldom extremely blond and is often dark. These Latinized Vikings were and are animated by a restless and nomadic energy and by a fierce aggressiveness. They played a brilliant role during the 12th and following centuries, but later on the continent the strain ran out, though leaving here and there traces of its former presence, notably in Sicily, where the grayish-blue Sicilian eye, called the Norman eye, is still found among the old noble families. The Norman type is still very common among the English of good family, and especially among hunters, explorers, navigators, adventurers, and officers in the British Army. These latter-day Normans are natural rulers and administrators, and it is to this type that England largely owes her extraordinary ability to govern justly and firmly the lower races. This Norman blood occurs often among the native Americans, but with the changing social conditions and the filling up of the waste places of the earth, it is doomed to a speedy extinction. The Normans were Nordics with a dash of brunette blood, and their conquest of England strengthened the Nordic and not the Mediterranean elements in the British Isles, but the connection once established with France, especially with Aquitaine, later introduced from southern France certain brunette elements of Mediterranean affinities. The upper-class Normans on their arrival in England were probably purely Scandinavian, but in the lower classes there were some dark strains. They brought with them large numbers of ecclesiastics who were for the most part drawn from the more ancient types throughout France. Careful investigation of the graveyards and vaults in which these churchmen were buried revealed a large percentage of round skulls among them. In both Normandy and in the lowlands of Scotland there was much the same mixture of blood between Scandinavian and Saxon, but with a smaller amount of Saxon blood in France. The result in both cases was the production of an extraordinarily forceful race. The Nordics in England are in these days apparently receding before the Neolithic Mediterranean type. The causes of this decline are the same as in France, and the chief loss is through the wastage of blood by war and through emigration. The typical British soldier is blonde or red-bearded, and the typical sailor is always a blonde. The migrating type from England is also chiefly Nordic. These facts would indicate that nomadism, as well as a love of war and adventure, are Nordic characteristics. An extremely potent influence, however, is the transformation of the nation from an agricultural to a manufacturing community. Heavy, healthful work in the fields of northern Europe enables the Nordic type to thrive, but the cramped factory and crowded city quickly weed him out, while the little brunette Mediterranean can work a spindle, set type, sell ribbons, or push a clerk's pen far better than the big, clumsy, and somewhat heavy Nordic blonde, who needs exercise, meat, and air, and cannot live under ghetto conditions. The increase of urban communities at the expense of the countryside is also an important element in the fading of the Nordic type, because the energetic countryman of this blood is more apt to improve his fortunes by moving to the city than the less ambitious Mediterranean. The country villages and the farms are the nurseries of nations, while cities are consumers and seldom producers of men. The effort now being made in America to settle undesirable immigrants on farms may, from the viewpoint of race replacement, be more dangerous than allowing them to remain in crowded ghettos or tenements. If England has deteriorated, and there are those who think they see indications of such decline, it is due to the lowering proportion of the Nordic blood and the transfer of political power from the vigorous Nordic aristocracy and middle classes to the radical and labor elements, both largely recruited from the Mediterranean type. Only in Scandinavia and northwestern Germany does the Nordic race seem to maintain its full vigor, in spite of the enormous wastage of 3,000 years of the swarming forth of its best fighting men. Norway, however, after the Viking outburst, has never exhibited military power, and Sweden, in the centuries between the Varangian period and the rise of Gustavus Adolphus, did not enjoy a reputation for fighting efficiency. All the three Scandinavian countries, after vigorously attacking Christendom 1,000 years ago, disappear from history as a nursery for soldiers until the Reformation, when Sweden suddenly reappears just in time to save Protestantism on the continent. Today all three seem to be intellectually anemic. Upper and Lower Austria, the Tyrol, and Styria have a very considerable Nordic element which is in political control, but the Alpine races are slowly replacing the Nordics both there and in Hungary. Holland and Flanders are purely Teutonic, the Flemings being the descendants of those Franks who did not adopt Latin speech, as did their Teutonic kin across the border in Artois and Picardy. In Holland is the ancient Batavia, with the Frisian coast lands eastward to Old Saxony. Denmark, Norway, and Sweden are purely Nordic and yearly contribute swarms of a splendid type of immigrants to America, and are now, as they have been for thousands of years, the chief nursery and broodland of the master race. In southwestern Norway and in Denmark there is a substantial number of short, dark, round heads of Alpine affinities. These dark Norwegians are regarded as somewhat inferior socially by their Nordic countrymen. Perhaps as a result of this disability, a disproportionately large number of Norwegian immigrants to America are of this type. Apparently, America is doomed to receive in these later days the least desirable classes and types from each European nation now exporting men. In medieval times, the Norse and Danish Vikings sailed not only the waters of the known Atlantic, but ventured westward through the fogs and frozen seas to Iceland, Greenland, and America. Sweden, after sending forth her Goths and other early Teutonic tribes, turned her attention to the shores of the eastern Baltic, colonized the coast of Finland and the Baltic provinces, and supplied also a strong Scandinavian element to the aristocracy of Russia. The coast of Finland is, as a result, Swedish, and the natives of the interior have distinctly Nordic characters, with the exception of the skull, which in its roundness shows an Alpine cross. The population of the so-called Baltic provinces of Russia is everywhere Nordic, and their affinities are with Scandinavia and Germany rather than with Slavic Muscovy. The most primitive Aryan languages, namely Lettish, Lithuanian, and the recently extinct Old Prussian, are found in this neighborhood, and here we are not far from the original Nordic homeland. End of section 19.
Section 20 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. The Nordic Fatherland. The area in Europe where the Nordic race developed and in which the Aryan languages originated probably included the forest region of eastern Germany, Poland, and Russia, together with the grasslands which stretched from the Ukraine eastward into the steppes south of the Ural. From causes already mentioned, this area was long isolated from the rest of the world, and especially from Asia. When the unity of the Aryan race and of the Aryan language was broken up at the end of the Neolithic and the beginning of the Bronze Age, wave after wave of the early Nordics pushed westward along the sandy plains of the north and pressed against and through the Alpine populations of Central Europe.
Usually these early Nordics, as indeed many of the later ones, constituted only a thin layer of ruling classes, and there must have been many countries conquered by them in which we have no historic evidence of their existence, linguistic or otherwise. This must have certainly been the case in those numerous instances where only the leaders were Nordics and the great mass of their followers slaves or serfs of inferior races. The Nordics also swept down through Thrace into Greece and Asia Minor, while other large and important groups entered Asia partly through the Caucasus Mountains, but in greater strength they migrated around the northern and eastern sides of the Caspian Aral Sea. That portion of the Nordic race which continued to inhabit South Russia and grazed their flocks of sheep and herds of horses on the grasslands were the Scythians of the Greeks, and from these nomad shepherds came the Cimmerians, Persians, Saki, Massagetae, and perhaps the leaders of the Kassites, Mitanni, and other early Aryan-speaking Nordic invaders of Asia. The descendants of these Nordics are scattered throughout Russia, but are now submerged by the later Slavs. Well-marked characters of the Nordic race, which were established in Neolithic times, if not earlier, enable us to distinguish it definitely wherever it appears in history, and we know that all the blondness in the world is derived from this source. As blondness is easily observed and recorded, we are apt to lay too much emphasis on this single character. The brown shades of hair are equally Nordic. When the Nordics first enter the Mediterranean world, their arrival is everywhere marked by a new and higher civilization. In most cases, the contact of the vigorous barbarians with the ancient civilizations created a sudden impulse of life and an outburst of culture as soon as the first destruction wrought by the conquest was repaired. In addition to the long-continued selection exercised by severe climatic conditions and the consequent elimination of ineffectives, both of which affects a race, there is another force at work which concerns the individual as well. The energy developed in the north is not lost immediately when transferred to the softer conditions of existence in the Mediterranean and Indian countries. This energy endures for several generations and only dies away slowly as the northern blood becomes diluted and the impulse to strive fades. The contact of Hellene and Pelasgian caused the blossoming of the ancient civilization of Hellas, just as 2,000 years later, when the Nordic invaders of Italy had absorbed the science, art, and literature of Rome, they produced that splendid century we call the Renaissance. The chief men of the Cinquecento and the preceding century were of Nordic blood, largely Gothic and Lombard, which is recognized easily by a close inspection of busts or portraits in northern Italy. Dante, Raphael, Titian, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci were all of Nordic type, just as in classic times many of the chief men of the upper classes were Nordic. Similar expansion of civilization and organization of empire followed the incursion of the Nordic Persians into the land of the round-skulled Medes and the introduction of Sanskrit into India by the Nordic Saki, who conquered that peninsula. These outbursts of progress due to the first contact and mixture of two contrasted races are, however, only transitory, and pass with the last lingering trace of Nordic blood. In India, the blood of these Aryan-speaking invaders has been absorbed by the dark Hindu, and in the final event only their synthetic speech survives. The marvelous organization of the Roman state made use of the services of Nordic mercenaries and kept the Western Empire alive for 3 centuries after the ancient Roman stock had virtually ceased to exist. The day when the population of the empire had become predominantly of Mediterranean and Oriental blood due to the introduction of slaves from the East and the wastage of Italian blood in war, coincides with the establishment of the empire under Augustus, and the last Republican patriots represent the final protest of the old patrician Nordic strain. For the most part, they refused to abdicate their right to rule in favor of manumitted slaves and imperial favorites, and they fell in battle and sword in hand. The Romans died out, but the slaves survived, and their descendants form the great majority of the South Italians of today. In the last days of the Republic, Caesar was the leader of the mob, the plebs, which by that time had ceased to be of Roman blood. Pompey's party represented the remnants of the old native Roman aristocracy and was defeated at Pharsalia, not by Caesar's plebeian clients, but by his Nordic legionaries from Gaul. Cassius and Brutus were the last successors of Pompey, and their overthrow at Philippi was the final death blow to the Republican party. With them the native Roman families disappear almost entirely. The decline of the Romans, and for that matter of the native Italians, began with the Punic Wars, when in addition to the Romans who fell in battle, a large portion of the country population of Italy was destroyed by Hannibal. Native Romans suffered greatly in the social and servile wars, as well as in the civil conflicts between the factions of Sylla, who led the patricians, and Marius, who represented the plebs. Bloody proscriptions of the rival parties followed alternately, the victory of one side and then of the other, and under the tyranny of the emperors of the first century also the old Roman stock was the greatest sufferer, until it practically vanished from the scene. Voluntary childlessness was the most potent cause of the decline under the empire, and when we read of the abject servility of bearers of proud names in the days of Nero and Caligula, we must remember that they could not rally to their standard followers among the plebs. They had only the choice of submission or suicide, and many chose the latter alternative. The abjectness of the Roman spirit under the empire is thus to be explained by a change in race. With the expanding dominion of Rome, the native elements of vigor were drawn year after year into the legions, and spent their active years in wars or in garrisons, while the slaves and those unfit for military duty stayed home and bred. In the present great war, while the native Americans are at the front fighting the aliens, and immigrants are allowed to increase without check, and the parallel is a close one. Slaves began to be imported into Italy in numbers in the 2nd century B.C. to work the large plantations, latifundia, of the wealthy Romans. This importation of slaves and the ultimate extension of the Roman citizenship to their manumitted descendants and to inferior races throughout the growing empire, and the losses in internal and foreign wars ruined the state. In America we find another close parallel in the Civil War, and the subsequent granting of citizenship to Negroes and to ever-increasing numbers of immigrants of plebeian, servile, or Oriental races, who throughout history have shown little capacity to create, organize, or even to comprehend republican institutions. In Rome, when this change in blood was substantially complete, the state could no longer be operated under republican forms of government, and the empire arose to take its place. At the beginning, the empire was clothed in the garb of republicanism, in deference to such Roman elements as still persisted in the Senate and among the patricians, but ultimately these external forms were discarded, and the state became virtually a pure despotism. The new population understood little and cared less for the institutions of the ancient republic, but they were jealous of their own rights of bread and the circus, panem et circenses, and there began to appear in place of the old Roman religion the mystic rites of Eastern countries so welcome to the plebeian and uneducated soul. The emperors, to please the vulgar, erected from time to time new shrines to strange gods utterly unknown to the Romans of the early republic. In America also strange temples, which would have been abhorrent to our colonial ancestors, are multiplying, and our streets and parks are turned over to monuments to foreign patriots, designed not to please the artistic sense of the passer-by, but to gratify the national preference of some alien element in the electorate. These comments on the change of race in Rome at the beginning of our era are not mere speculation. An examination of many thousands of Roman columbaria, or funeral urns, and the names inscribed thereon show quite clearly that as early as the 1st century of our era, 80 to 90% of the urban population of the Roman Empire was of servile extraction, and that about 7/8 of this slave population was drawn from districts within the boundaries of the empire, and very largely from the countries bordering on the eastern Mediterranean. Few names are found which indicate that their bearers came from Gaul or the countries beyond the Alps. These Nordic barbarians were of more use in the legions than as household servants. At the beginning of the Christian era, the entire Levant and countries adjoining it in Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt had been so thoroughly Hellenized that many of their inhabitants bore Greek names. It was from these countries and from northern Africa that the slave population of Rome was drawn. Their descendants were the most important element in the Roman melting pot, and even today form the predominant element in the population of Italy south of the Apennines.
When the Nordic barbarians a few centuries later poured in, these Romanized Orientals disappeared temporarily from view under the rule of the vigorous Northerners, but they have steadily absorbed the latter until the Nordic elements in Italy now are to be found chiefly in the Lombard plains and the region of the Alps. The Byzantine Empire, from much the same causes as the Roman, became in its turn gradually less and less European and more Oriental until it too withered and expired. Regarded in the light of the facts, the fall of Rome ceases to be a mystery. The wonder is that the state lived on after the Romans were extinct, and that the Eastern Empire survived so long with an ever-fading Greek population. In Rome and in Greece only the language of the dominant race survived. So entirely had the blood of the Romans vanished in the last days of the empire that sorry bands of barbarians wandered at will through the desolated provinces. Caesar and his legions would have made short work of these unorganized banditti, but Caesar's legions were a memory, though one great enough to inspire in the intruders somewhat of awe and desire to imitate. Against invaders, however, brains and brawn are more effective than tradition and culture, however noble these last may be. Early ascetic Christianity played a large part in this decline of the Roman Empire, as it was at the outset of the religion of the slave, the meek and the lowly, while Stoicism was the religion of the strong men of the time. This bias in favor of the weaker elements greatly interfered with their elimination by natural processes, and the fighting force of the empire was gradually undermined. Christianity was in sharp contrast to the worship of tribal deities which preceded it, and it tended then as now to break down class and race distinctions. The maintenance of such distinctions is absolutely essential to race purity in any community when two or more races live side by side. Race feeling may be called prejudice by those whose careers are cramped by it, but it is a natural antipathy which serves to maintain the purity of type. The unfortunate fact that nearly all species of men interbreed freely leaves us no choice in the matter. Races must be kept apart by artificial devices of this sort, or they ultimately amalgamate, and in the offspring the more generalized or lower type prevails. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10. The Nordic Race outside of Europe. We find few traces of Nordic characters outside of Europe. When Egypt was invaded by the Libyans from the west in 1230 B.C., they were accompanied by sea peoples, probably the Achaean Greeks. There is some evidence of blindness among the people of the south shore of the Mediterranean down to Greek times, and the Tamahu, or fair Libyans, are constantly mentioned in Egyptian records. The reddish-blonde or partly blonde Berbers found today on the northern slopes of the Atlas Mountains may well be their descendants. That this blondness of the Berbers, though small in amount, is of Nordic origin, we may with safety assume, but through what channels it came we have no means of knowing. There is no historic invasion of North Africa by Nordics, except the Vandal conquests, but there seems to be little probability that this small Teutonic tribe left behind any physical trace in the native population. There seem to have been traces of Nordic blood among the Philistines, and still more among the Amorites. Certain references to the size of the sons of Anak and to the fairness of David, whose mother was an Amoritish woman, point vaguely in this direction. References in Chinese annals to the green eyes of the Wu sons or to the Huang Nu in Central Asia are almost the only evidence we have of the Nordic race in contact with the peoples of Eastern Asia, though there are statements in ancient Chinese or Mongolian records as to the existence of blond and tall tribes and nations in those parts of northern Asia where Mongols are now found exclusively. We may expect to acquire much new light on this subject during the next few decades. The so-called blondness of the hairy Ainus of the northern islands of Japan seems to be due to a trace of what might be called Proto-Nordic blood. In hairiness, these people are in sharp contrast with their Mongoloid neighbors, but this is a generalized character common to the highest and the lowest races of man.
The primitive Australoids and the highly specialized Scandinavians are among the most hairy populations in the world. So in the Ainus, the somatological peculiarity is merely the retention of a primitive trait. The occasional brown or greenish eye and the sometimes fair complexion of the Ainus are, however, suggestive of Nordic affinities and of an extreme easterly extension of Proto-Nordics at a very early period. The skull shape of the Ainus is dolichocephalic or metatiscephalic, while the broad cheekbones indicate a Mongolian cross as among the Eskimo. The Ainus, like many other small mysterious peoples, are probably merely the remnants of one of the early races that are fast fading into extinction. The division of man into species and subspecies is very ancient, and the chief races of the earth are the successful survivors of a long and fierce competition. Many species, subspecies, and races have vanished utterly, except for reversional characters occasionally found in the larger races. The only Nordics in Asia Minor, so far as we know, were the Phrygians, who crossed the Hellespont about 1400 B.C. as part of the same migration which brought the Achaeans into Greece, the Cimmerians, who entered by the same route and also through the Caucasus about 650 B.C., and still later in 270 B.C., the Gauls, who coming from northern Italy through Thrace founded Galatia. So far as our present information goes, little or no trace of these invasions remains in the existing populations of Anatolia. The expansions of the Persians and the Aryanization of their empire and the conquest of the Nordics east and south of the Caspian Aral Sea will be discussed in connection with the spread of Aryan languages. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. Racial Aptitudes. Such are the three races, the Alpine, the Mediterranean, and the Nordic, which enter into the composition of European populations of today, and in various combinations comprise the great bulk of white men all over the world. These races vary intellectually and morally just as they do physically. Moral, intellectual, and spiritual attributes are as persistent as physical characters and are transmitted substantially unchanged from generation to generation. These moral and physical characters are not limited to one race, but given traits do occur with more frequency in one race than in another. Each race differs in the relative proportion of what we may term good and bad strains, just as nations do, or for that matter, sections and classes of the same nation. In considering skull characters, we must remember that while indicative of independent descent, the size and shape of the head are not closely related to brain power. Aristotle was a Mediterranean, if we may trust the authenticity of his bust, and had a small, long skull, while Humboldt's large and characteristically Nordic skull was equally dolichocephalic. Socrates and Diogenes were apparently quite un-Greek and represent remnants of some early race, perhaps of Paleolithic Man. The history of their lives indicates that each was recognized by his fellow countrymen as in some degree alien, just as the Jews apparently regarded Christ as in some indefinite way non-Jewish. Mental, spiritual, and moral traits are closely associated with the physical distinctions among the different European races, although, like somatological characters, these spiritual attributes have in many cases gone astray. Enough remain, however, to show that certain races have special aptitudes for certain pursuits. The Alpine race is always and everywhere a race of peasants, an agricultural and never a maritime race. In fact, they only extend salt water at the head of the Adriatic, and like all purely agricultural communities throughout Europe, tend toward democracy, although they are submissive to authority, both political and religious, being usually Roman Catholics in Western Europe. This race is essentially developed of the soil, and in towns the type is mediocre and bourgeois. The coastal and seafaring populations of northern Europe are everywhere Nordic as far as the shores of Spain, and among Europeans this race is preeminently fitted for maritime pursuits. enterprise at sea during the Middle Ages was in the hands of Mediterraneans, just as it was originally developed by Cretans, Phoenicians, and Carthaginians, but after the Reformation, the Nordics seized and occupied this field almost exclusively. The Nordics are, all over the world, a race of soldiers, sailors, adventurers, and explorers, but above all of rulers, organizers, and aristocrats, in sharp contrast to the essentially peasant and democratic character of the Alpines. The Nordic race is domineering, individualistic, self-reliant, and jealous of their personal freedom, both in political and religious systems, and as a result they are usually Protestants. Chivalry and knighthood and their still surviving but greatly impaired counterparts are peculiarly Nordic traits, and feudalism, class distinction, and race pride among Europeans are traceable for the most part to the north. The social status of woman varies largely with race, but here religion plays a part. In the Roman Republic and in ancient Germany, women were held in high esteem. In the Nordic countries of today, women's rights have received much more recognition than among the southern nations with their traditions of Latin culture. To this general statement, modern Germany is a marked exception. The contrast is great between the mental attitude toward woman of the ancient Teutons and that of the modern Germans. The pure Nordic peoples are characterized by a greater stability and steadiness than are mixed peoples such as the Irish, the ancient Gauls, and the Athenians, among all of whom the lack of these qualities was balanced by a correspondingly greater versatility. The mental characteristics of the Mediterranean race are well known, and this race, while inferior in bodily stamina to both the Nordic and the Alpine, is probably the superior of both, certainly of the Alpines, in intellectual attainments. In the field of art, its superiority to both the other European races is unquestioned, although in literature and in scientific research and discovery the Nordics far excel it. Before leaving this interesting subject of the correlation of spiritual and moral traits with physical characters, we may note that these influences are so deeply rooted in everyday consciousness that the modern novelist or playwright does not fail to make his hero a tall, blond, honest, and somewhat stupid youth, and his villain a small, dark, and exceptionally intelligent individual of warped moral character. So in Celtic legend, as in the Graeco-Roman and medieval romances, prince and princess are always fair, a fact rather indicating that the mass of the people were brunette at the time when the legends were taking shape. In fact, fair is a synonym for beauty. Most ancient tapestries show a blonde earl on horseback and a dark-haired churl holding the bridle. The gods of Olympus were almost all described as blonde, and it would be difficult to imagine a Greek artist painting a brunette Venus. In church pictures all angels are blonde, while the denizens of the lower regions revel in deep brunetteness. Non angli sed angeli, remarked Pope Gregory when he first saw Saxon children exposed for sale in the Roman slave mart. In depicting the crucifixion, no artist hesitates to make the two thieves brunette, in contrast to the blonde Saviour. This is something more than a convention, as such quasi-authentic traditions as we have of our Lord strongly suggest his Nordic, possibly Greek, physical and moral attributes. These and similar traditions clearly point to the relations of the one race to the other in classic, medieval, and modern times. How far they may be modified by democratic institutions and the rule of the majority remains to be seen. The wars of the past 2,000 years in Europe have been almost exclusively wars between the various nations of this race or between rulers of Nordic blood. From a race point of view, the present European conflict is essentially a civil war, and nearly all the officers and a large proportion of the men on both sides are members of this race. It is the same old tragedy of mutual butchery and mutual destruction between Nordics, just as the Nordic nobility of Renaissance Italy seems to have been possessed with a blood mania to murder one another. It is the modern edition of the old berserker blood rage, and is class suicide on a gigantic scale. At the beginning of the war, it was difficult to say on which side there was the preponderance of Nordic blood. Flanders and northern France are more Nordic than South Germany, while the backbone of the armies that England put into the field, as well as of those of her colonies, was almost purely Nordic, and a large proportion of the Russian army was of the same race. As heretofore stated, with America in the war, the greater part of the Nordics of the world are fighting against Germany. Although the writer has limited carefully the use of the word Teutonic to that section of the Nordic race which originated in Scandinavia and which later spread over northern Europe, nevertheless this term is unfortunate because it is currently given a national and not a racial meaning and is used to denote the populations of the Central Empires. This popular use includes millions who are un-Teutonic and excludes millions of pure Teutonic blood who are outside of the political borders of Austria and Germany and who are bitterly hostile to the very name itself. The present inhabitants of the German Empire, to say nothing of Austria, are only to a limited extent descendants of the ancient Teutonic tribes, being very largely Alpines, especially in the east and south. To abandon to the Germans and Austrians the exclusive right to the name Teuton or Teutonic would be to acquiesce in one of their most grandiose pretensions. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12. Arya. Having shown the existence in Europe of three distinct subspecies of man and a single predominant group of languages called the Aryan or synthetic group, it remains to inquire to which of the three races can be assigned the honor of inventing, elaborating, and introducing this most highly developed form of human speech. Our investigations will show that the facts point indubitably to an original unity between the Nordic, or rather the Proto-Nordic race, and the Proto-Aryan language, or the generalized ancestral Aryan mother tongue. Of the three claimants to the honor of being the original creator of the Aryan group of languages, we can at once dismiss the Mediterranean race. The members of this subspecies on the south shores of the Mediterranean, the Barbars and the Egyptians and many peoples in Western Asia speak now and have always spoken Aryan tongues. We also know that the speech of the original Pelasgians was not Aryan, that in Crete remnants of pre-Aryan speech persisted until about 500 BC, and that the Hellenic language was introduced into Aegean countries from the north. In Italy, the Etruscan in the north and the Messapian in the south were Aryan languages, and the ancestral form of Latin speech in the guise of Umbrian and Oscan came through the Alps from the countries beyond. In Spain, a Celtic language was introduced from the north about 500 BC, but with so little force behind it that it was unable to replace entirely the Aryan Basque language of at least a portion of the Aborigines. In Britain, Aryan speech was introduced about 800 BC, and in France somewhat earlier. In Central and Northern Europe, no certain trace of the Aryan languages at one time spoken there persists, except among the Lapps and in the neighborhood of the Gulf of Finland, where non-Aryan Finnic dialects are spoken today by the Finlanders and the Estonians. We thus know the approximate dates of the introduction of Aryan speech into Western and Southern Europe, and that it came in through the medium of the Nordic race. In Spain and in the adjoining parts of France, nearly 500,000 people continue to speak an agglutinative language called Basque or Euskarian. In skull shape, these Basques correspond closely with the Aryan-speaking populations around them, being dolichocephalic in Spain and brachycephalic or pseudo-brachycephalic in France. In the case of both the long-skulled and the round-skulled Basques, the lower part of the face is long and thin, with a peculiar and pointed chin, and among the French Basques the skull is broadened in the temporal region. In other words, their faces show certain secondary racial characters which have been imposed by selection upon a people composed originally of two races of independent origin, but long isolated by the limitations of language. The Euskarian language is believed to have been related to the ancient Iberian, but has affinities which point to Asia as its place of origin and make possible the hypothesis that it may have been derived from the ancient language of the Proto-Alpines in the west. The problem of the extinct Ligurian language must be considered in this connection. It seems to have been Aryan, but we do not know whether it was the speech originally of Alpines or of Mediterraneans, either of whom could be reasonably considered as a claimant. Other than the Basque language, there are in Western Europe but few remains of pre-Aryan speech, and these are found chiefly in place names and in a few obscure words. Remnants of Aryan speech exist here and there throughout European Russia, but many of them can be traced to historic invasions. Until we reach the main body of Ural-Altaic speech in the east of Russia, the Estonians with kindred tribes of Livonians and Takuds and the Finns are the only people who speak non-Aryan tongues, but the physical type, with the exception of the skull shape of all these tribes, is distinctly Nordic. In this connection, the Lapps and related groups in the far north can be disregarded. The problem of the Finns is a difficult one. The coast of Finland, of course, is purely Swedish, but the great bulk of the population in the interior is brachycephalic, though otherwise thoroughly Nordic in type. The Anarian, Finnish, Estonian, and Livonian languages were probably introduced at the same time as were round skulls into Finland. The shores of the Gulf of Finland were originally inhabited by Nordics, and the intrusion of round-skulled Finns probably came soon after the Christian era. This immigration and that of the Livonians and Estonians may possibly have been part of the same movement which brought the Alpine Wends into eastern Germany. The earliest references to the Finns that we have locate them in central Russia. The most important Anarian language in Europe is the Magyar of Hungary, but this, we know, was introduced from the eastward at the end of the 9th century, as was the earlier but now extinct Vevar. In the Balkans, the language of the Turks has never been a vernacular, as it is in Asia Minor. In Europe it was spoken only by the soldiers and the civil administrators, and by very sparse colonies of Turkish settlers. The mania of the Turks for white women, which is said to have been one of the motives that led to the conquest of the Byzantine Empire, has unconsciously resulted in the obliteration of the Mongoloid type of the original Asiatic invaders. Persistent crossing with Circassian and Georgian women, as well as with slaves of every race in Asia Minor and in Europe with whom they came in contact, has made the European Turk of today indistinguishable in physical characters from his Christian neighbors. At the same time, polygamy has greatly strengthened the hold of the dominant Turk. In fact, among the upper classes of the higher races, monogamy and the resultant limitation in number of offspring has been a source of weakness from the viewpoint of race expansion. The Turks of Seljukian and Osmanli origin were never numerous, and the Sultan's armies were largely composed of Islamized Anatolians and Europeans. In Persia and India also the Aryan languages were introduced from the north at known periods, so in view of all these facts the Mediterranean race cannot claim the honor of either the invention or dissemination of the synthetic languages. The chief claim of the Alpine race of Central Europe and Western Asia to the invention and introduction into Europe of the Proto-Aryan form of speech rests on the fact that nearly all the members of this race in Europe speak well-developed Aryan languages, chiefly in some form of Slavic. This fact taken by itself may have no more significance than the fact that the Mediterranean race in Spain, Italy, and France speak Romance languages, but it is nevertheless an argument of some weight. Outside of Europe, the Armenians and other Armenoid brachycephalic peoples of Asia Minor and the Iranian highlands, all of the Alpine race, together with a few isolated tribes of the Caucasus, speak Aryan languages, and these peoples lie on the high road along which knowledge of the metals and other cultural developments entered Europe. If the Aryan language were invented and developed by these Armenoid Alpines, we should be obliged to assume that they introduced it along with bronze culture into Europe about 3000 BC and taught the Nordics both their language and their metal culture. There are, however, in Western Asia many Alpine peoples who do not speak Aryan languages and yet are Alpine in type, such as the Turkomans, and in Asia Minor the so-called Turks are also largely Islamized Alpines of the Armenoid subspecies who speak Turkey. There is no trace of Aryan speech south of the Caucasus until after 1700 BC, and the Hittite language spoken before that date in Central and Eastern Asia Minor, although not yet clearly deciphered, was Anarian to the best of our present knowledge. The Hittites themselves were probably ancestral to the living Armenians. We are sufficiently acquainted with the languages of the ancient Mesopotamian countries to know that the speech of Akkad and Sumer, of Susa and Media, was agglutinative, and that the languages of Assyria and of Palestine were Semitic. The speech of the Kassites was Anarian, but they seem to have been in contact with the horse-using Nordics, and some of their leaders bore Aryan names. The language of the short-lived empire of the Mitanni in the foothills south of Armenia is the only one about the character of which there can be serious doubt. There is therefore much negative evidence against the existence of Aryan speech in that part of the world earlier than its known introduction by Nordics. If then the last great expansion into Europe of the Alpine race brought from Asia the Aryan mother tongue, as well as the knowledge of metals, we must assume that all the members of the Nordic race thereupon adopted synthetic speech from the Alpines. We know that these Alpines reached Britain about 1800 B.C., and probably they had previously occupied much of Gaul, so that if they are to be credited with the introduction of the synthetic languages into Western Europe, it is difficult to understand why we have no known trace of any form of Aryan speech in Central Europe or west of the Rhine prior to 1000 B.C., while we have some, though scanty, evidence of non-Aryan languages. It may be said in favor of this claim of the Alpine race to be the original inventor of synthetic speech, that language is ever a measure of culture, and the higher forms of civilization are greatly hampered by the limitations of speech imposed by the less highly evolved languages, namely the monosyllabic and the agglutinative, which include nearly all the non-Aryan languages of the world. It does not seem probable that barbarians, however fine in physical type and however well endowed with the potentiality of intellectual and moral development, dwelling as hunters in the bleak and barren north along the edge of the retreating glaciers and as nomad shepherds in the Russian grasslands, could have evolved a more complicated and higher form of articulate speech than the inhabitants of southwestern Asia, who many thousand years earlier were highly civilized and are known to have invented the arts of agriculture, metalworking, and domestication of animals, as well as of writing and pottery. Nevertheless, such seems to be the fact. To summarize, it appears that a study of the Mediterranean race shows that so far from being purely European, it is equally African and Asiatic, and that in the narrow coastal fringe of southern Persia, in India, and even farther east, the last strains of this race gradually fade into the Negroids through prolonged cross-breeding. A similar inquiry into the origin and distribution of the Alpine subspecies shows clearly the fundamentally Asiatic origin of the type, and that on its easternmost borders in Central Asia it marches with the round-skulled Mongols, and that neither the one nor the other was the inventor of Aryan speech. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. Origin of the Aryan languages. By the process of elimination set forth in the preceding chapter, we are compelled to acknowledge that the strongest claimant for the honor of being the race of the original Aryans is the tall, blonde Nordic. An analysis of the various languages of the Aryan group reveals an extreme diversity which can be best explained by the hypothesis that the existing languages are now spoken by people upon whom Aryan speech has been forced from without. This theory corresponds exactly with the known historic fact that the Aryan languages, during the last 3,000 or 4,000 years at least, have again and again been imposed by Nordics upon populations of Alpine and Mediterranean blood. Within the present distributional area of the Nordic race on the Gulf of Riga, and in the very middle of a typical area of isolation, are the most generalized members of the Aryan group, namely Lettish and Lithuanian, both almost Proto-Aryan in character. Close at hand existed the closely related Old Prussian or Borussian, very recently extinct. These archaic languages are relatively close to Sanskrit and exist in actual contact with the Anaryan speech of the Estonians and Finns. The Anaryan languages in eastern Russia are Ugrian, a form of speech which extends far into Asia, and which appears to contain elements which unite it with synthetic speech and may be dimly transitory in character. In the opinion of many philologists, a primitive form of Ugrian might have given birth to the Proto-Aryan ancestor of existing synthetic languages. This hypothesis, if sustained by further study, will provide additional evidence that the site of the development of the Aryan languages and of the Nordic subspecies was in Eastern Europe, in a region which is close to the meeting place between the most archaic synthetic languages and the most nearly related Anaryan tongue, the agglutinative Ugrian. The Aryan tongue was introduced into Greece by the Achaeans about 1400 B.C., and later about 1100 B.C. by the true Hellenes, who brought in classic dialects of Dorian, Ionian, and Aeolian. These Aryan languages superseded their Anarian predecessor, the Pelasgian. From the language of these early invaders came the Illyrian, Thracian, Albanian, Classic Greek, and the debased modern Romaic, a descendant of the Ionian dialect. Aryan speech was introduced among the Anarian-speaking Etruscans of the Italian peninsula by the Umbrians and Oscans about 1100 B.C., and from the language of these conquerors was derived Latin, which later spread to the uttermost confines of the Roman Empire. Its descendants today are the Romance tongues spoken within the ancient imperial boundaries: Portuguese on the west, Castilian, Catalan, Provençal, French, and the langue d'oil of the Walloons, Romanche, Leyden, Friulian, Tuscan, Calabrian, and Romanian. The problem of the existence of a language clearly descended from Latin, the Romanian in the eastern Carpathians, cut off by Slavic and Magyar tongues from the nearest Romance tongues, presents difficulties. The Romanians themselves make two claims. The first, which can be safely disregarded, is an unbroken linguistic descent from a group of Aryan languages which occupied this whole section of Europe, from which Latin was derived and of which Albanian is also a remnant. The more serious claim, however, made by the Romanians is to linguistic and racial descent from the military colonists planted by the Emperor Trajan in the great Dacian plain north of the Danube. This may be possible so far as the language is concerned, but there are some weighty objections to it. We have little evidence for and much against the existence of Romanian speech north of the Danube for nearly 1,000 years after Rome abandoned this outlying region. Dacia was one of the last provinces to be occupied by Rome, and was the first from which the legions were withdrawn upon the decline of the empire. The northern Carpathians, furthermore, where the Romanians claim to have taken refuge during the barbarian invasions, formed part of the Slavic homeland, and it was in these same mountains and in the Ruthenian districts of eastern Galicia that the Slavic languages were developed, probably by the Sarmatians and Veneti, from whence they spread in all directions in the centuries that immediately followed the fall of Rome. So it is almost impossible to credit the survival of a frontier community of Romanized natives situated not only in the path of the great invasions of Europe from the east, but also in the very spot where Slavic tongues were at the time evolving. Romanian speech occupies large areas outside of the present Kingdom of Romania, in Russia, Bessarabia, Austrian Bukowina, and above all in Hungarian Transylvania. The linguistic problem is further complicated by the existence of the Pindus Mountains of Thessaly, of another large community of Vlachs of Romanian speech. How this later community could have survived from Roman times until today, untouched either by the Greek language of the Byzantine Empire or by the Turkish conquest, is another difficult problem. The evidence on the whole points to the descent of the Vlachs from the early inhabitants of Thrace, who adopted Latin speech in the first centuries of the Christian era and clung to it during the domination of the Bulgarians from the 7th century onward in the lands south of the Danube. In the 13th century the mass of these Vlachs, leaving scattered remnants behind them, crossed the Danube and founded Little and Great Wallachia. From there they spread into Transylvania and a century later into Moldavia. The solution of this problem receives no assistance from anthropology, as these Romanian-speaking populations, both in the Danube and in the Pindus Mountains, in no way differ physically from their neighbors on all sides. But through whatever channel they acquired their Latin speech, the Romanians of today can lay no valid claim to blood descent, even in a remote degree, from the true Romans. The first Aryan languages known in Western Europe were the Celtic group, which first appears west of the Rhine about 1000 B.C. Only a few dim traces of pre-Aryan speech have been found in the British Isles, and these largely in place names. The pre-Aryan language of the pre-Nordic population of Britain may have survived down to historic times as Pictish. In Britain, Celtic speech was introduced in two successive waves, first by the Goidels or Q Celts, who apparently appeared about 800 B.C., and this form exists to this day as Erse in Western Ireland, as Manx in the Isle of Man, and as Gaelic in the Scottish Highlands. The Goidels were still in a state of bronze culture. When they reached Britain, they must have found there a population preponderantly of Mediterranean type, with numerous remains of still earlier races of Paleolithic times, and also some round-skulled Alpines of the round barrows, who have since largely faded from the living population. When the next invasion, the Cymric or Brythonic, occurred, the Goidels had been absorbed very largely by the underlying Mediterranean aborigines, who had meanwhile accepted the Goidelic form of Celtic speech, just as on the continent the Gauls had mixed with Alpine and Mediterranean natives and had imposed upon the conquered their own tongue. In fact, in Britain, Gaul, and Spain, the Goidels and Gauls were chiefly a ruling military class, while the great bulk of the population remained unchanged, although Aryanized in speech. These Brythonic or Cymric tribes, or P-Celts, followed the Q-Celts 400 or 500 years later, and drove the Goidels westward through Germany, Gaul, and Britain, and this movement of population was still going on when Caesar crossed the Channel. The Brythonic group gave rise to the modern Cornish, extinct within a century, the Cymric of Wales, and the Armorican of Brittany. In Central Europe we find traces of these same two forms of Celtic speech, with the Goidelic everywhere the older and the Cymric the more recent arrival. The cleavage between the dialects of the Q-Celts and the P-Celts was probably less marked 2,000 years ago than at present, since in their modern form they are both Neo-Celtic languages. What vestiges of Celtic languages remain in France belong to Brythonic. Celtic was not generally spoken in Aquitaine in Caesar's time. When the two Celtic-speaking races came into conflict in Britain, their original relationship had been greatly obscured by the crossing of the Goidels with the underlying dark Mediterranean race of Neolithic culture, and by the mixture of the Belgae with Teutonic tribes. The result was that the Brythons did not distinguish between the blonde Goidels and the brunette but Celticized Mediterraneans, as they all spoke Goidelic dialects. In the same way, when the Saxons and the Angles entered Britain, they found there a population speaking Celtic of some form, either Goidelic or Cymric, and promptly called them all Welsh foreigners. These Welsh were preponderantly of Mediterranean type, with some mixture of a blonde Goidel strain and a much stronger blonde strain of Cymric origin, and these same elements exist today in England. The Mediterranean race is easily distinguished, but the physical types derived from Goidel and Brython alike are merged and lost in the later floods of pure Nordic blood, Angle, Saxon, Dane, Norse, and Norman. In this primitive dark population, with successive layers of blonde Nordics imposed upon it, each one more purely Nordic, and in the relative absence of round heads lie the secret and the solution of the anthropology of the British Isles. This Iberian substratum was able to absorb to a large extent the earlier Celtic-speaking invaders, both Goidels and Brythons, but it is only just beginning to seriously threaten the later Nordics and to reassert its ancient brunette characters after 3,000 years of submergence. In northwest Scotland, there is a Gaelic-speaking area where the place names are all Scandinavian and the physical types purely Nordic. This is the only spot in the British Isles where Celtic speech has reconquered a district from the Teutonic languages, and it was the site of one of the conquests of the Norse Vikings, probably in the early centuries of the Christian era. In Caithness, in North Scotland, as well as in some isolated spots on the Irish coasts, the language of these same Norse pirates persisted within a century. In the 5th century of our era, and after the breakup of Roman domination in Britain, there was much racial unrest, and a back wave of Goidels crossed from Ireland and either reintroduced or reinforced the Gaelic speech in the Highlands. Later, Goidelic speech was gradually driven northward and westward by the intrusive English of the lowlands, and was ultimately forced over this originally Norse-speaking area. We have elsewhere in Europe evidence of similar shiftings of speech without any corresponding change in the blood of the population. Except in the British Isles and in Brittany, Celtic languages have left no modern descendants, but have everywhere been replaced by the languages of Neo-Latin or of Teutonic origin. Outside of Brittany, one of the last, if not quite the last, reference to Celtic speech in Gaul is the historic statement that Celtic tribes as well as Americans took part at Chalons in the great victory in 451 A.D. over Attila the Hun and his confederacy of subject nations. On the continent, the only existing populations of Celtic speech are the primitive inhabitants of central Brittany, a population noted for their religious fanaticism and for other characteristics of a backward people. This Celtic speech is claimed to have been introduced about 450 to 500 A.D. by Britons fleeing from the Saxons. These refugees, if there were any substantial number of them, must have been Dolichosefs of either Mediterranean or Nordic race or both. We are asked by this tradition to believe that their long skull was lost, but that their language was adopted by the round-skulled Alpine population of America. It is much more probable that the Cymric-speaking Alpines of Brittany have merely retained in this isolated corner of France a form of Celtic speech which was prevalent throughout northern Gaul and Britain before these provinces were conquered by Rome and Latinized, and which perhaps was reinforced later by British Cymry. Caesar remarked that there was little difference between the speech of the Belgae in northern Gaul and in Britain. In both cases the speech was Cymric. Long after the conquest of Gaul by the Goths and Franks, Teutonic speech remained predominant among the ruling classes, and by the time it succumbed to the Latin tongue of the Romanized natives, the old Celtic languages had been entirely forgotten outside of Brittany. An example of similar changes of language is to be found in Normandy, where the country was inhabited by the Nordic Belgae, speaking a Cymric language before that tongue was replaced by Latin. This coast was ravaged about 300 or 400 A.D. by Saxons who formed settlements along both sides of the Channel and the coast of Brittany, which were later known as the Litus Saxonicum. Their progress can best be traced by place names, as our historic record of these raids is scanty. The Normans landed in Normandy in the year 911 A.D. They were heathen, Danish barbarians, speaking a Teutonic tongue. The religion, culture, and language of the old Romanized populations worked a miracle in the transformation of everything except blood in one short century. So quick was the change that 155 years later the descendants of the same Normans landed in England as Christian Frenchmen, armed with all the culture of their period. The change was startling, but the Norman blood remained unchanged and entered England as a substantially Nordic type. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 14. The Aryan language in Asia. In the Aegean region and south of the Caucasus, Nordics appear after 1700 B.C., but there were unquestionably invasions and raids from the north for many centuries previous to our first records. These early migrations were probably not in sufficient force to modify the blood of the autochthonous races or to substitute Aryan languages for the ancient Mediterranean and Asiatic tongues. These men of the north came from the grasslands of Russia in successive waves, and among the first of whom we have fairly clear knowledge were the Achaeans and Phrygians. Aryan names are mentioned in the dim chronicles of the Mesopotamian empires about 1700 B.C. among the Kassites and later Mitanni. Aryan names of prisoners captured beyond the mountains in the north and of Aryan deities before whom oaths were taken are recorded about 1400 B.C., but one of the first definite accounts of Nordics south of the Caucasus describes the presence of Nordic Persians at Lake Urmia about 900 B.C. There were many incursions from that time on, the Cimmerians raiding across the Caucasus as early as 650 B.C. and shortly afterward overrunning all Asia Minor. The easterly extension of the Russian steppes, or Kitchak, north of the Caspian Aral Sea in Turkestan as far as the foothills of the Pamirs, was occupied by the Saki or Massageti, who were also Nordics and akin to the Cimmerians and Persians, as were perhaps the Ephthalites or White Huns in Sogdiana, north of Persia, destroyed by the Turks in the 6th century. For several centuries, groups of Nordics drifted as nomad shepherds across the Caucasus into the empire of the Medes, introducing little by little the Aryan tongue, which later developed into Old Persian. By 550 B.C., these Persians had become sufficiently numerous to overthrow their rulers, and under the leadership of the great Cyrus, they organized the Persian Empire, one of the most enduring of Oriental states. The base of the population of the Persian Empire rested on the round skull Medes, who belonged to the Armenoid subdivision of the Alpines. Under the leadership of their priestly caste of Magi, these Medes rebelled again and again against their Nordic masters before the two peoples became fused. From 525 to 485 B.C., during the reign of Darius, whose sculptured portraits show a man of pure Nordic type, the tall blond Persians had become almost exclusively a class of great ruling nobles and had forgotten the simplicity of their shepherd ancestors. Their language belonged to the Eastern or Iranian division of Aryan speech and was known as Old Persian, which continued to be spoken until the 4th century before the Christian era. From it were derived Pehlevi or Parthian, as well as modern Persian. The great book of the Old Persians, the Avesta, which was written in Zendik, also an Iranian language, does not go back to the reign of Darius and was remodeled after the Christian era, but the Old Persian of Darius was closely related to the Zendik of Bactria and to the Sanskrit of Hindustan. From Zendik, also called Medic, are derived Galcha, Balochi, Kurdish, and other dialects. The rise of imperial power of the dolichocephalic Aryan-speaking Persians was largely due to the genius of their leaders, but the Aryanization of Western Asia by them is one of the most amazing events in history. The whole region became completely transformed so far as the acceptance by the conquered of the language and religion of the Persians was concerned, but the blood of the Nordic race quickly became diluted and a few centuries later disappears from history. During the great wars with Greece, the pure Persian blood was still unimpaired and in control. In the literature of the time, there is little evidence of race antagonism between the Greek and the Persian leaders, although their rival cultures were sharply contrasted. In the time of Alexander the Great, the pure Persian blood was obviously confined to the nobles, and it was the policy of Alexander to Hellenize the Persians and to amalgamate his Greeks with them. The amount of pure Macedonian blood was not sufficient to reinforce the Nordic strain of the Persians, and the net result was the entire loss of the Greek stock. It is a question whether the Armenians of Asia Minor derived their Aryan speech from this invasion of the Nordic Persians, or whether they received it at an earlier date from the Phrygians and from the west. These Phrygians entered Asia Minor by way of the Dardanelles and broke up the Hittite Empire. Their language was Aryan and probably was related to Thracian. In favor of the theory of the introduction of the Armenian language by the Phrygians from the west rather than by the Persians from the east is the highly significant fact that the basic structure of that tongue shows its relationship to be with the Western or Kentum rather than with the Eastern or Satem group of Aryan languages, and this too in spite of a very large Persian vocabulary. The Armenians themselves, like all the other natives of the plateau and highlands as far east as the Hindu Kush mountains, while of Aryan speech, are of the Armenoid subdivision in sharp contrast to the predominant types south of the mountains in Persia. Afghanistan and Hindustan, all of which are dolichocephalic and of the Mediterranean affinity, but generally betraying traces of admixture with still more ancient races of Negroid origin, especially in India. We now come to the last and easternmost extension of Aryan languages in Asia. As mentioned above, the grasslands and steppes of Russia extend north of the Caucasus Mountains and the Caspian Sea to ancient Bactria, now Turkestan. This whole country was occupied by the Nordic Saki and the closely related Massageti. These Saki may be identical with the later Scythians. Soon after the opening of the second millennium BC, and perhaps even earlier, the first Nordics crossed over the Afghan passes, entered the plains of India, and organized a state in the Punjab, the land of the 5 rivers, bringing with them Aryan speech to a population probably of Mediterranean type and represented today by the Dravidians. The Nordic Saki arrived later in India and introduced the Vedas, religious poems which were at first transmitted orally but which were reduced to written form in Old Sanskrit by the Brahmins at the comparatively late date of 300 A.D. From this classic Sanskrit are derived all the modern Aryan languages of Hindustan, as well as the Sinhalese of Ceylon and the chief dialects of Assam. There is great diversity among scholars as to the date of the first entry of these Aryan-speaking tribes into the Punjab, but the consensus of opinion seems to indicate a period between 1600 and 1700 BC, or even somewhat earlier. However, the very close affinity of Sanskrit to the Old Persian of Darius and to the Zend-Avesta would strongly indicate that the final introduction of Aryan languages in the form of Sanskrit occurred at a much later time. The most recent tendency is to bring these dates somewhat forward. If close relationship between languages indicates correlation in time, then the entry of the Saki into India would appear to have been nearly simultaneous with the crossing of the Caucasus by the Nordic Cimmerians and their Persian successors. The relationship between the Zend-Avesta and the Sanskrit Vedas is as near as that between High and Low German, and consequently such close affinity prevents our thrusting back the date of the separation of the Persians and the Saki more than a few centuries. A simultaneous migration of nomad shepherds on both sides of the Caspian Aral Sea would naturally occur in a general movement southward, and such migrations may have taken place several times. In all probability, these Nordic invasions occurred one after another for 1,000 years or more, the later ones obscuring and blurring the memory of their predecessors. When shepherd tribes leave their grasslands and attack their agricultural neighbors, the reason is nearly always a famine due to prolonged drought, and causes such as these have again and again in history put the nomad tribes in motion over large areas. During many centuries, fresh tribes composed of Nordics or under the leadership of Nordics, but all Aryan-speaking, poured over the Afghan passes from the northwest and pushed before them the earlier arrivals. Clear traces of these successive floods of conquerors are to be found in the Vedas themselves. The Zendic form of the Iranian group of Aryan languages was spoken by those Saki who remained in Old Bactria, and from it is derived a whole group of closely related dialects still used in the Pamirs, of which Gaucha is the best known. The Saki and Massageti were, like the Persians, tall, blond Dolichosefs, and they have left behind them dim traces of their blood among the living Mongolized nomads of Turkestan, the Kyrgyzes. Ancient Bactria maintained its Nordic and Aryan aspect long after Alexander's time, and did not become Mongolized and receive the sinister name of Turkestan until the 7th century, when it was the first victim of the series of ferocious invasions from the north and east, which, under various Mongol leaders, destroyed civilization in Asia and threatened its existence in Europe. These conquests culminated in 1241 A.D. at Wallstatt in Silesia, where the Germans, though themselves badly defeated, put a final limit to this westward rush of Asiatics. The Saki were the most easterly members of the Nordic race of whom we have definite record. The Chinese knew well these green-eyed devils, whom they called their Tatar name, the Wu sons, the tall ones, and with whom they came into contact about 200 B.C. in what is now Chinese Turkestan. Other Nordic tribes are recorded in this region. Evidence is accumulating that Central Asia had a large Nordic population in the centuries preceding the Christian era. The discovery of the Aryan Tocharian language in Chinese Turkestan, considered in connection with other facts, indicates intensive occupation by Nordics of territories in Central Asia, now wholly Mongol, just as in Europe dark-haired Alpines occupy large territories where in Roman times fair-haired Nordics were preponderant. In short, we find both in Europe and in Western and Central Asia the same record of Nordic decline during the last 2,000 years, and their replacement by races of inferior value and civilization. This Tocharian is undoubtedly a pure Aryan language, related, curiously enough, to the Western group rather than to the Indo-Iranian. It has been deciphered from inscriptions recently found in northeast Turkestan, and was a living language prior to the 9th century A.D. Of all the wonderful conquests of the Saki, there remain, as evidence of their invasions, only these Indian and Afghan languages. Dim traces of their blood have been found in the Pamirs and in Afghanistan, but in the south their traits have vanished even from the Punjab. It may be that the stature of some of the Afghan hill tribes and of the Sikhs, and some of the facial characters of the latter, are derived from this source, but all blondness of skin, hair, or eye of the original Saki has utterly vanished. The long skulls all through India are to be attributed to the Mediterranean race rather than to this Nordic invasion, while the Dravidians and Negroids of South India, with which the former are largely mixed, are also Dolichosefs. In short, the introduction in Iran and India of Aryan languages, Iranian, Gauchic, and Sanskrit, represents a linguistic and not an ethnic conquest. In concluding this revision of the racial foundations upon which the history of Europe has been based, it is scarcely necessary to point out that the actual results of the spectacular conquests and invasions of history have been far less permanent than those of the more insidious victories arising from the crossing of two diverse races, and that in such mixtures the relative prepondency of the various human subspecies in Europe appears to be in inverse ratio to their social value. The continuity of physical traits and the limitation of the effects of environment to the individual only are now so thoroughly recognized by scientists that it is at most a question of time when the social consequences which result from such crossings will be generally understood by the public at large. As soon as the true bearing and import of the facts are appreciated by lawmakers, a complete change in our political structure will inevitably occur, and our present reliance on the influence of education will be superseded by a readjustment based on racial values. Bearing in mind the extreme antiquity of physical and spiritual characters and the persistency with which they outlive those elements of environment termed language, nationality, and forms of government, we must consider the relation of these facts to the development of the race in America. We may be certain that the progress of evolution is in full operation today under those laws of nature which control it, and that the only sure guide to the future lies in the study of the operation of these laws in the past. We Americans must realize that the altruistic ideals which have controlled our social development during the past century, and the maudlin sentimentalism that has made America an asylum for the oppressed, are sweeping the nation toward a racial abyss. If the melting pot is allowed to boil without control, and we continue to follow our national motto and deliberately blind ourselves to all distinctions of race, creed, or color, the type of Native American of colonial descent will become as extinct as the Athenian of the age of Pericles and the Viking of the days of Rollo. End of section 25. End of The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant.